Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Tide TV audiobook channel. Shadow Slave. Chapter 1046, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 64. At some point, Sonny had to admit that he was not going to break the Scavenger's armor, but he still continued to deliver a barrage of vicious blows to the hateful creature. He refused to believe that the fiend was as tough on the inside, no matter how hard the shell was. Enough force was bound to turn everything protected by it into bloody mush. He suffered from the same weakness himself, after all, but no matter how much he struck the damned ogre, the Scavenger did not seem too bothered by it. God damn it. Desperate and enraged, Sonny grabbed the creature's jaw with one hand and used the other to constrict the abomination's arm. Then he opened his mouth and bit into the Scavenger's flesh himself. Maybe Sonny was lucky, or maybe the bone armor in that spot had actually been weakened by his previous strikes regardless. He finally felt something give, and then tasted a despicably foul taste on his tongue. It was the Scavenger's blood. Sonny had never tasted anything sweeter in his entire life. Feeling the creature shudder and frantically try to push him away, he pressed his teeth deeper with wicked glee, and then tore a chunk of flesh away. Sonny spat it out and grinned, then instantly regretted it when a massive fist flashed forward and hit him in the face with horrid strength. Sonny was thrown back. And at the same time, the black sphere finally broke. All 3 layers of protective shadows had been thoroughly damaged and now reached their limit. A net of cracks spread through the egg, and then it collapsed into numerous shards, exposing both Sonny and the Scavenger to terrible heat and blinding light. Crap. The world shuddered one last time. The world was hot, but at least it finally stopped spinning. Sonny found himself staring into a glowing orange fog. The fog was pretty and smelled of fire. I think I'm on fire. He raised his head and noticed flames licking his legs. Luckily, his elemental resistance was high enough to resist them. The graceless dusk, too, was not affected by them at all. The black silk was pleasantly cool. Right, the orange fog was just dust illuminated by a sea of flames. Sonny was laying on the ground, surrounded by rubble and debris. Some of it was incandescent, and there were puddles of melted metal here and there. It looked like a scene from a fiery hell. He was hurting all over, and breathing was strangely hard, but he was alive. With a groan, Sonny slowly sat up and then stood up with a stagger. He did not feel well. He was dreadfully exhausted, heavily wounded, and poisoned on top of that. As for the Scavenger, Sonny looked around and gritted his teeth. Don't tell me that the bastard escaped again. He allowed his shadow sense to spread outward, then smiled. Limping away, he circled a pile of burning debris and stopped near the edge of a deep impression in the ground. The impression was about 3 meters deep and had almost vertical slopes. On its bottom, the Scavenger was trapped under a giant piece of broken alloy. The creature seemed to be slightly dazed, but otherwise unscathed. In fact, the abomination was already trying to lift the alloy, which was groaning under the strain. He couldn't escape into the shadows because everything around them was brightly illuminated by the flames and the glowing fog. There was no shadow large enough for the fiend to dive into. For the moment, the creature was defenseless. The problem was that Sonny had no strength left to fight. Even when he had been able to, all his efforts failed to break through the Scavenger's impregnable armor. All he managed to do was make the creature bleed a little by biting it, and he had only a few drops of essence left. Soon, the damned wretch was going to free himself and flee, or maybe even attack Sonny, who was barely able to stand, and finish him off. Sonny was in a real stalemate. He rubbed his face, stared at the struggling Scavenger for a few long moments, and then used the last drops of his essence to summon a get free, with the power of a corrupted devil. Getting rid of a piece of 0820 alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the memory, the creature glanced at Sonny with hatred, then redoubled his efforts to get free. With the power of a corrupted devil, getting rid of a piece of alloy, no matter how heavy, should not have been a problem. But the Scavenger was dazed and tired, too. On top of that, he was severely weakened by having his soul ripped by Sonny's claws. It was going to take him a dozen or so seconds to escape, at least. The fiend appeared to relax a little, though, when he noticed that the memory his enemy summoned was not a sword or a bow. Instead, it was a seemingly inconspicuous alloy chest. Sonny sighed, then smiled coldly. "Here, bastard, eat this." With that, he opened the lid of the covetous coffer and kicked it, throwing the chest on its side. A flood of small black beetles poured into the deep pit from the bottomless black square of the coffer's maw. They landed on the scavenger, instantly biting into the bone armor. Where Sonny's weapons failed, the sharp mandibles of the dark vermin were similarly ineffective, however. There were countless thousands of them, and not all of the abomination's towering body was covered by armor. There were cracks, there were gaps, there were ways to get inside. The fiend frantically tried to escape, but it was already too late. His figure became covered by a crawling carpet of beetles, and then he was buried under their mass entirely. More and more vermin poured from the covetous coffer until the pit was filled almost to the brim. No trace of the scavenger remained under the seething mass of tiny creatures. Sonny took a step back, and then drew in a deep breath. Then he let out a strange, shaky laugh. "I did it. 0821. Sonny's laugh turned louder. "What is it with me and shadow creatures every time I fight one? I'm driven to the very edge of madness, and then a little bit past that." As he was laughing, the spell suddenly whispered into his ear, "You have slain a corrupted devil." He was so startled that he even missed the later half. "What? Your shadow grows stronger." Instantly, Sonny felt a flood of shadow fragments pour into his soul, tens or even hundreds of times more than what he was supposed to receive for killing a corrupted devil. As his eyes widened, the spell spoke once more. "You have received an echo." Chapter 1047. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 65. The battle was over. It was over for the irregulars, at least. The fresh soldiers pulled from the other sections of the wall were still fighting on the ramparts of the secondary defense line, but with the Heart of Darkness and Goliath destroyed, and the boundless horde of nightmare creatures decimated by the titanic explosion. The siege was reduced to the usual stream of chaotic, relatively small-scale skirmishes. The spine of the assault had been broken. Falcon Scott had faced the most dreadful battle yet, and endured for the most part. The southern area of the city was entirely destroyed, replaced by a gargantuan crater. The buildings were gone, and a long span of the Great Wall was gone too. Even most of the killing field beyond was erased from existence, with only the towering stone corpse of the slain Titan remaining intact. It just lay on the slope of the crater like a mountain-sized pile of rubble, filling the hearts of the soldiers who saw it with dark glee. With the collapse of the wall, defending the city had become much harder. However, the crater formed a natural barrier of its own. Even though the secondary ramparts were not nearly as tall or formidable, they still gave the First Army a chance to resist the attacks of nightmare creatures. More than that, 4 out of the 5 direst threats to the siege capital were now eradicated. The Devouring Cloud, the terror of LO-49, the Heart of Darkness, and Goliath. Despite the terrible price the First Army had to pay, they were dead. Now, only the most powerful of the horrors remained, the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. But it was being contained by Sky Tide of the White Feather Clan, so, for the first time since the start of the siege, the people of Falcon Scott felt hopeful. They were shaken and terrified, too, but with countless millions of refugees already evacuated, and so many powerful abominations slain, it was no longer impossible to imagine the end of this bloody affair. Falcon Scott only had to hold for a handful more days. The ghostly flames of the aurora burned above the ravaged city, and the moon had hidden itself in the cold darkness of the night sky. Sonny was sitting in the familiar conference room of the government complex. Rather, he was sprawled on the chair, staring at the ceiling with a detached expression. His skin had healed, turning into a surreal painting of black bruises, but the internal damage remained even with his incredible healing speed. He still felt terribly hurt. That was because the Scavenger had done a number on him, especially near the end of their murderous clash. Nevertheless, the hateful fiend was dead, and Sonny was not. He had even received an echo and a great number of shadow fragments. Unexpectedly, the spell had chosen to count the black beetles, who were not living beings, as a weapon of his. Therefore, after the appalling creatures had devoured the scavenger, it rewarded Sonny for the kill. He was currently looking at the runes with dull eyes. What to do? What to do? Two strings of shimmering symbols were at the center of his attention. Shadow fragments, 3857, 4000. And echoes, ravenous fiend, had been a weird abomination. He had obviously assumed some qualities of a shadow creature, but not all of them. Otherwise, the bastards would have turned into a shadow instead of an echo. Or maybe the issue was that the scavenger's soul was corrupted, and thus unsuited to directly become a shadow. In any case, as a result, Sonny had received almost 800 shadow fragments for killing the abomination, as well as a transcendent echo. The ravenous fiend had been a top-tier nightmare creature, a peerless genius of vile abominations, so turning him into a shadow was an easy decision. Having two transcendent shadows would be a tremendous boost to Sonny's power, too. However, there were two problems. The first one was the echo itself. When Sonny summoned it in the Soul Sea, he had expected to see a towering ogre clad in unbreakable bone armor, but what appeared instead was a pitiful, tiny gremlin. The ravenous fiend was no fiend at all. It was an imp, at best. The imp was still a transcendent devil, but weak beyond belief. His true power lay in a rather insane ability to grow stronger and acquire new traits by devouring various creatures or things. He also possessed a few very surprising and potent attributes. If Sonny carefully chose a rich diet for the little bastard in time, the imp could potentially grow stupidly powerful, even more powerful than he had been after devouring random trash across the Antarctic Center. But that would only be in the future, and right now transforming the echo into a shadow would cost him no less than 300 shadow fragments. 300 fragments was not a terribly large amount, except he was on the verge of becoming a tyrant. Now, dismissing the runes, Sonny sighed. Later. Now is not a good time. It was, indeed, not a good time in more than one sense. Suddenly reminded of something, Sonny somberly looked around. There were only two people in the conference room, himself and Master Jet. Winter's seat was empty. That was because Winter was dead. She had died while holding back the horde of nightmare creature. When the section of the wall under her cohort collapsed, a great number of people had died that day. Thousands of mundane soldiers had perished, and of the 700 awakened, only about 200 survived. Winter and her irregulars had been wiped out too. Even Soul Reaper's own cohort had been destroyed, leaving her the sole survivor. Sonny stared at the empty seat, feeling a dull pain in his heart. Winter, the two of them had not known each other for long, but there was a bond between them. He liked the brash master a lot. And now she was gone, just like that. And he had not even gotten a chance to say goodbye. All of them were gone. Randall, Jesse, Davis, Dale, and now Winter, too. He could still vividly remember their first meeting, when the first irregular company was officially established. A few months later, there were just Sonny and Master Jet left. Of the 42 awakened irregulars, only 4 remained: Belle, Dorn, Samara, and Kim. Luster was alive too, but for him the war was most likely over. Damn it all! Sonny studied the empty room, a strange, dark, burning emotion rising in his chest. What is the damn point? What is the point of it all? Soul Reaper and he were supposed to be having a strategy meeting right now, but there was nothing really for them to discuss. After some time spent in silence, Jet suddenly shook her head and stood up, accidentally sending her chair flying into the wall. She stared at it in confusion, then cursed. "We're just wasting time here. Go rest, Sonny. You deserve a break." "Gods, we all do." With that, Jet picked up the chair, placed it near the conference table, and walked out without saying a word. Sonny was left alone in the empty room. He remained motionless for a while, then sighed and stood up. Less than a week left. Now we'll all be able to rest soon. Chapter 1048. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 66. Sonny left the underground complex, breathed in the cold winter air, and limped toward the nearby army hospital. The walk was not too long, so he reached it within 10 minutes. Belle, Dorn, and Samara were in front of the building, and so was Abomination. The Echo was laying on the ground, shielding them from the wind with its massive body. The Hound had not participated in the recent battle, because it would have been destroyed too quickly by the Black Beetles. It had been very helpful to the cohort in the past 2 weeks, though. It was strange in the past. Abomination had mostly ignored Quentin's Echo, Blackie, who used to follow the larger beast around. But now that Blackie was gone, the monstrous Hound always looked a bit forlorn. Sparing the Echo a sad glance, Sonny approached his soldiers. "Major Gods, you look awful." Belle grinned, hiding hints of anguish that had taken root in his eyes. Sonny forced out a smile as well. "You should have seen the other guy." "Ah, but you can't." "I killed the other guy." That produced a few chuckles. Sonny scoffed too. "Anyway, take me to Luster. He's awake, right?" They nodded. Dorn and Samara remained outside while Belle guided him into the hospital. "He woke up an hour or so ago. I think he's in good spirits, considering. That might be because of painkillers, though." They walked through the white corridors, which were all crowded with hospital beds. An uncountable number of maimed and injured soldiers lay on them, some awake, some mercifully unconscious. The air was filled with the sickening smell of blood, burned flesh, misery, and despair. Doctors, nurses, and a few awakened healers were hurriedly tending to the wounded, the bags under their eyes blacker than the bruises covering Sonny's body. The sight of it was indescribably grim. Sonny kept his face cool, projecting the image of an intrepid ascended. On the inside, however, at least they'll survive. Modern medicine was very potent, and that was without even considering the awakened wielding healing aspects. If a soldier was delivered from the battlefield alive, there was very little chance of them dying. The only problem was the cost, but the First Army spared no expense, at least in that regard. As an awakened of somewhat exalted status, Luster was placed in a small room of his own. As they approached it, Sonny heard the young man's voice. Kimmy, stop it. I lost my legs, you know, not my hands. I am perfectly capable of feeding myself." When they entered, they saw a peculiar scene. Luster was laid on a bed, his stumps wrapped in regenerative bandage, while Kim was trying to push a spoonful of synth-paste porridge into his mouth. The young woman's usually timid face was determined and extremely focused. Kim froze, then turned and gave Sonny an unexpectedly fierce look. 0801, sir. That fool refuses to eat." Noticing Sonny, Luster grinned. "Cap, Major, thank the gods. Please, save me." Kim froze, then turned and gave Sonny an unexpectedly fierce look. "Sir, that fool refuses to eat." Sonny stared at them for a couple of moments and smiled. "Do you want me to feed you, Luster?" "Because, you know, I can." The young man paled a little, then hurriedly grabbed the spoon and swallowed the porridge in one go. No need to exert yourself, sir." Sonny walked closer, summoned his chair, and sat down near the bed. Then he tried to say something, only to find out that no words came to his mind. Eventually, he awkwardly asked, "How are you doing?" Luster stared at him for a bit, then suddenly grinned and wiggled his stumps. "Don't worry about me, sir. I'm doing fine, really. I did tell you how my whole right arm was bitten off once, right? This is only a tiny bit worse. Hell, if I lose my left arm as well one day, I'll be able to brag about losing all my limbs to protect humanity. Girls can't resist a hero, you know?" Sonny blinked. "I guess he really is all right." He sighed. "Well, don't worry too much. There are not a lot of great healers here in Falcon, Scott, and all of them are terribly busy. Once you get to Eastern Antarctica, and from there back to NQSC, though, the government will pull out all the stops. You'll be as good as new in no time." Despite his intention to comfort the young man, Luster's smile suddenly dimmed. Looking away, he remained silent for a few seconds, then said quietly, "Ah, yes. Certainly, sir. Once I'm back in NQSC." Sonny frowned a little. "Throw these stupid thoughts out of your head. You did more than enough. Very few people deserve to go home more than you. So enjoy the cruise, and then make sure to get better and relax during an extended vacation. That's an order." He paused, then added seriously, "Plus, the rhino blew up. What the hell do I need you for now? Keeping you would probably just be a waste of perfectly fine provisions." Hearing that, Luster laughed. "Ah, I see. When you put it that way," he sighed. "It's not that I think that I don't deserve an early dispensation, sir. It's just that." The young man briefly glanced at Kim, then grew silent. He did not want to leave his comrades behind. Sonny could understand that, but there was no other way. Restoring 2 legs to a person was not impossible, if sufficiently powerful healers were involved, but it took time, and a long period of recovery would still follow. By the time Luster was in good enough shape to fight again, the Antarctica campaign would be over. He shook his head. "The way I see it, your lucky charm finally worked. If it wasn't for you, Kim would be dead, Dorn too, probably, and maybe even Belle and Samara. You did well, Luster. You served through the hardest part of the whole campaign. Things will calm down after the Second Army arrives, so cheer up." Luster looked at him, then slowly nodded. "That thing, you killed it, right, sir? What rank and class it was?" Sonny shrugged. "Yes, I killed it all right. It was a corrupted devil, and a very scary one at that." The young man leaned tiredly on the backrest of the hospital bed and smiled. "A corrupted devil. Good, that's good. There's no shame, then." "Ha! I survived an attack of a corrupted devil." "Wow. I'm pretty awesome, don't you think, Kim?" She scooped another spoonful of porridge, brought it to his mouth, and sighed. Yeah, you're pretty awesome now. Eat the damn sludge before I get angry." Sonny watched them silently for a couple more minutes, then found an excuse and left. He found Belle a few rooms over, where dozens of sleeping pods were installed in a large hall. The swordsman was standing near a particular one, staring somberly at its closed lid inside. Quentin's body slept peacefully, not quite dead, but also not quite alive. The healer had neither died nor turned hollow yet. Considering the circumstances, that probably meant that he had fought his way to a seed and entered a nightmare. 0802, conquering a second nightmare alone, his chances were exceedingly low, but not entirely non-existent. Sonny stopped near Belle and looked at the sleeping pod, too. After a while, the swordsman suddenly said, his voice uncharacteristically sober, "Major, do you remember how I joked that Luster would be the first one to die?" Sonny spared him a surprised glance. "Sure, I do." Belle remained silent for a long time, then awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "I was thinking, technically, I can still win that bet, right?" With that, the swordsman glanced at him and grinned. Sonny scowled. "I guess, but who allowed you guys to bet without my permission?" "Unacceptable. I want in on the bet." Chapter 1049, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 67. After leaving the hospital and sending his soldiers to the barracks, Sonny remained on the street, watching the snow dance in the stark beams of electric light. He had to rest, too, after a while. Sonny sighed awkwardly. "Right? I'm homeless now." He had been staying in the Rhino, but now the APC was gone. That fact actually made Sonny feel very sad. The trusty vehicle had accompanied the irregulars to the edge of the Antarctic center and back, surviving countless battles. He had grown attached to it, so losing the vehicle was a bit of a blow. It felt like the end of something. Shaking his head, Sonny started walking. He could get himself a room in the barracks, of course. The First Army had suffered severe losses, so there was plenty of space. But it was exactly for that reason that he didn't want to. Being surrounded by bereaved soldiers would do his already foul mood no good. "I can't stand the thought of having them look at me right now." Respect, admiration, hope. That was what he saw in the eyes of the soldiers when they looked at him. They all had an expectation of him, and carrying those expectations was tiresome. To hell with it. Sonny simply wandered aimlessly for a while, trying not to think about anything in particular. In the end, he found himself standing in front of a familiar dormitory tower. He hesitated for a bit, then entered and descended to one of the underground levels. The dormitory seemed much emptier than before. There had been 3 families living in the same apartment as Professor Obel and Beth, but now he could only sense 2 shadows inside. Sonny stared at the flimsy door for a few moments, then knocked on it. A few seconds later, it opened, revealing Professor Obel. The old man looked like he always did, having not changed even a little. Why would he? The previous day was a dreadfully eventful one for Sonny, but for the professor, it was just like all the others. The old man looked at him with concern. Major Sunless? Oh my, what happened? Even though most of Sonny's body was hidden by the black silk of the graceless dusk, he still looked rather rough. There were ugly bruises covering his usually pristine skin, and his eyes were tired and dim. He forced out a smile. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. It was just a very tough battle. Everyone in Falcon Scott knew that the previous assault was a terrible one. After all, a large part of the defensive wall, as well as a vast stretch of the city itself, were now replaced by a giant crater. Even people hidden underground felt the titanic explosion. There were rumors, too. Army Command itself publicized the death of Goliath, hoping to improve morale among the refugees. Professor Obel nodded. Yes, we heard all about it. Thank the gods you survived. Sonny lingered for a moment, then said, You mentioned setting aside some food for me the last time we met? To tell you the truth, I'm kind of starving. The old man laughed. Sure, come in. Beth, Major Sunless is here. The young woman emerged from one of the rooms and looked at him with a hint of relief. She froze for a moment, then turned away and cleared her throat. Oh, it's you, good. I'll go heat up the leftovers. They settled in the kitchen. And soon Sonny was presented with several plates of simple but delicious food. Professor Obel had not been joking when he said that he would cook up a feast. The ingredients Beth had procured were indeed rare for the besieged city and made for a splendid dish. It was definitely better than what would have been available to Sonny in the barracks. Sonny ate and chatted idly with the 2 of them. As he did, some of the tension pressing down on his heart strangely dissipated, but most of it still remained. At some point, Professor Obel suddenly smiled. It totally slipped my mind. We were placed in the queue, finally. Both Beth and I will be leaving the day after tomorrow. We've already received the tickets. I imagine you will follow soon, too, Major. Sonny smiled as well. Finally, some good news. He nodded and took a sip of fragrant tea. I imagine we will be the last ones to ship out, a couple of days after you. 3 weeks are coming to an end, after all. Even though there were some delays, the Army mostly managed to stick to the schedule, somehow. So, the next time we see each other will probably be in East Antarctica, unless they send you to the northern quadrant right away. He glanced at Beth, hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, Oh, by the way, my APC blew up, so I kind of have nowhere to stay. Is it all right if I crash here today? Professor Obel chuckled. Of course, most of the people in the dormitory had already been evacuated. There are 3 empty bedrooms in our apartment alone. You can take any one you want. Beth hid a smile and nodded. Sure, you can stay if you want. Sonny smiled back and took another sip of tea. After that, he remained silent for a while, distracted. Noticing his strange mood, the old man asked, Is something weighing on your mind, young man? Sonny flinched a little, then shrugged. No, nothing in particular. Just the usual stuff. I just feel listless, I guess. He lingered for a few moments, then suddenly asked, Have I ever told you why I came to Antarctica, Professor? The old man and Beth glanced at each other, then shook their heads. A wistful expression appeared on Sonny's face. It's stupid, really. Someone told me that I was lacking. So, I thought that maybe I would be able to find whatever it is that I lack here, in the southern quadrant. He grew quiet, prompting the old man to ask with a hint of curiosity. So, did you end up finding what you were looking for? Sonny hesitated, then laughed. I am honestly not sure. It is hard to find something that you don't know how to recognize. Maybe I found something. Maybe I didn't. Actually, maybe I even lost something instead. I guess time will tell. He finished his tea and looked at the two of them with a smile. I did find some other precious things, though. I mean, this dish, it's a real treasure. You ought to teach me the recipe. I always dreamed of owning a shop, you know, but after meeting you, Professor, I'm starting to think that opening a restaurant might be a better idea. Chapter 1050. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 68. After an eventful night, Sonny left the dormitory in a much improved mood. The air outside was frigid with bone-chilling cold, but it actually felt pleasant against his bruises. Sonny headed in the direction of the barracks, whistling a simple tune under his nose. As he walked, one of his shadows flew toward the distant ramparts to check if everything was all right there. Apart from the fact that soldiers were miserable because of the heinous cold, even more so than usual, the situation seemed to be under control. Disparate groups of nightmare creatures were throwing themselves against the ramparts, some larger than the others, but it was nothing that the army could not handle. Everything seems fine for now. Sonny was still hurting all over, but at least he was capable of walking without a limp now. The barracks were a considerable distance away, but there was no rush. He enjoyed this rare moment of peace a great deal, studying the city as he traversed it. Falcon Scott was much emptier now. Miraculously, the First Army had actually managed to evacuate most of the 200 million refugees. Now, less than 2/10 of that number remained, not nearly enough to make the city feel crowded, even though countless people fought and sacrificed to make it happen. Sonny couldn't help but feel that this emptiness was the direct result of his actions. It was nice to see his labor bear fruit. Among the ancient heroes, Nephis sometimes liked to talk about. There was one named Heracles who had apparently accomplished 12 labors. Sonny wondered what that guy would think about defending this damn city. Well, from the descriptions, Heracles seemed like no more than an awakened with a moderately powerful physical aspect, maybe a rather average ascended. He would probably think that Falcon Scott was a hellish nightmare, and die in the first few days of the siege. As Sonny walked, a swift shadow fell from the sky and a black crow suddenly landed on his shoulder. The crow stared at him for a moment and then cawed, "Sonny, Sonny." Sonny spared him a somber glance. What? The echo waved its wings. Come, come. Then it jumped off his shoulder and disappeared in the direction of the government complex. Sonny frowned, then quietly cursed and dove into the shadows. It seemed that his good mood was not meant to last. He glided forward with incredible speed, reaching the complex in no time at all. Emerging from the darkness near the guarded gates, he waited a few seconds for the security officers to confirm his identity, a useless formality, considering that pretty much everyone knew what he looked like by now and entered the building. Quickly finding his way underground, Sonny hurried to the conference room where the irregulars usually gathered. As he was approaching, however, there was suddenly a loud bang, and the walls shook a little, dust falling from the ceiling. What the? Uneasy, he entered the room and saw Master Jet standing with her back to him. The wall in front of her was deformed, a net of cracks running through the armored alloy from the point where her fist had collided with it. Soul Reaper remained motionless for a moment, then turned to him. Her usually calm face was contorted by an expression of dark, boiling anger. As soon as Sonny saw it, his heart skipped a beat. He had never seen Master Jet lose control of herself in that way. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes for a moment, then said, "Sonny, you're here. Good." He glanced at the destroyed wall, then at her, feeling a chill run down his spine. Sonny steeled himself and asked, "What happened?" Jet let out a long sigh. When she spoke, her voice was cold and glum. "It's Tyrus. She finally lost a fight." The two of them headed to the headquarters of the White Feather Clan without wasting any time, while the elevator was taking them to the ground level of the government complex. Sonny tried to keep his voice even as he asked, "What do you mean, lost a fight?" Is she alive? Jet gritted her teeth. I don't know. I've been notified that something went wrong just half an hour ago. Roan sent me a message personally right before you came, but he didn't go into detail. Sonny's face fell. If Jet's only source of information was Master Roan, that meant that Army Command had chosen to keep it a secret for now. And if Army Command was keeping secrets from someone like Soul Reaper, things couldn't be good. As they emerged from the underground complex and hurried to the White Feather compound, Sonny shivered again and noticed that it had gotten even colder outside. Before, he had not paid the cold any attention, but now the fall in temperature seemed foreboding. Curse it. Curse it. Curse it all. The guards of the compound seemed to have received instructions, and almost immediately after Sonny and Jet arrived, a familiar young woman appeared to guide them inside. He briefly felt glad to see that she had survived the battle with Devouring Cloud, but then his thoughts turned grim and tumultuous once again. Sonny was shaken. He couldn't help but think about St. Tyrus, silently wishing for her to be alive. At the same time, he had to think about what her fall would mean for the evacuation this chap upload first at Novell USB. Please support my site with no one to stop the Winter Beast. What would happen to the city? The two worries competed against each other, pressing down on his heart with terrible weight. Finally, they reached an isolated room in the depths of the compound. The young awakened spared the door an anguished look, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to come in. Inside, they saw an empty hall with some medical equipment and a lonely operating table standing in its center. The table and the floor around it were marred with blood. On it, St. Tyrus was laying, her eyes closed. Sonny let out a relieved sign when he saw that her chest was slowly rising and falling. Skytide was still breathing. She was still alive. However, she looked like a corpse. Her whole body was covered in blood and blemished by severe frostbite. Tyrus was unconscious, breathing shallowly. Her face was terribly pale, and her lips looked blue, and that was, without a doubt, only after the healers of the White Feather clan had tended to her. Sonny could not imagine how the fearsome saint had looked before. Roan was standing above her, not looking much better. He had been severely injured while luring the Devouring Cloud toward the city. Even now, the charismatic master was yet to recover from his wounds. One of his arms hung limply in a sling, and his usually lively face was dark and lifeless. When Sonny and Jet entered, Roan slowly looked away from his wife and gave them a dull glance. Soul Reaper gritted her teeth. Roan? What the hell happened? He stared at them for a few moments, then turned back to St. Tyrus. Isn't it obvious? She lost, actually. It's a miracle that she was able to hold back that monster for so long. It's also a miracle that she survived. He remained silent for a while, then added evenly. You're asking the wrong question, though? Master Jet's icy blue eyes widened slightly. She hesitated, then asked coldly, What the hell is going to happen, then? Roan lowered his head. Then he straightened his back and looked at them once more. I think you know. His eyes were bleak and tired. The Winter Beast is coming, and there's no one to stop it. It's over. Maybe tomorrow or the day after that. Anyone who still remains in this city will die. I'm sorry, Soul Reaper. There's nothing else we clan can do. Chapter Deep Length 351. The fall of Falcon Scott, 69. After battling the harrowing corrupted Titan for 3 long months, St. Tyrus of the White Feather clan had finally been defeated. Even though she had miraculously managed to survive with Skytide incapacitated, there was no one left to stop the Winter Beast from advancing on the city. The Titan was already moving closer to the largest and only siege capital left standing in the region. The temperature was falling, and the winds were picking up, heralding the descent of a terrible blizzard. Inevitably, a series of disastrous events was bound to happen. The first of these events, and the catalyst that sparked the chain reaction, was the withdrawal of the White Feather clan from the Antarctic Center. They had been sent here to support the first evacuation army on behalf of the great clan Valor, but were not part of it. Naturally, their first priority was to preserve their saint's life. Even if the awakened of White Feather had decided to stay for whatever reason, Army Command would have insisted that they retreat in haste. The life of an allied transcendent was too precious of a resource for the government, too. As the clan's compound turned into a hub of frenetic activity, with everyone hastily preparing for departure, Sunny and Jet were left to their own devices. After their conversation with Roan ended, they found themselves all but ignored by the hurrying members of the clan. No one even remembered to shoo the two ascended away. They were not in a hurry to leave either, mostly because neither of them really knew what to do. The situation had changed too fast and too dreadfully. Sunny felt lost and resigned, and although Jet was trying to hide it, he could see that she was shaken as well. The two of them found a place out of the way and just stood there for a while, silent. Eventually, Sunny said, "Roan is wrong. It's not all over. Even without Tyrus, we still have a transcendent. You, me, Bloodwave, we should be able to give the Winter Beast a fight. We already killed one Titan, so why can't we kill another?" Jet somberly shook her head. "There's an abyssal gap between a fallen Titan and a corrupted one in terms of power. Tyrus was not able to fight the Winter Beast because she was a transcendent. She was able to fight it because she was a transcendent whose aspect countered the creature's powers, and an astonishingly steadfast one at that. Even then, you don't really understand it, do you?" Sunny frowned. "I guess not. What is it exactly that I don't understand?" Soul Reaper let out a grave sigh. "Sunny, there's currently around 30 million people left in Falcon Scott, as well as 20,000 soldiers. There are also 1,000 or so awakened veterans. However, all of them combined wouldn't be able to do anything against a corrupted Titan. Even if there were 10 times more, the result would be the same. Yet Tyrus alone held the creature back for 3 months. What does that mean?" The hint of a smile disappeared from Soul Reaper's face. She lingered for a few moments, then said, "I am trying to tell you that there are no you, me, and Bloodwave. Bloodwave is going to leave with the White Feather clan. Do you think they are going to let Tyrus travel across the strait unprotected? She is unconscious and vulnerable. What happens if something attacks the ship? Neither Army Command nor Valor would allow that to happen. So the House of Night will do their best to protect the most valuable asset, which means that Bloodwave won't be here when the Winter Beast arrives." Sunny gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the blinding fury that threatened to consume his mind. "This is such crap," Jet's face twitched, but she calmly shook her head. "No, it's simply resource management." Sunny stared at her with bewilderment for a few moments, then suddenly laughed. "So what? This is it? It really is all over? What about the rest of the poor fools who are still stuck in this city?" Soul Reaper remained silent for a while. Then she said evenly, "Well, there are 30 million people left here. With the current speed of evacuation, if the Winter Beast comes tomorrow, 20 million will die. If it comes the day after tomorrow, 10 million will die, theoretically. Of course, in reality, things are not going to go that smoothly." Sunny gave her a dark look. "How so?" Jet sighed. "Something like that. It won't remain a secret for long. As soon as the rumors spread, this whole city will go crazy. Evacuation queue? Forget about it. People will be storming the port and jumping off the cliffs. It's going to be pandemonium." Sunny opened his mouth, startled by her callousness. However, it only lasted a moment. He was just as jaded, after all. If he had used his brain for a moment instead of allowing himself to be rattled, he would have come to the same conclusions. He cursed. "So what are we supposed to do? The two of us? I refuse to believe that there's no way to slow down the Winter Beast. Come on, we just need to hold it off for a couple of days." Soul Reaper gave him a long look. After a while, she said, "Sunny, you might survive the descent of the Winter Beast. Maybe I can survive it too. My cohort is gone, though, while yours is not, and your soldiers, they will definitely die. Ascended like us have no business facing a corrupted Titan. As for awakened, they don't stand a chance. So if I were you, I would make sure that they get on a ship as fast as possible. Everything else comes later." He smiled bitterly. "That's it. You're a damn colonel. Can't you do something? Jet simply shook her head. Once the news breaks, my rank won't have any meaning anymore. Who cares about hierarchy in the face of annihilation? Sonny, this is going to be an every man for himself situation very soon. We are all going to have to make some choices. The best we can do is make sure that we don't regret them later. So keep that in mind and do your best. That's all the advice I can give. She sighed, then briefly glanced at the star insignia on her shoulder and walked away. Before she left, however, Sonny shouted, "Oh, yeah. So are you going to get on a ship yourself?" Soul Reaper paused. She remained silent for a few moments, then said without turning back, "I sort of hate ships, to be honest. It is really a pity." And then she left. Sonny found himself alone, staring at the empty space where Master Jet had been a few seconds ago. Shaking his head, he scoffed and turned away. What a coincidence. I sort of hate ships, too. Chapter 1052. The fall of Falcon Scott, 70, the first thing Sonny did was go find Belle, Dorn, and Samara. However, none of them had returned from the dream realm yet. All three were peacefully asleep in their pods, not knowing that back in the waking world, Falcon Scott was not on the verge of destruction. For now, all he could do was wait, not wishing to waste time. Sonny tried to go through the official channels to make sure that his cohort was not going to be left out of the evacuation plans. At that point, however, things had already started going out of control, just as Master Jet had predicted. The government complex was in a state of frenzy. The information regarding the withdrawal of the White Feather clan and the impending doom approaching the city was supposed to be kept strictly secret, but with people responsible for withholding it realizing that they themselves would most likely be left behind. There was no way for the truth to remain hidden. The news spread through the city like wildfire. With it came panic. Sonny spent some time fruitlessly trying to get the logistics officers, or anyone at all, to issue an order for his cohort to evacuate, but no one knew what to do, or even if they had authority to do anything worse still. As soon as St. Tyrus had been defeated, the influence the Winter Beast was exerting on the region seemed to have doubled in strength. Now even the robust communication array of the siege capital was having trouble connecting the local branch of Army Command to central headquarters. Even if there was a leader who could bring order to this complicated situation, they were simply too far away. In the end, all he could get from the administrative personnel was a vague promise of a priority placement while boarding the leaving ships. They did not seem to know quite what it meant themselves, but the underlying message was clear. If he could get a spot on one of the evacuation vessels, no one was going to stop him. In fact, this was true for all the surviving soldiers of the First Army. If they wanted to leave, they could. Who was going to stop them, after all? The soldiers were armed while the refugees were not. In the ruthless mathematics of war, their lives were also more valuable. In short, the situation had deteriorated to the point of turning into complete lawlessness. The government officers were simply unable to control it anymore. Every man for himself. Sonny was slightly stunned by how quickly the city had descended into chaos. All it took was a few hours. There were some exceptions, of course. For example, someone high up in the chain of command managed to enforce the evacuation of the wounded from the army hospital. However, no one knew how effective exactly the execution of that order would be, or how quickly the evacuation would happen. Sonny was reluctant to leave Luster's fate to chance, though. He returned to the barracks, which had turned hectic and feverish in his absence. Finally, his soldiers woke up, emerging from their sleeping pods with confused expressions on their faces. Not only was the building full of noise, but their leader was also waiting for them with a grim expression on his face. Sparing the three awakened a single glance, Sonny said, "Let's go get Luster and Kimmy. I'll explain what is happening on the way." They made their way to the hospital. Outside, the cold was slowly turning unbearable, but despite that, crowds of frightened people were flowing through the streets, some aimless and lost, some full of frantic determination. The situation inside the hospital was even worse. Unlike the rest of the people in the city, the medical officers had received direct orders to transfer all the patients to the port fortress and await immediate evacuation. However, the orders were vague and hastily compiled, lacking a lot of important details and instructions. Aside from that, moving severely injured soldiers was not as easy as transporting healthy people. Some required special care, some could not be moved at all unless an awakened healer got personally involved. Rattled, Sonny finally understood what the word pandemonium meant. Cutting through the chaos, he and his soldiers reached Luster's room. After a short conversation with a panicked nurse, they received verbal permission to take him away and barged inside. Neither Luster nor Kimmy seemed surprised to see them. In fact, Kim had already prepared the wounded. Awakened for departure, he was dressed, freshly bandaged, and holding a pack full of necessary medical supplies and healing agents. The young man had also received a very generous dose of painkillers. Seeing Sonny, he smiled stupidly. "Cap, Major, where are we going?" Sonny looked at Kim and gave her a nod. "Eastern Antarctica. We just need to find you a boat." The young woman silently took the medicine pack from Luster, hung it across her chest, then forced him to climb on her back. Considering that she was much smaller than the young man, the two of them looked rather comical. But, of course, as an awakened, Kim was more than strong enough to carry a person before they left. Samara suddenly spoke, her usually calm face turning slightly pale. "Captain, what about Quentin? We can't just leave him here." Sonny looked at her for a moment, then somberly shook his head. "We have to. It doesn't matter anyway. He is in the nightmare by now. If he survives, the spell will create an ascended body for him. If not, taking him with us won't make any difference." The five of them grew solemn, then reluctantly followed him out. Luster was mumbling something under his nose, but the rest were deathly silent on the street. Sonny looked around, then approached a random military vehicle and used his bare hand to tear through the armored alloy, destroying the locking mechanism of its door. With how many soldiers had perished during the siege, there was a surplus of machinery in the city. No one was going to miss one PTV. It was just that he had no time to request proper access. Luckily, Army transports did not have a complicated startup sequence. All he had to do was override the controls with his military ID, then access the internal computer and assign the vehicle to the first irregular company. After that, the PTV recognized Sonny as its valid driver. Damn, I never even got close to stealing a PTV when I lived in the outskirts, and now I'm swiping one as an ascended. What kind of logic is that? Darkly amused, he sent the vehicle barreling forward and maneuvered it through the crowded streets at high speed. "Hold on tight. We need to make a stop first before going to the port." Soon he reached the dormitory tower where Professor Obel and Beth were living. Sonny stopped the vehicle and dissipated into the shadows without wasting any time. A few seconds later, he was standing in front of a familiar door. Sonny knocked on it several times, praying that they were both home. Luckily, they were walking inside. Sonny quickly looked around the apartment, then turned to Professor Obel and Beth. From their expressions, he understood that they already knew what was happening. Beth's eyes were wide and shaken. "Sonny, is it true?" He nodded, then said steadily, "Get your things. We need to leave as soon as possible." The young woman seemed startled. "Leave? Leave to where?" Sonny spared her a quick glance. "To the port, of course. You need to get on a ship." She took a small step back. But our tickets are not due until..." Taking a step forward, Sonny took her by the shoulders and looked her in the eyes. "Forget about the tickets. You are leaving today. Now go. There's no time to waste." Neither Beth nor Professor Obel had a lot of things to gather, so they were out of the apartment in less than 15 minutes. The old man remained quiet throughout all that time, only speaking when spoken to. His eyes were calm but burdened. Diving from the chilling cold into the warm interior of the PTV, Sonny checked to see if everyone had settled and drove off. Two beams of light cut through the darkness as the vehicle sped through the snow-covered streets. Once again, they were heading north, this time toward the port fortress of the doomed siege capital. Chapter 1053. The fall of Falcon Scott, 71. Getting close to the port turned out to be complicated. There were too many people and too many vehicles heading the same way. At some point, driving forward became simply impossible. The road was utterly jammed, which was a truly strange scene. Back in NQSC, PTVs were somewhat of a rare sight, but Falcon Scott was brimming with military transports of all kinds. Understanding that their vehicle was truly stuck, Sonny grimaced and told everyone to get out. As they did, a litany of sounds assaulted their ears, the rumbling hum of engines, the ear-piercing wail of electric horns, the anxious shouts of countless people, all of it fused into a cacophonous cloud of noise. Around them, a vast crowd of people was flowing through the congested road, the vehicles waiting hopelessly for a chance to move forward. There were men, women, and children, some carrying bags and backpacks containing their belongings, some empty-handed. A driver of a massive transport was standing on the side of the cabin, screaming furiously for everyone to get out of his way and that he had orders to reach the port. His yells were useless, of course. Even if the crowd of people parted, there was another vehicle right in front of the transport, and another one after that, and another one after that, all similarly stuck. The people moving toward the port on foot were acting senselessly as well. It was not like they had a chance of getting on a ship simply by reaching the fortress. Most of them had simply panicked and lost all reason. Some had not even wanted to go but were swept up by the crowd. In any case, the mob presented a serious obstacle to Sonny. Luckily, his uniform had turned out to be good enough of a deterrent where he walked. A small bubble of empty space magically appeared, allowing his group to advance forward with sufficient speed. Even in this state, the people were able to recognize a master. Some moved aside out of respect and reverence, some out of fear. This is damn Sonny had considered himself an experienced person, and not without reason. From the starless void of the forgotten shore to the frozen hellscape of Antarctica, he had seen and lived through a lot of things, both incredible and terrifying. However, he had never experienced anything on the scale of what was currently happening in Falcon Scott. Even the destruction of the Ivory City did not quite come close by the time the cohort reached the northern section of the wall. He was in a grim and sober mood. Here, there was another massive gate, its wings currently retracted into the framework of the barrier. Beyond it was a vast span of concrete that led directly to the edge of the tall cliffs. Usually there would be several organized lines of refugees waiting for their turn to use the elevators, and a lot of loader robots carrying cargo to and from the fortress. Now, however, the whole space was covered by a sea of people, all frantic to get closer to the edge and get a chance to descend to the coast. Someone was still operating the elevators, but the personnel of the transfer station had clearly given up on trying to control the mob. People were pressed tightly against the alloy barriers that were meant to prevent them from falling down, and some were even trying to climb over them. Nothing but a deadly fall awaited them on the other side, but the climbers seemed completely crazed. Nuth, Look, Muru, Sonny. Sonny stared at the startling scene for a few moments, then looked away. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the unbearable cold of the polar winter run down his spine. A human mob was a frightening thing. It was even more frightening because everything had been fine just half a day ago. In such a short time, the whole city seemed to have gone mad. What are these fools hoping to accomplish? Sonny flinched. What was he hoping to accomplish? Gritting his teeth, he pushed forward through the crowd. His uniform and aura of authority cleared a path, and when that was not enough, he simply pushed people away. With Sonny's strength, it was not at all hard. Remaining gentle enough not to crush anyone was much harder. His soldiers followed. After experiencing the horrors of the nightmare spell and the tempering of countless battles, they all managed to remain composed. Beth and Professor Obel, however, looked deeply rattled. Still, they followed too. After some time, Sonny finally reached the entrance to one of the elevators. Currently, it was closed, since the platform had not yet arrived. The refugees moved slightly aside to give the awakened some breathing room. However, he could still hear their voices. "Look, a master." "You there, officer? What the hell is happening?" "Please, take me with you." "Curse you." He kept looking forward, ignoring the yells. Some people tried to ingratiate themselves with Sonny. Some cursed him out and demanded explanations. Some stupidly became overjoyed, as if the appearance of an ascended was going to solve everything. At least it's not as cold. With so many bodies around, the oppressive cold had retreated a little. Eventually, a massive platform arrived from the bottom of the cliffs, and the barrier retracted into the ground. Sonny led his group forward, taking a place near the opposite side of it. From there he could see the ocean and the port fortress below. There was only one gargantuan ship currently anchored near it, with several large ferries coursing between the vessel and the pier to bring people aboard. The port itself was as crowded as the transfer station, and so was the pier. The situation inside seemed even more chaotic than here. After around 2,000 people and several large transport vehicles entered the platform, the barrier rose once again and the elevator plummeted down. It seemed to be moving at a greater speed than usual, causing several passengers to yelp in fear. However, the platform safely reached the bottom of the cliffs in less than a minute. There was a walled road leading from the elevators to the port. Half of it was designated for pedestrian traffic, half for the vehicles. That road was congested as well. But further away, Sonny noticed soldiers standing watch above it, carrying out their duty with lost expressions on their faces. Luckily, no nightmare creatures had chosen today to attack the city from the coast. "Let's go." Glancing at Kim, who was still carrying Luster, he continued toward the port. It took some time to reach it as well. The closer they got to the pier, the more frantic the atmosphere became. Some of the people here arrived after the terrible news of Skytide's defeat had spread, but some had been here even earlier, happily waiting to be brought away to eastern Antarctica as per the government queue. Now, their chances of getting a spot on the ship were suddenly uncertain. But we were scheduled to be relocated today. "Look, we have tickets. Get the hell out of my way. Sir, please, just let me through. When is the next ship arriving? When is?" The port officers were desperately trying to create some semblance of order, but it was useless still. Only so many people could get aboard, so there were soldiers standing guard at the entrance to the pier and a barrier of alloy mesh that slid up and down, letting groups of refugees proceed further from time to time. Every time the barrier retracted, the crowd grew agitated and tried to push forward, only to be thrown back by the heavy gazes of the guards. Sonny hesitated. What now? Chapter Lef 54, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 72. He looked around, studying the barrier and the crowded pier that could be seen through the mesh. Then, suddenly, Sonny heard a familiar voice. "Move back, damn it! Don't push. If you have a spot in the queue, present an ID. If you're a member of the First Army, come that way. Get a hold of yourself and behave like people." He looked around and saw a tall, handsome man with indigo eyes and hair that seemed somewhere between black and blue standing in front of the barrier, struggling to hold back the panicked crowd. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Pushing closer to the man, he called out, "Knave? What the hell are you doing here?" The man, it was indeed Master Knive of the House of Night, blinked a couple of times, then looked in his direction with a confused expression. "Sonny? Gods, it's you. What are? It doesn't matter. I'm now in charge of boarding, I guess." Sonny led his group to the barrier, stopping right in front of the Nightwalker. Knive gestured for a nearby awakened to assume his position and took a step to the side. He gave Sonny a somber look. "That ship over there is where I'm assigned to. We are going to leave once we're at capacity, actually. We are already over capacity, but a few more people can still be squeezed in, so..." Sonny frowned. "What about Bloodwave?" The Nightwalker sighed. "He led the other ship away a few hours ago with St. Tyrus aboard. There will be more ships tomorrow and more the day after that if the Winter Beast does not arrive sooner. But Uncle won't be coming back. He'll guard the strait until the relocation is over, and then we will resume evacuating people over the ocean to the northern quadrant." Sonny nodded. "Figures. Listen." Knave spoke first, interrupting him. "Do you need to get on the ship?" Sonny grew quiet, suddenly ashamed for no reason. Strangely, he felt thankful to the Nightwalker for not forcing him to say it aloud. After a few moments of awkward silence, Sonny shook his head. Not me. I just need to place a tether inside. Ascended could simply retreat into the dream realm whenever they wished. Even if their tether remained in the Antarctic center, a saint would then be able to bring them back to the waking world, to a safer region. Granted, there were no saints on the Ivory Island, so Sonny was a bit more inconvenienced in that regard. Of course, leaving the waking world was not an instantaneous process. It required some time and absolute concentration, so doing it in the middle of a battle was usually impossible. Any Ascended that remained in the city would have to travel to the Dream Realm before the Winter Beast arrived, or risk annihilation with the rest of the mundane people. Still, taking up a spot on a ship would be a waste. Neravenu and Sonny had long decided to stay and try to stall the Titan anyway. He looked at Knave. I don't need one. But my people. Sonny glanced at Beth, Professor Obel, and the members of his cohort. Knave looked at them, too. His face fell. The Nightwalker hesitated for a few moments, then said quietly, Sonny, I have 3 spots reserved as a member of the crew. I will give you those. Beyond that, however, I can get the rest of your cohort on board, too. Members of the First Army have a priority right to be evacuated. But those additional spots, they will come at the expense of civilians with officially issued tickets. So it's your decision. He paused, and then added apologetically, Sorry, but you have to make it quick. This is going to be the last batch we let in tonight. As though to echo his words, the mesh barrier suddenly slid into the ground with a metallic screech. The soldiers started checking the IDs and letting people pass through one by one. Sonny froze for a moment. His face grew still. So, his heart grew heavy. So this is what it came to. 3 spots, or having to displace civilians who had a spot in the queue. His soldiers had all heard what Knive said. Sonny turned around, looking at them. Kim, Luster, Dorn, Samara, Bell, Beth, Professor Obel. What was he supposed to do? Curse it all. As Sonny studied the faces of his soldiers, Bell, Dorn, and Samara briefly glanced at each other. Then the giant man looked at Sonny and slightly shook his head. There were no words spoken, and yet, for a moment, Sonny felt as though his heart was pierced by a sharp blade. He lowered his head, then looked at Professor Obel. The old man met his gaze, and the two of them remained motionless for several seconds, as if having a silent conversation. Finally, Sonny looked at the mob of frightened refugees crowding behind the line of the barrier, all desperate to be saved. He sighed. How terrible. Why the hell did I want to be an officer? Gods, no amount of the damned contribution points was worth it. Then Sonny straightened his back and said confidently, Beth, Professor Obel, you go in first. Beth gave him a startled glance, but the old man gently pushed her forward. They moved past Naive, the young woman crossing the line first. However, as soon as she did, Professor Obel silently took a step back. At the same time, Sonny pushed Kim and Luster. His push, though, was not too gentle. The two stumbled past Naive, ending up on the other side of the line, too. They were one of the last people to be let through. A moment later, the barrier rose with a screech, and a wall of alloy mesh cut off the pier from the rest of the port. Sonny, Professor Obel, Samara, Dorn, and Bell remained on one side. Kim, Luster, and Beth were on the other. The young woman turned around, confused. When she saw the old man behind the fence, her eyes widened. Professor?
What? Why are you?
Professor Obel smiled. It's all right, Beth. We already had that conversation, remember? Stop being stubborn and forgive this old man. Ah, my old bones really can't endure another journey. She grabbed the mesh, frantic. No, you can't. How could you? He sighed. I only have a few more years left to live at best, Beth. I might have accomplished a lot in this life, but it's coming to an end, the old man chuckled. You will accomplish even more given time. What do you think I was already brilliant at your age? Gods, no. I barely knew how to tie my shoes. Letting someone young take my place is a privilege of mine, especially someone like you or awakened Kim over there. Beth stared at him for a few long moments, her eyes glistening. Then she turned to Sonny. Sonny. What? What about? He scoffed. I'll be fine. It's like you don't know me. There's not a single selfless bone in my body, so you don't really have to worry about my safety. At that point, Kim finally spoke. Captain Sonny glanced at her and frowned. You keep Luster and Beth safe. Who knows what will happen? Go board the ship and get the hell out of here, Kim. That's an order. He remained silent for a moment, and then added, Also, it's Major, damn it. And that was that. Soon Kim, Luster, and Beth boarded a ferry and were taken to the towering vessel. Sonny and the rest remained in the doomed siege capital in Falcon, Scott. The air was getting colder and colder. Chapter 1055, The Fall of Falcon, Scott, 73. After things were settled, Sonny did not really know what to do. Professor Obel wanted to go back to the dormitory, for now, so Sonny asked Belle, Dorn, and Samara to take the old man there. After that, they were supposed to return to the barracks. Left alone, Sonny remained motionless for a few minutes, then used Shadow Step to sneak aboard Knave's ship. Placing a tether there did not take him much time. After the invisible mark was created, he used the same method to return to the port fortress. It was already night, of course. Night and day were absolutely the same during the long winter, here in Antarctica. Still, it meant that the winter beast would arrive in around 12 hours at the earliest, and in no more than 40 at the latest. Sonny slowly made his way back to the elevators. No one was moving in the opposite direction of the port, so he did not have to force his way through the crowd. He just walked slowly, moving aside to let vehicles pass from time to time. The elevators were going up entirely empty as well. His lonesome figure startled the crowd of people waiting for the platform to arrive at the upper transfer station. Sonny spared them a heavy glance, then sighed and dissipated into the shadow. He had no desire to travel through the mob again. To waste as little essence as possible, he simply glided through the darkness and appeared some distance away in the shadow of the city wall. Then he used a lift to reach the battlements and finally escaped the panicked sea of people. From here he could see the vast expanse of the city. Falcon Scott was bathed in darkness and suffused with stark artificial light. Snowflakes danced in the frigid air, and above it all, the ghostly aurora swirled like a celestial river of ghostly flames. Countless stars shone coldly high above. Sonny looked at the dreamlike scene for a few moments, then sighed. How come it looks so beautiful? On the other side of the wall was the ocean. He could see the port below, the overflowing mass of people within it, and the lone battleship towering above the dark waters. Sonny walked along the length of the wall, keeping his eye on the vessel. There were soldiers standing watch on the wall. Strangely enough, none of them seemed in a hurry to leave their posts. In fact, he could feel a strange mood permeating the air. The crowd of refugees below was almost frenzied, but here on the battlements, the members of the First Army were almost tranquil. It was not the resigned tranquility of desperation either, just unvarnished calmness of people who had been through hell and did not fear the end. Soon he heard one of the soldiers say, "Look, it's moving." Sonny could see it as well. The battleship was finally departing. The titanic chain rattled as it rose, soon revealing a massive anchor. Then, slowly, the giant vessel started to move, distancing itself from the port. Its departure caused the people packed into the fortress to cry out, the litany of their voices flying on the wind to reach his ears. A raspy female voice responded to the soldier. "Poor guys. I feel bad for them. It's too damn cold." The first male voice sounded again after a moment of silence. "Yeah, I hope someone in the port will have enough sense to hand out food, blankets, and something hot to drink. Speaking of something to drink, give that thing here." Sonny frowned. "Noelsp. Mort. Don't those voices sound familiar?" He looked at the pair of talkative soldiers. One of them was a man in the uniform of the First Army. The other was an awakened woman wearing a beautiful, enchanted robe. The two of them were passing a flask of something fragrant between each other while idly observing the departure of the battleships. Sonny tilted his head. Surprised, they were Sergeant Gear and Lieutenant Karen, two officers who had been under his command during the hellish march to Falcon Scott. He had not seen them after reaching the siege capital. Sonny hesitated for a moment, then said, "Hey, you." Karen flinched and grabbed the parapet of the battlement with both hands. "To be stupidly tough, though? Huh? I thought I heard him too." "Weird." Sonny sighed. Her face paled a little. Gear? I think I drank too much. I just heard the devil calling out to me." The mundane soldier scoffed. "Ain't no way you're drunker than me. Aren't you awakened supposed to be stupidly tough, though? Huh? I thought I heard him too." "Weird." Sonny sighed. "That's because I'm standing right behind you." Both of them slowly turned around and stared at him for a few moments. Then sincere smiles suddenly appeared on their faces. "Captain, sir, you're here too." He rolled his eyes, then came closer and leaned on the parapet beside them. "Yes, I'm here too." After the caravan reached the city, the soldiers and awakened he had led were absorbed back into the First Army and sent to reinforce the garrison. He had met a few here and there during the siege, but largely Sonny had no idea what had happened to them. It was strange to see Gear and Karen again. He studied them for a bit, then asked, "The two of you did not board the ship?" Sergeant Gear hesitated, then shrugged relaxedly. No. It just feels weird to leave all these people behind and run away. Actually, pretty much no one I know went and took a spot for themselves. Most of us First Army grunts are staying." He took a sip from the flask and chuckled. "It's like we all made a weird suicide pact." Karen pulled the flask out of his hand and smiled. "It's all right, though. Actually, I feel like I was supposed to die in Erebus Field. That would have been sad." She took a big gulp and sighed with pleasure. "Because everyone there died, but here, we already made sure that 170 million people escaped. By tomorrow it's going to be 180. That's a lot of people. That's a job well done, if you ask me. And if we manage to hold out for a day or two more, then that's going to be even better." Gear nodded. "That is the reason why we were sent here in the first place, isn't it? To make sure that these people escape, so saving ourselves at their expense just feels weird, that's all." Sonny studied them for a few moments, remaining silent. Then he sighed. "I guess I feel the same way. Plus, I really hate losing as well." Karen and Gear looked at him with complicated expressions. "Sir, you're staying too?" Sonny smiled slightly. "Yeah. But don't get me wrong. I am not planning on dying heroically. Unlike some people, I haven't given up on giving that beast a good fight." The two soldiers were quiet for a bit. Then Gear suddenly laughed. "Good. That's good. Hell, now that I know that you're going to be with us too, sir, I'm starting to feel that maybe there's still a chance. We already killed one Titan, didn't we? What's one more?" Karen lingered for a moment, then offered the flask to Sonny and patted the mundane soldier on the shoulder. "Sure, Gear. Sure, it's just a corrupted Titan. Let's kill it. Why not?" Sonny received the flask and took a sip of something bitter, flavorful, and absolutely searing. He grimaced and coughed, feeling his eyes turn wet with tears. Gods, what the hell are they drinking? After a while, when he regained his ability to speak again, Sonny wiped his eyes and passed the flask to Karen. Feeling a pleasant warmth spread through his body, he said, "Yeah, you're right. It's just a corrupted Titan, chapter 1056. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 74. It was already morning by the time Sonny made his way to the dormitory tower where Professor Obel was staying. The cold had gotten even more oppressive, and the wind was like a sharp knife that cut ruthlessly against his skin. It was rather strange. Soon after the news of the winter beast's inevitable attack spread through the city, the whole population seemed to have gone marl. Fear, panic, and desperation were like a wildfire that spread through the siege capital, throwing it into utter chaos. For a while, it was as though Falcon Scott had turned into a wounded, frenzied beast, but now a strange calmness permeated the snow-covered streets. Even near the port, the mob had become meek and docile. A few more ships arrived, and a few more millions of people were taken away. The rest either surrendered themselves to fate or gave up completely. As soon as they let go of hope, their fear disappeared. Their panic subsided, too. Sonny walked through the city. He saw different people coping with the merciless reality of the situation in different ways. Some seemed numb and lethargic. Some seemed serene and at peace. Everyone found solace in their own way. He even saw groups of people climb to the roofs of the highest buildings, carrying chairs, portable heaters, and food. They were going to watch the arrival of the Titan and meet their ends together. Others were trying to get as deep underground as they could. A siege capital like Falcon Scott had plenty of durable subterranean shelters. However, if anyone thought that they could hide from the approaching doom there, they were sorely mistaken. No amount of frozen soil and layers of mundane defenses were going to stop a corrupted Titan. There had been shelters in Erebus Field, too, but no one who had entered them survived, and Goliath was in no way a match for the winter beast. As for Sonny himself, he had not given up yet. He still had some will to fight left in him. He had spent these hours trying to come up with a way to, if not defeat the abominable horror, then at least tie down and stall it. Sadly, Sonny saw no way to win, no matter how hard he looked. The enemy was just too strong, and his bag of tricks was all but empty. There was no time to prepare anything, and even if there were, he was not sure that he would have been able to pull another miracle out of thin air. Killing Goliath was already an astonishing feat in the past, before the transcendence of the first saints. It had taken all of clan valor decades to slay a fallen Titan. But Sonny destroyed the dreadful stone colossus in a single second. If he had been a couple seconds slower, the city would have probably already been destroyed. That was how terrifying Titans were. The further one walked on the road of ascendance, or corruption, the greater the distance between individual steps. There was a vast chasm between a terror and a Titan, and an even more boundless abyss between a fallen and a corrupted one. Sonny had not come up with a single good idea. His own strength was insufficient, and there was no one stronger around to borrow it from. Is it really hopeless? Despite it all, he was reluctant to accept that fact, and yet a shadow of doubt was weighing on his heart. As Sonny was approaching the dormitory tower, his thoughts wandered to Gear and Karen. His mood turned dark as he remembered all the people he had brought to Falcon Scott, and how much effort had gone into preserving their lives. Where were they now? The nameless sleeper, the kid who had called him uncle once, the brave soldier who had lost his arm to the devouring cloud. Had they been evacuated? Or were they still out there somewhere within the doomed city? Most of the 200 million people had already been evacuated, so the chances of that weren't high. Standing in front of the entrance to the dormitory, he looked at the piles of snow on both sides of it. The man who had been so happy to give him a sandwich. Was he and his wife safe? And countless others. With a deep sigh, Sonny entered the tower and made his way to Professor Obel's apartment. The old man met him with a calm smile. Master Sunless, come in, come in. By now there was no one inside the apartment except for the old man. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually Professor Obel sighed. I wanted to thank you. Some time ago I made a request of you to not choose to save my life over someone else's. Back then you didn't agree. I'm glad that you changed your mind. Sonny looked at the old man with a bleak expression. He remembered that conversation. Back then he had foolishly proclaimed that he would not have to choose because he would simply save everyone he decided to save. Technically, Sonny had kept that promise. The convoy had made it to Falcon Scott, and although there were some casualties, he never ended up having to put Professor Obel's life over that of other people. Who could have known that their woes would only grow more calamitous after reaching the distant siege capital? Sonny pursed his lips, and then said in an even tone, I'm not going to lie, Professor. I'm unhappy with your decision. After all the effort I've put into keeping you alive, you still chose to stay. It makes me feel as though all those struggles of mine were meaningless. They had not been, of course. Tens of thousands of people and maybe even millions were alive because of what Sonny had done. But millions of people were faceless. To him, Professor Obel had long become somewhat of a personification of all the mundane humans. The First Army was meant to save him and Beth. The old man smiled wistfully. I knew that you would feel that way. People who are as principled as you, young man, are a rare breed. They can't help but feel responsible for the entire world, however. The world is too vast, Major Sunless. You can't defeat it all by yourself, and you shouldn't be forced to either. Sonny looked at him with surprise. Now, that is very amusing. He couldn't help but snort. Principled? Me? Professor, you are deeply mistaken. I have no principles to speak of. I'm just stubborn, spiteful, and a little bit mad. That's all there is to me. The old man laughed. Novi one. If you say so, young man, anyway, you must be really busy. I won't keep you. However, I do have one last favor to ask. Would you mind escorting me to the communication array? My work schedule is technically suspended, but a bunch of us old engineers decided to gather there. Who knows, maybe we'll even manage to restore function to the whole thing. In any case, it will be an extremely interesting problem to solve. I already have a few ideas. Sonny stared at him for a few moments, then silently nodded. Together they left the dormitory tower and ventured through the streets of Falcon Scott, chatting idly as they did. Time seemed to slow down a little. Nevertheless, they eventually reached the base of the communication array complex where a dozen or so old men and women were standing waiting for the latecomers to arrive. Some of them waved to Professor Obel, calling out to him with boisterous voices. The old man waved in response, then turned to Sonny and smiled. We're here. Thank you very much, young man. For everything. Sonny felt as though a lump was stuck in his throat. He lingered for a few moments, then forced out a few words. Don't mention it. And thank you too, Professor. Please, stay safe. Professor Obel patted him on the shoulder. You must survive, Major. Don't hesitate to save yourself when the time comes. Farewell. With that, he smiled one last time, then turned away and headed to the other old engineers. They welcomed him with friendly greetings. Sonny remained motionless for a while, then turned away too. Damnation. Grilling his teeth, he shivered in the cold and started walking. The shadow weighing on his heart had become heavier. Chapter 1057. The Fall of Falcon Scott 75. He found his soldiers calmly preparing for the nearing, and most likely their last battle. Sonny had chosen the members of his cohort based on their mental resilience, but even still, he was surprised and slightly disturbed by how nonchalant all three seemed. Samara had lost her rifle, but was now in possession of Kim's carbine. She was sitting on an alloy crate, silently charging one bullet after another with essence. Bell was sharpening his sword with a vague smile on his face. Memories did not need to be sharpened, but the swordsman had a habit of doing so anyway. Dorn had been wounded by the Scavenger. The deep cut on his chest had already been dealt with by an awakened healer, but he was yet to fully recover. The giant man was moving his shoulder through a set of stretching exercises, wincing from time to time. His sledgehammer was nearby, its handle leaning against the wall. When Sonny entered, the three awakened glanced his way and saluted. "What's the news, sir?" He shook his head. "No news yet. If we're lucky, the bastard will show up tomorrow. If we're not, it will be here today." Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then added, "In any case, we will have to deal with the blizzard first. Keep those charms I gave you summoned. Protection against cold is going to play a big role when the winter beast comes." Sonny possessed the memory of ice, but he had also created lesser versions of the ascended charm for each of his soldiers. Those memories were not as potent, but also required much less essence to sustain the enchantments. They nodded, summoning the artificial charms, looking at his soldiers. Sonny couldn't help but feel a hint of fear. He had only known these people for a few months, but they had gone through a lifetime of struggles together. Even if he wasn't responsible for their lives, he would still have been fiercely reluctant to see them die. Bell, Dorn, Samara, they were admirable warriors each. More importantly, they were his people. Sonny sighed. You just had to go and stay, huh? He had been fully prepared to have Knive load the whole cohort on the ship. But the three awakened silently refused. Staying in Falcon Scott was their choice. Bell looked at him and grinned. "Sure, sir, that's our job." Samara simply nodded, choosing not to say anything in her usual manner. Dorn chuckled. "We did. But aren't you here too, Major?" Sonny winced. Of course it wasn't the same. He was an Ascended, and one ridiculously hard to kill on top of that. His soldiers, however, were merely awakened. They were not nearly as resilient. "Yeah, I am." Bell put his sword away, the smile slowly disappearing from his face. The swordsman remained silent for a few moments, looking at him with an uncharacteristically serious expression. A heavy atmosphere settled in the barracks room. Eventually, he said, "There is something I wanted to ask you, though, sir. You don't have to answer, of course." Sonny frowned. "What is it?" Bell hesitated for a bit, then asked thoughtfully, "There are rumors going around that you're dating Mongrel. But Mongrel, she is your echo. What's that all about?" Sonny stared at him, speechless. "What the hell are you on about? Feel. I'm not dating anyone." The swordsman suddenly threw his head back and exploded with laughter. I see, I see." Dorn gave him a disapproving look and let out an exasperated sigh. That guy. Sonny shook his head, suddenly feeling an urge to laugh, too. "He's crazier than me. Gods. If you're done, Bell, let's discuss strategy." Sometime later, Sonny walked outside to get some fresh air. The air was much cleaner in Antarctica. After all, it would be a waste to remain inside all the time, even despite the cold. As Sonny stared at the distant sky, he suddenly noticed a black bird looking at him from a nearby roof. Then he heard the sound of approaching footsteps. "Sonny, there you are." Master Jet appeared front behind a corner and walked over to him, then stopped, her icy blue eyes full of coldness that was even more chilling than the polar night. He looked at her, then smiled. "Here I am," she sighed. "I sent all the information we have about the winter beast to your communicator. Did you read it?" He nodded. Sadly, there was little known about the Titan and its abilities. Even though St. Tyrus had spent months suppressing the creature, most of their drawn-out battle had not been a direct one. The winter beast had shown an eerie ability to control cold, snow, and wind. Since Sky Tide commanded the winds as well, their battlefield had been the sky above the Antarctic center itself. It was precisely because the Titan's most dreadful power had been continuously countered by St. Tyrus that no one knew its true extent. It had to be tremendous, though, considering that the mere presence of the creature was distorting communications across the entire region. All Sonny and Jet could do was make educated guesses. She hesitated. "Good, then." After that, both fell silent. Sonny looked at Soul Reaper, remembering the past. She was the first person he had met after surviving the first nightmare. Back then, Jet looked like an unreachable goddess to him. Seeing her cold beauty, he had been stunned. Luckily, she promptly slapped some sense back into him. After that, Master Jet was always in the background of his life, arguably saving it on more than one occasion with her advice and slightly jaded wisdom. And now they were equals. It was funny. The two of them had only met a few years ago, but Sonny felt as though he had known Led all his life. Maybe because those years felt like several lifetimes, he sighed, then suddenly asked, "Master Jet, I've always wanted to ask, why did you really join the government? Considering your abilities and character, the legacy clans probably showered you with offers, and incredible ones at that. Well, you must have received a special strategic asset designation as well." They had briefly talked about it in the past, but Sonny always felt that he did not know the full truth. Soul Reaper looked at him with a surprised expression. "What? Where did this come from?" He chuckled. "Just curious, that's all." Jet remained silent for a bit, then scoffed. "Well, all right, but you are really overestimating me. A special strategic asset? I wasn't even designated as a simple strategic asset. Sure, my aspect was a dangerous and unique one, but other than that, I was completely unremarkable. I was foolish, timid, and unsure of myself, too. It was only later, much later, After being beaten by life over and over again, that I got rid of some of my foolishness and bloomed into this awesome and incomparably majestic figure you see in front of yourself today. Noit feels satisfied? Sonny smiled. I guess after a few moments of silence, he asked, "Do you regret it, though? The path that you took?" She looked away, a thoughtful expression appearing on her face. Master Jet pondered his question for a bit, then shrugged. Her voice was calm. "Ours is a bitter life, Sonny. From the outskirts of NQSC to here, it has often been bitter and only rarely sweet. A life like that, it would be a waste to make it taste more bitter still with regret. So, no, I might be unsatisfied with many things, but I would never waste my time on regret." Jet looked at him and raised a brow. "Why are you feeling regretful about something?" Sonny laughed. "Honestly, right now, I am regretting pretty much every single decision I've made in my life." She stared at him blankly, then rolled her eyes. "Well, get over it. We have a Titan to fight." And so they did. The temperature continued to plunge, and the winds grew more and more frenzied, howling through the streets of the siege capital like hungry wolves. Faster than everyone had hoped, only a few short hours later. The winter beast had reached Falcon Scott, Chapter 1058, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 76. The remains of the field army sent to the Antarctic Center gathered into a formation after marching across the giant crater. The hill, like stone corpse of the fallen Titan Goliath, the pit created by the enormous explosion, and the city with millions of defenseless humans sheltering inside were now behind them. In front of them were a vast field of snow and the towering peaks of the mountains. There were around 20,000 mundane soldiers, some of them piloting the mighty war platforms, and 1,000 or so awakened gathered in front of the crater. Just like Gear had said, very few members of the First Army had used the priority right to be evacuated ahead of civilians. Most had remained and were now preparing to face a dreadful foe. The winter beast. The plan of the battle was rather simple. The creature's physical body was rumored to be hidden at the heart of the blizzard, protected by hurricane winds and murderous cold. To prevent it from reaching the siege capital, the army was going to advance into the snowstorm and confront the Titan. Neither mundane soldiers nor the awakened had any hope of actually damaging a corrupted nightmare creature. Luckily, an abomination that mostly relied on unnatural powers to kill its prey could not be too formidable in a physical confrontation. The few masters who still remained with the army had a good chance of wounding, or even slaying it, if they could get close enough. Aside from Sonny and Jet, there were two more masters who had both survived the previous weeks of the siege and chosen to stay and fight. The four of them were spread across the formation, each commanding one of the 4 brigades. Nightmare was still slumbering because of the wounds he had received during the previous battle, but Saint, maybe due to the mantle of darkness, had already recovered. However, Sonny did not summon her yet. He wanted to keep his strongest weapon at hand in case things went wrong. If the army was unsuccessful in their desperate gamble to breach the wall of the blizzard, he would send one of his shadows ahead to allow the taciturn night to emerge from it near the Titan and engage the abomination in battle. That was his last resort. Even still, Sonny did not know if Saint would be able to do anything. That was the main problem. None of them knew anything for sure. The winter beast was just too unknown and mysterious. Chances were every single one of them would die long before catching a glimpse of the Titan's true body. Curse that fiend. Sonny was standing in front of the brigade of grim-faced soldiers who were now under his nominal command. The members of his cohort were right behind him, and behind them were the rest of the awakened. The mundane soldiers were at the back of the column, comprising most of it. All of them were looking ahead, struggling against the cruel winds. In front of them, a cloud of snow was descending from the mountains, slowly blotting out the sky. It was like a swirling white wall was slowly erasing the world. With each second, the winds were growing stronger, and the terrible cold was becoming more unbearable. The blizzard was coming. Sonny sighed, then looked over his shoulder. Get ready. Without Kim, the members of his cohort lost the ability to borrow his sight. Each of them had summoned a luminous memory, and so had the rest of the awakened in the brigade. The mundane soldiers, too, were equipped with various light-producing devices. Beams of powerful spotlights shot into the darkness from the shoulders of the towering MWPs. The brigade appeared like a river of light in the middle of a sea of darkness. The harrowing snowstorm was getting closer and closer. Advance. Sonny took the first step forward, and the soldiers followed. The war platforms prepared their flamethrowers. Since the Titan's most fearsome weapon was cold today, these armaments were more valuable for their ability to create heat, not for their destructive potential. On both sides of the brigade, two more rivers of light flowed forward, one commanded by Soul Reaper Jet, one by an Ascended that Sonny had met a few times, but did not really know. A few moments later, the snow was upon them. Sonny shivered, feeling a merciless chill permeate his body. Even with his elemental resistance and the help of the memory of ice, he was shocked by how ferocious the cold was. He could only imagine how terrible it was for the rest of the soldiers. It had never been the same the previous times Sonny encountered the wandering blizzard. Now that St. Tyrus was not suppressing the winter beast, it had fully unleashed its power, causing the world itself to become its tool. This snowstorm was not an after-effect of the Titan's presence on the landmass either. It was directly created by the frozen horror. In fact, the snowstorm itself was the horror. It was as much a part of the winter beast as the physical body hidden in the heart of the blizzard was. In that regard, the corrupted Titan was much closer to the dark sea of the forgotten shore than it was to a simpler creature like Goliath. For a moment, Sonny wondered if there was something secretly hidden at the heart of the cursed sea as well. Flamethrowers. The MWPs walking at the sides of the column extended their arms, sending long streams of fire crisscrossing above the formation. It was as though a flaming cage was created around the brigade for a few moments. The cold receded slightly. The billowing clouds of snow were instantly melted, and drops of water rained down on the shivering humans. For as long as the war platforms had fuel to keep the flames burning, the army still had a chance to reach the depths of the unnatural snowstorm. However, they had not burned for long. Chapter Billin 1359, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 77. It was all a gamble. A dire, dangerous, deadly gamble the soldiers of the First Army were betting their lives against the winter beast, without even knowing if they would be able to reach it, let alone hurt it. They might have made that gamble out of desperation, but they had also made it out of necessity. All of them had received a chance to leave, and all of them turned it down. Some had done it due to their sense of duty or camaraderie or misguided bravery. Some had simply grown numb to the horrors of the war. As for Sonny himself, he was not really sure what had led him here. He had come to this broken land in search of power, but that desirous quest seemed so childish now. Antarctica had put a lot of things in perspective, however. This shift of perspective only made things less clear instead of revealing the truth. All he knew was that he felt fiercely reluctant to leave the job unfinished, and that he did not want to fail the soldiers who had entrusted him with their lives. Sonny had never wanted to be in charge of anyone, but now that he was, their hopes and desires weighed on him like chains. Strangely, though, he did not want to refuse that burden. He felt quite protective of it. Maybe that was what Master Jet had meant when she said that no one was free in this world, regardless of the reason. Sonny felt a frantic hope burning in his chest as he marched into the blizzard. Come on, we can do it. Behind him, the column of shivering soldiers stubbornly moved forward inside a cage of flames. The infantrymen were all encased in suits of powered armor, which were all hermetic and insulated, capable of withstanding the most hazardous environments. The awakened were all much tougher, and many of them possessed protective memories on top of that. And yet they were all suffering from the terrifying cold. It was just too insidious finding a way to pass through all forms of defense. Even Sonny felt miserable because of the snowstorm. Much worse, the cold was getting worse and worse the deeper into the blizzard they walked. They had to find the true body of the winter beast soon that cold. There's something wrong about it. It doesn't feel like a natural force. Even his thoughts felt slow and frigid. But there was no way back for them now. All that Sonny could do was march forward and endure, hoping that he and his soldiers would be able to reach the heart of the blizzard. The fire produced by the MWPs helped alleviate the cold to a certain extent, but then slowly, the heat of the furious flames started to feel less and less substantial. The flamethrowers were still spouting long streams of burning fuel, but it was as though the fire itself had been robbed of its warmth. How could fire be cold? Sonny did not know, but he felt as though the flames now contained no heat whatsoever. They were like predators that had lost all their teeth. Curse it? He glanced back, seeing a few of the mundane soldiers staggering as they walked, then gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. The snowstorm could not be too vast. They had to be getting closer to its center. All they had to do was endure a little longer. Suppressing a hint of fear, Sonny sent his shadows to scout ahead. As soon as his body lost their support, the cold assaulted it with renewed strength. He cursed quietly and concentrated on resisting the furious blows of the hurricane winds. Behind him, the awakened and the mundane soldiers were shielding their faces and leaning forward to withstand the force of the storm. Even the towering war platforms were struggling to keep their balance. They had great mass, but also a much larger surface for the wind to attack. The pilots controlled their lumbering machines with intricate skill, keeping them upright and moving forward. The shadows flew into the storm. Even though it was almost impossible to see through the raging snow, they had other ways to perceive the world. Sonny hoped that at least one of them would be able to discover the true body of the winter beast after all. Searching for it was not hard. All he had to do was follow to where the cold was most dreadful. The closer one got to the heart of the blizzard, the more terrible the unnatural cold would become, and indeed his shadows were able to discover the right direction soon. They all failed to reach the eye of the storm, though. Sonny felt a little shaken when he realized that, further into the blizzard, even the shadows started suffering from the merciless cold. It made no sense, since shadows were incorporeal beings, but it was nevertheless true. Once they flew sufficiently deep into the snowstorm, the power of the winter beast seemed to transcend logic and reason. It was capable of freezing even those things that should have been incapable of being frozen. How can it? To his horror, Sonny realized that the frigid slowness of his thoughts was also not just in his imagination. If the corrupted Titan was capable of affecting shadows with its powers, why wouldn't it be able to affect minds? Nothing within the winter beast's snowy domain could avoid being pervaded by its power. Recalling the shadows, Sonny shuddered and continued to walk in the direction they had discovered. Every step he took felt heavier than the last. Behind him, a soldier fell to the ground. Others tried to help the soldier stand up, but it was of no use. The man was not moving. His comrades had no choice but to abandon their futile attempts. The column flowed past the motionless figure, and soon it was swallowed by the haze of the blizzard, disappearing from view. Not long after that, someone else dropped down. Sonny felt dread settle in his heart. No, we need to keep going. I refuse. I refuse to give up. I refuse to believe that the abomination's power cannot be broken. He continued to walk with an ugly expression on his face, leaning low to resist the shattering wind. Soon, more people fell into the snow. Sonny could feel their shadows turn lifeless in the distance. Every death cut him like a knife. It was only the mundane soldiers at first. Then one of the MWPs staggered and froze, depowering a moment later. A powerful squall crashed into it, making the towering machine sway and collapse. Eventually, even the weakest of the awakened started dying. And then the strongest of them, engrossed by grim fearlessness and dogged determination, the brigade continued to struggle forward. The other brigades were advancing into the blizzard by its side, too. However, their rate of progress was becoming slower and slower. The closer they got to the heart of the snowstorm, the more murderous the cold became, the stronger the winds grew, and the harder it was to make even a single step forward. It felt as though an irresistible force was pushing Sonny back, and at the same time trying to sap him of his very life, battering his body with blades of wind and ice. Damn it, at first, a soldier or two would fall every minute. Then a new body would fall into the embrace of the snow almost every second. Sonny felt a vast, maddening anguish and a deep, biting reluctance and fear. Not for himself, but for the mission. But then he became scared for himself, too. At some point, Sonny realized that because of the diabolical cold that permeated his mind, he could no longer feel his dream realm anchor. It still existed there, somewhere, but it was as though the mystical connection was distorted by a hazy wall of snow. Sonny could not sense the anchor and could not reach for it. He had nowhere to run, just like the rest of his soldiers. Are we going to lose just like that? They were not too far away now, but the snowstorm had become just too calamitous. Sonny had lost count of how many soldiers he had lost. In fact, his senses, even the shadow sense, were slowly failing him. He could not see too far, and he could not perceive too far. The world had narrowed down to a hazy sphere of a dozen meters, while everything else was obscured by snow. In that sphere, there were only a few awakened. As far as he knew, everyone else might have already succumbed to the ruthless cold. Gods, it can't be like this. It can't be. Damn it. In his heart, Sonny would have been able to accept if they had reached the true body of the winter beast, but failed to defeat it. But the idea of being wiped out without even making it to the eye of the storm was enough to drive him insane. Damn it, damn it, damn it all. And with each second still, the cold was growing more harrowing. 1550. But in the end, that was exactly what happened. Eventually, still surrounded by the wall of howling snow, Sonny realized that he could hardly make even a single step forward. He had lost sight of the brigade and did not know if any of his soldiers were still alive. There were only 3 awakened beside him, Belle, Dorn, and Samara, and with each second still, the cold was growing more harrowing. He closed his eyes. Admit it. Sonny hesitated, staring into the blizzard. Admit it, you lost, he shivered. You fool, what else did you expect would happen? It was almost as if the sin of solace was talking to him, but no, those were only his own thoughts. He had not even summoned the jade sword yet. His own thoughts were much more damning. Sonny let out a soft sigh, then turned around and looked at his soldiers. The members of his cohort were standing close to each other, bits of ice covering their hair. Their luminous memories had grown dim and weak, and their lips were blue. Their eyes, however, were much more calm than his own. Sonny studied their faces for a few moments, trying to come up with a solid thought. Eventually, he simply whispered, "I'm sorry." Bell smiled with the corner of his mouth, then slightly shook his head. That action alone seemed to take something out of him. And the swordsman swayed slightly. Samara reached out to support him, and he placed a hand on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. Dorn struggled a little and turned to face them. He gave his fellow awakened a warm nod, then kept looking at them without saying anything. Maybe he couldn't. Sonny remained motionless, watching. He watched them slowly grow still, and then he watched as the spark of life was gradually extinguished inside them. Samara was first, and then Dorn. Bell was the last to go. Only when their shadows had turned lifeless and empty did Sonny allow himself to dissipate into the darkness, escaping the murderous cold in the embrace of the shadows. The power of the winter beast was not nearly as overwhelming. It could still reach here somehow, but in a weakened state Sonny howled with sorrow and fury as he flew deeper into the blizzard. Even if everything was lost, he still wanted to try and reach the wretched abomination. He wanted to hurt, break, and kill it. But he failed. Even if the cold was not as terrifying in the shadows, it was still there. And the closer Sonny got to the heart of the blizzard, the more annihilating the cold became. He still persisted forward, feeling his very soul freeze and start to grow, still dying for a time. He almost made it. Eventually, though, Sonny had to turn back. He ran away. He ran away and hid himself, waiting for the snowstorm to pass. He survived. Chapter 1060. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 78. The winter beast came, and then it left. The last citadel of humanity in the Antarctic Center, Falcon Scott had fallen to the chain of nightmares. The harrowing blizzard had swept through it, freezing the whole city solid and killing everyone inside. Sonny had heard that a long time ago, during the dark times, or maybe even before that. The whole of Antarctica was covered by ice. It had been a land of perpetual winter, cold, and snow, after the corrupted Titan wiped out the last human settlement and retreated back into the mountains. As if satisfied to be the sole sovereign of the region, the landscape looked just like that again. The city was drowning in snow. The buildings emerged from it encased in ice. Below the cliffs, a large swath of the ocean was frozen as well. A gargantuan battleship was stuck in the ice, still anchored, the people aboard it all dead. Everyone was dead, except for Sonny. His soldiers were dead. Millions of civilians were dead. Professor Obel was dead too, but he was alive and not even wounded. Sonny had remained in the shadows for a long time, only emerging from them after his essence almost ran dry. And now he was digging a grave. The earth itself was frozen solid, so his task was not an easy one. He had to summon the Sin of Solace and use the beautiful jade blade to dig. Sonny was standing in a shallow pit, deepening it. His movements were fast and purposeful. Angry tears were streaming down his face, turning into ice before falling to the ground. He was not alone either. A vague shape that looked a lot like him was sitting on the edge of the pit, staring at him somberly. It had his voice, too. "Look at you go." Sonny gritted his teeth, ignoring the Sin of Solace. The cursed sword remained silent for a while, observing him. Eventually it asked, "So, did you find it? Conviction? Or whatever it was you've been searching for?" Sonny spared the vague shape a glance, then continued digging. No, I didn't find crap." He wiped his face with an elbow. "Actually, that's not true. I did find something. I found out that I was right all along." Sonny plunged the sword into the frozen soil and laughed. Faith, calling, conviction, all those lofty words, it's all rubbish, it's all meaningless. People like Anvil of Valor and Key Song have conviction, and that conviction helps them achieve greatness. Well, where are they? What good did it do? Where the hell were they, huh? He lowered the sword and stared at the vague shape with fury in his eyes. Those great people go around playing with their great conviction, while little people like us suffer and lose our little lives. But what's wrong with having small dreams? All I ever wanted was to live a good life and keep people I care about safe. What's wrong about that? Why do I have to have a great goal and soaring ambition to be allowed to exist? Sonny remained motionless for a moment, then returned to digging. I'll tell you why. It's because those bastards made it so that's the world they have built. They can pursue their convictions and trample on millions in the process, because there's no one to hold them responsible. They can have their little wars while ignoring the death toll, no matter how much people die. Hate it. I hate it. Suddenly he stopped, and then let out a small laugh. Effie, she was wrong. Well, I can't blame her. She doesn't know Nephis as well as I do. From the outside, it might really look like Neph draws power from conviction. And she does, too. But the truth is so much simpler. I mean, she told me herself, back on the Forgotten Shore. Years ago, Sonny had asked Nephis why she wanted to destroy the spell. And her answer was very simple indeed. Because I hate it. Because she hated it. She was going to destroy the spell because she wanted to, and she wanted to destroy the spell because she hated it. That was all. Sonny laughed again, then shook his head. Fool, I'm such a fool. The vague shape sitting on the edge of the grave grinned. Well, at least we agree on something. Sonny continued to dig, thinking back on the past months. He had not found conviction. But in a sense he also did. I don't need it. I know what I value, and I know what I want. It might not be much, but it's enough. I am who I am, and who I am is enough. It's plenty. He looked at the vague shape and made it disappear with a thought. Then Sonny climbed out of the grave and looked at it. There were 3 graves beside that one. They all stared at Sonny like monuments to his failure. Slowly, he turned to the 4 corpses that lay on the ground, a small distance away from the graves after the winter beast left. He had returned to collect the bodies of Belle, Dorn, and Samara, guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore in 1552. And then, not too far away, he had found the body of Master Jet as well. Master Jet Sonny couldn't quite comprehend the fact that she was dead. She had always been there for him. She had been the first person to meet him after the first nightmare, and the one to guide him to the academy. She had been there when he returned from the Forgotten Shore and from the Kingdom of Hope, too. She had even helped him purchase his home. Soul Reaper had been his mentor, comrade, and friend. For him, she was synonymous with competence and power and perseverance. If a girl from the outskirts could rise so high, then why couldn't he? And now, she was dead. Sonny couldn't believe it, but there was no denying it. Her lifeless body was right there in front of him, unmoving and still. Her beautiful blue eyes were now glassy and hollow. Her lips were never going to curve into a smile again. Soul Reaper Jet was gone. Sonny's heart was empty. Right. He remained motionless for a while, then walked over to Belle and carried him to the first grave. Then, silently, he repeated the same process with Samara and Dorn. Master Jet was the last, but he couldn't bring himself to approach her body for a long time. Eventually, though, it had to be done, feeling as though he was dead himself. Sonny approached Jet's corpse, then leaned down to grab it. The corpse stared at him with glassy eyes and said hoarsely, "Kindly unhand me," Sonny sighed. "Don't worry, Master Jet. I'm going to bury you well. There are no nightmare creatures around, yet, but they will come eventually. You wouldn't want to be eaten, would you? I surely don't." The corpse remained silent for a few moments. "Have you lost your mind, Sonny? Put me the hell down." He nodded. Yes. I did lose my mind a little. That's true." The corpse of Soul Reaper Jet continued to stare at him. "I should probably close her eyes. Do you need me to slap you again? Snap out of it, damn it." A small frown appeared on Sonny's face. Then, he suddenly dropped the corpse and flinched back, falling on his butt. What? Master Jet, you're alive?" The corpse remained motionless on the ground. After a short pause, it said in a dull, hoarse, courtly voice, "No, I am dead." Sonny stared at it, dumbfounded. Suddenly, the corpse let out a grating hissing sound. It was trying to laugh. "I've been dead this whole time. It's my flaw. You are dead. But as long as I keep killing things and absorbing their essence, I can at least maintain a semblance of life. If I don't, I'll be truly destroyed." She struggled to turn her head and looked at him with dead, glassy eyes. "That was the real reason I joined the government all those years ago. I knew that I'd always have things to kill if I did." "Now, Sonny, damn it, can you help me sit up?" He slowly rose to his feet, took a few shaky steps forward, and pulled her up to a sitting position. Then he blinked a couple of times and said, "So that was why you told me that it's impossible for you to die in Antarctica. Because you were never alive to begin with?" Soul Reaper struggled for a few moments and then took a labored breath, the first one since he had found her in the snowfield outside the city. Yes, it was a figure of speech. Both of them remained quiet for a while, not knowing what to say. Then Jet suddenly turned her head. Her eyes glistened a little. "Sonny, look there." He turned around, not knowing what she wanted him to see. Nothing seemed to have changed. The graves, the snow, the frozen buildings of the destroyed city were all the same. However, far away, a thin line of pale lilac appeared above the horizon, breaking the rain of cold darkness. Soul Reaper tried to smile, but failed. The sun is rising. The night, it's over. End of Volume 5, Dread Night. Chapter 1061, Dire Strait, Sonny, come here. I'll only kill you a little. Get the hell away from me, you demented zombie. Sonny took a few steps back, easily avoiding the grasp of the shambling corpse of Master Jet. Fortunately, she was not too fast. In fact, she could barely crawl. Her nails powerlessly scratched against the alloy, and Soul Leaper let out a hoarse, disappointed hiss. Damn it! Sonny shook his head. Despite Jet's weakened state, avoiding her clutches was a tiresome task, mostly because there was nowhere really for him to run. Currently, the two of them were trapped on an alloy raft that was drifting slowly across the strait between the Antarctic center and the vast landmass to the east. When Jet lost control of herself, all Sonny could do was endlessly circle the raft and wait for her to come to her senses. "Come here, Sonny, I won't bite." He gave her a dark look, then picked up his chair, walked over to the other end of their improvised vessel, and calmly sat down. The length of the raft was no more than 10 meters, but for Soul Reaper, that was a vast distance right now. She stared at him for a while, then gave up and rolled on her back with a curse, looking at the sky with a resigned expression. When Jet remained still, she really looked like a corpse, and technically, she was. But at least in this cold, she was not a rotting corpse. One had to count their blessings. Unlike the souls of all awakened, hers was not able to generate essence on its own. Worse than that, her soul core was shattered and constantly leaked what little essence she had left. Once the essence completely ran out, Soul Reaper would truly and forever perish. The only way for her to survive was to continuously kill living beings and absorb their soul essence. That was actually Jet's sleeper ability. Her awakened ability allowed her to bypass all forms of physical defense and strike directly at the souls of her enemies, which was where her fearsome nickname, Soul Reaper, had come from. Her ascended ability was to slowly absorb shards of broken soul cores from those she had killed to build up and strengthen her own, both in terms of size and capacity. It also removed the natural limit of essence infusion that the flesh of most living beings had, allowing Jet to oversaturate her body with essence and achieve truly superb levels of strength, speed, and resilience. Hers was a supreme aspect. Sadly, right now, Jet had no essence to spare on strengthening her body. She barely had enough to keep it from collapsing entirely, and even that last reserve was slowly running out. Things had not gone well for them after the destruction of Falcon Scott. Even after the winter beast retreated into the depths of the Antarctic Center, its dire influence remained. Neither Sonny nor Jet had been able to access their dream realm anchors, which meant that they could not escape from the waking world. Eventually, the two of them had been left with only one choice: to try and brave the strait. Actually, there was no need for them to even reach East Antarctica. All they had to do was sail far enough into the ocean to leave the area of influence of the corrupted Titan, which would allow both to return to the dream realm. That would still be dangerous, but not as dangerous as remaining in the winter beast's frozen realm. There were no ships coming and no seaworthy vessels left intact in Falcon Scott. In the end, Sonny had been forced to improvise. The alloy raft they were currently drifting on was not just a random sheet of light alloy. It was actually the covetous coffer. That memory of his possessed an enchantment called Mendacious Coffer, which allowed it to mimic the forms of inanimate objects. Additionally, the size and intricacy of the simulacrum were dependent on Sonny's shadow core capacity. By now, he was very close to becoming an ascended tyrant, so obviously, that capacity was much greater than when he had first acquired the coffer. So, Sonny had turned it into a raft. It was much larger than the alloy chest the coffer usually looked like, at the expense of the complexity. Even better, the locomotive chiffonier enchantment allowed the raft to propel itself forward at a modest speed. Most importantly, though, the covetous coffer was an ascended memory of the fourth tier, and as such, it was tremendously more durable than even the strongest alloy would have been. If something attacked them from below, which had already happened a few times, the raft was not going to be destroyed unless the attacking nightmare creature happened to be truly terrifying. Sonny and Jet had ventured into the strait on top of the covetous coffer, hoping to leave the winter beast's area of influence in about a day, and they had, sadly. Their situation did not really improve after that. As it turned out, there were numerous nightmare gates hidden below the cold waters of the ocean here. Perhaps there were too many, or perhaps their luck had just been truly atrocious. But even now, a week later, Sonny and Jet had yet to encounter a place where the call of nightmare would not instantly whisk them away if they tried to leave for the dream realm. At this point, it would be easier for them to actually reach East Antarctica. They had made it 2/3 of the way already. The mighty battleships of the government fleet were able to make the trip in a day or two, but the covetous coffer was much slower, so it was going to take them a few more days to make landfall. Sunny did not feel too much pressure. Saint was standing guard with Morgan's warbow in her hands, warding off most of the sea creatures. Sunny and Saint were capable of dealing with almost every normal threat. If something they could not deal with were to attack from the depths, he could use a combination of memories to take flight. If they were attacked in the skies, he could dive deep into the ocean. The only problem he had was that Jet would periodically lose her mind and half-heartedly try to kill him. Sitting in his luxurious chair, Sunny threw a look at Soul Reaper's unmoving corpse and sighed. Damnation. Chapter 1062. Gone Fishing. Sunny was not too worried about being able to reach East Antarctica, unless something truly harrowing rose from the depths of the ocean to devour them. He was certain of his ability to either kill or escape it. However, he was worried about Jet. A week ago she had been weak, but not nearly as weak as she was now. Her mental state was also getting worse. He knew that Soul Reaper had been intentionally starving her body of essence in order to conserve as much of it as possible, but still Sunny did not know how much longer she would last. Right now, she was not even able to afford summoning a memory. Every drop of essence counted, and there was very little of it left in her shattered soul core, which presented a problem. Saint was capable of killing most nightmare creatures that attacked them with her bow, and Sunny was not far behind her in terms of lethality. However, Jet was in no condition to kill anything, but despite that, as he considered his options, the corpse stirred, then started laboriously crawling in his direction again, demented lights burning in its glassy blue eyes. "Come here. Come here." Sunny stared at her with distaste, then shook his head and stood up. His shadow sense spread outward, encompassing as much of the world as he could perceive. He remained motionless for a while, allowing the corpse to draw dangerously close. Jet's hollow eyes glinted. "Got you." Before she could grab his shin, however, Sunny sighed and dove off the edge of the raft, disappearing under the cold water. The graceless dusk dissipated into dancing threads of black silk. Jet seemed startled by his disappearance. She fruitlessly clawed at the surface of the raft a couple of times, then grew still. "He's gone, Mouvails." A hoarse sigh escaped from her bluish lips. She didn't inhale after that. By now, even breathing was a chore. She didn't really need to, anyway. The corpse remained motionless for a long time. Eventually, a black bird landed on the raft, hopped over to the corpse, and stared at it curiously. A few moments later, the crow tried to peck one of the glassy eyes out. Jet blinked. "You stop that, crow, or I'm going to make you into a soup." The bird hurriedly jumped away, seemingly nervous. Soup. Its voice sounded indignant. Soul Reaper looked at the bird silently, then rasped, "Did you find land?" The crow spread its wings and waved them a couple of times. "Land! Land!" The corpse tried to smile, which looked quite disturbing. Even Saint spared it an indifferent glance. "How far is it?" The bird ruffled its feathers and made another hop back. "Far!" "Far?" Jet gritted her teeth. "I know that it's far, you stupid bird. How far?" The echo simply stared at her in confusion. After a couple of seconds, it cawed proudly. How? Soul Reaper hissed, then hit her head against the alloy surface of the raft a couple of times. Goddammit, after that small outburst. She didn't say anything else, remaining still and unmoving. The raft swayed gently on the waves. Below the raft, hundreds of small metallic feet were furiously paddling the cold water. On top of it, a living statue, a talking corpse, and a small black bird were silently waiting. Some time later, the water behind the raft suddenly boiled, and a young man with silky black hair and alabaster skin emerged from it, dragging something in a stranglehold. A terrifying creature with long tentacles that were as wide as a man's thigh was struggling furiously, trying to free itself. Its spongy flesh was awash with inky black blood. "Stop fighting, you bastard!" Sonny gritted his teeth and ignored a tentacle that was wrapped around his neck, exerting enough pressure on it to crush an armored vehicle. Using one hand, he swam toward the raft, climbed aboard, and dragged the nightmare creature with him. Saint silently moved to the opposite side of the coffer so that the weight of the abomination did not make it capsize. The crow flew up and landed on her shoulder, staring at the monstrous creature with apprehension. Sonny pressed the abomination down and barked. "Stay still." He was rather angry. Yes, he and Saint were enough to slay most of the nightmare creatures that would attack them, either from underwater or from the sky. However, capturing one alive, that was a whole different level of trouble. Jet, get in here. Soul Reaper slowly gathered her limbs and then sluggishly tried to stand up. After a few tries, she succeeded and stood there for a moment, swaying. Sonny summoned the cruel sight and tossed it to her, using his knee to press the abomination into the alloy. Soul Reaper caught the spear and used its shaft to help herself stay upright. He held the nightmare creature down and cursed. "Hurry the hell up. That thing is really strong. Not to mention that it had more limbs than he did. Immobilizing it was a miserable task." Jet shambled over, then spun the somber spear and thrust it into the center of the mass of furiously dancing tentacles, using the whole weight of her body to give the strike some force. The silver blade pierced the flesh of the abomination and disappeared inside, causing a river of black blood to flow onto the alloy surface of the raft. The corpse of Soul Reaper lost balance and fell flat into the puddle of blood. She remained laying there, not paying the convulsing tentacles any attention. Slowly, an eerie smile of satisfaction appeared on the dead body's blood-stained face. "Ah, that feels better." Sonny let go of the slain creature and sent it back into the water with a furious kick. Saint moved back to the middle of the raft, balancing it with her prodigious weight. The crow slid off her shoulder and landed at the edge of the pool of black blood. It stared at it for a moment, and then cawed excitedly. "Soup, soup." Chapter 1063. Lively corpse Sonny summoned the graceless dusk back and remained motionless for a while, looking at the dark expanse of the ocean. The sunrise in Antarctica was a long affair. By now the sky was on the precipice of falling into a long period of twilight, but the cold waters still seemed black. After a month or two of dawn, it would be day for about 4 months, followed by a couple of months of dusk. There would be much fewer shadows around for close to half a year, which meant that Sonny was going to have a much harder time fighting. Many of his advantages would disappear, provided that the forces of humanity would even be able to last that long, of course. There was a good chance that they wouldn't, but there was also a good chance that they wouldn't. But there was also a good chance that they would. The situation in East Antarctica was much better than it had been in the Antarctic Center. In fact, it was more or less exactly what the government had hoped for after the tumultuous first phase of the operation. All the population had been relocated to a number of siege capitals, the soldiers had hunkered down, and people were being slowly carried across the ocean to the other quadrants. That process would last until the end of the year, at least. There were 3 field armies of the 1st Evacuation Army currently operating in East Antarctica, which was exactly 3 times more than the single one that had been sent to the Antarctic Center. There were also 2 saints there, one of the government's own and the emissary of the great clan Song. Once Saint Tyrus recovered from her wounds, there would be 3. The 2nd Army was on its way as well. They would be making landfall in just a few days, and once that happened, the human forces on the continent would be incredibly bolstered. The 2nd Army was supposed to be composed of twice as many mundane soldiers, awakened and masters, as the 1st Army had been. Close to 5,000 awakened had died in the Antarctic Center, but by the end of August, there would be 60,000 of them defending East Antarctica. Best of all, there was no winter beast to suppress all forms of long-range communications there, allowing the Army to operate as the well-oiled machine it was supposed to be. That had to be enough to withstand the onslaught of the Chain of Nightmares for 5 more months. By then, most of the population would hopefully be evacuated, and if not, there was the winter solstice. With how rampantly the spell had been spreading in the southern quadrant, The number of awakened was bound to double or even triple after the solstice. All the sleepers created by the chain of nightmares would receive the chance to come into their full power. So although the forces arrayed against the evacuation effort would continue to grow more dire as time went on, the forces of humanity would swiftly increase too. There was a chance. However, Sonny knew that there was one unpredictable part of the equation that could ruin everything: the great clans. Nephis had told him that the southern campaign was a perfect battlefield for them to wage their war, and so there was a large possibility that song and valor would clash in East Antarctica, complicating the already dreadful situation. There was no sense or reason in their insane feud, at least none that Sonny and Neph could see, and yet the threat posed by the war of great clans was very real. As Sonny looked at the ocean, his eyes glinted with cold, wrathful light. Those bastards. He had not even noticed when his hands turned into fists. Penny for your thoughts. Sonny turned slightly and looked at Jet. She had sat up and was now wiping the nightmare creature's blood off her face, looking slightly less coarsely, but only slightly. She was still a far cry from the fearsome Soul Reaper he knew. Sonny lingered for a moment, then said evenly, "Just thinking about the future." Jet studied him for a bit. "Really? Because you look like you're about to dive back into the water, this time to butcher a few abominations just for fun." She sighed, then said wistfully, "Why did you throw that one off the raft anyway? We didn't even retrieve the soul shards." Sonny scoffed. "What do we need soul shards for? You can't use them, and neither can I." That thing, meanwhile, was flooding the whole place with its rotten blood. We don't even have a rag to wipe it off. Indeed, soul shards were useless for both of them. Sonny needed shadow fragments, which could only be received by slaying enemies of equal or higher rank, while Soul Reaper could only replenish her essence and strengthen her core by killing living things. In the outside world, a single soul shard was worth a hefty sum of credits, but here on the raft, Sonny would have given 100 of them just for a mop. Well, maybe not 100. Sonny sighed, then returned to his chair and sat down. He was growing hungry, too. Jet stood up, shakily walked out of the puddle of blood and lowered herself to the alloy surface of the raft. Her eyes had regained a hint of their usual iciness. She remained silent for a bit, then said hoarsely, "You've been in a dismal mood this whole time." Sonny looked at her with amusement. Not only was he amused by the fact that she had apparently had enough presence of mind to pay attention to his moods, with all that crawling around and trying to kill him, but the statement itself was more than a little redundant. How else was he supposed to feel after what had happened in Falcon Scott? Millions of people had died. The members of his cohort had died, and even before that. The first irregular company had been all but wiped out. Considering everything, Sonny thought that he had handled himself pretty well in the past week. He smiled darkly. "Yeah, and why do you think that is?" Jet sighed, then looked away. "Does it matter what I think? I understand. Believe me, I do. In fact, I might just understand it better than you, but, Sonny, do you want me to be honest?" He stared at her silently, then shrugged. "I guess. Usually statements like this were followed by something unpleasant." She looked at the dark waves and shook her head. "I think that you have maybe forgotten who you are and where you came from. I'm only saying it because I went through the same thing many years ago. When I left the outskirts, I was tempted to forget the truth of things, too, and I did for a little while. But the world has a way of reminding you what it really is and what you should expect from it. Sonny, don't grow soft. You, of all people, should know better." Sonny looked at her, his face unmoving. After a few moments, he shook his head. "We are not in the outskirts anymore, and we are not the same people anymore." A pale grin slowly appeared on Soul Reaper's lips. "That is true, too." She lied down and stared at the sky, silent. After a while, though, Jet said, "Maybe you're right. Maybe people like us have to change, too. Inflexible things are the most brittle, after all, but look around. With how things are going, the whole world just might end up like the outskirts soon. What are we supposed to do then?" Sonny laughed. I'm the last person you should be asking for advice. What are we supposed to do? I have no idea. I don't even know what we are supposed to do tomorrow, let alone in the vague future. Let's just keep things simple. Today we need to survive. Tomorrow, too. After that, we'll see. It would already be nice if we get the privilege of having a choice in the matter. Jet turned her head and looked at him seriously. Then she said in a solemn tone, "I can't survive, though. I'm already dead." They stared at each other silently for a few moments, then both laughed. The raft continued to drift on the cold waves. From time to time, Saint would raise her bow and send a black arrow into the dark water. Every time she did, the spell would whisper into Sunny's ear, announcing a kill. Other times, he would have to dive into the ocean himself and help her deal with the attacking abominations. Shadow fragments slowly trickled into his soul. The next day, Sunny procured another nightmare creature for Jet to kill. And the day after that, one more. On the third day, her crow returned from its scouting trip much sooner than usual, announcing that it had seen land. Not long after that, they saw a dark line on the horizon. On the fourth day, the raft finally reached the inhospitable shore, and the two of them set foot on solid ground again. East Antarctica welcomed them with cold winds, dim twilight, and the familiar call of the whispering nightmare gates. Chapter 1064, East Antarctica. East Antarctica was many times larger than the Antarctic Center, both in terms of territory and population. Its landscape was also much more varied, with vast plains, long mountain chains, and numerous lakes that ranged from relatively small to those that were as large as seas. Somewhere out there in that cold expanse, 21 siege capitals were currently enduring the onslaught of nightmare creatures. Each of them was comparable to Falcon Scott in size, and there were close to 900 million people protected by their walls. Sunny was looking into the distance, feeling a bit uncomfortable. In front of him was a vast plain that stretched all the way to the horizon, covered in snow. It was littered by giant boulders that stood like solemn monuments to the ancient past, and cut by countless deep canyons. Here and there, hordes of abominations could be seen, flowing across the plain like dark rivers. After months spent in the mountainous Antarctic Center, it was strange to be able to see that far. The world was broad and shrouded in dim twilight, looking quite surreal. Sunny felt exposed. What a bleak sight. It was still better than the poisoned wilderness of the other continents. He could freely breathe here at least. There were also much fewer scars left by the destructive wars of the dark times here, although there were some. He could see the skeletal remains of massive war machines and the ruins of destroyed towns far in the distance, all covered with snow. With a sigh, Sunny turned around. Behind him was a slope leading to the ocean shore. Jet had just finished climbing the slope and stopped near him, breathing heavily. She still looked like a dead woman walking. But at least she was breathing again. That alone made her less unnerving. Soul Reaper remained silent for a few moments, then cursed quietly. There are still gates near us. Indeed, the call was still too strong for them to escape into the dream realm. She studied the plain before looking at him. "Do you have a working communicator?" Sunny shifted awkwardly, then gestured to the graceless dusk. "This is a transcendent armor. You know, it has many wonderful enchantments. Sadly, one thing it doesn't have is pockets. I used to carry a few useful items inside a spatial storage, memory, but those were all destroyed by the Heart of Darkness. So, no, I don't have a communicator on me." Indeed, the covetous coffer was more or less empty now. Sunny had spent most of his supplies during the escape to Falcon Scott, and what little remained was then obliterated by the dark beetles. The only thing they had not been able to destroy were the spools of diamond thread from the ebony tower. Jet sighed. Pity. Mine was frozen solid. We can't even contact Army Command, then. Sunny watched the distant hordes of nightmare creatures for a while. Well, then, we just have to keep moving deeper inland until we find a safe spot to use our anchors. Soul Reaper grimaced, which looked quite frightening considering her current state. She lingered for a few seconds, then shook her head. Moving inland, it won't be easy. This place is in a much better state than the Antarctic Center was, but that's just inside the siege capitals. Out here in the wilderness, the nightmare creatures still reign unopposed. You know better than anyone how hard it is to traverse an environment like this. Sonny smiled darkly. Luckily, we don't need to travel for 3,000 kilometers, and there are no civilians slowing us down. Hell, there's not even a murderous sea to flood the entire world every night. Come on. It's going to be like a picnic, he called. And a moment later, a Stygian black steed rose from the shadows. Nightmare snorted, ominous red flames burning in his eyes. The stallion's adamantine horns glinted dully in the bleak twilight of the early dawn. Sonny summoned the overpriced saddle and went about strapping it on the black courser. As he did, Jet looked at him with dead eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "By the way, I never asked, but how the hell did you end up being mongrel?" "That doesn't make any sense." She paused, and then shook her head. "Actually, scratch that. In retrospect, it makes too much sense. We even met once when that gate manifested in NQSC. Ah, I feel embarrassed now." Sonny coughed. "I just wanted to train peacefully in the dreamscape. Who knew people would make such a ruckus about me learning a few battle styles? This whole thing went out of control really fast. Believe it or not, I actually wanted to use the mongrel persona to stay under the radar. That plan. Yeah, it failed spectacularly." Jet laughed, her voice sounding hoarse and disturbing. "Stay under the radar? You call challenging Morgan of Valor staying under the radar?" He winced. "Well, I might have gotten a little greedy, once or twice, but hey, at least I got a very good bow out of it. It's still my best ranged memory. Those Valor Forge Masters really know what they're doing, huh?" Soul Reaper shook her head. "You're not too bad yourself, Sonny. I still can't believe that you can craft memories. Do you know how rare aspects that allow Awakened to create memories are? There are very few such Awakened outside of Valor, and even those usually only work for the powerful legacy clans." Sonny remained silent for a few moments. By that point, there was nothing really preventing him from sharing his insights into sorcery with Jet. They had already learned a lot of each other's secrets, so one more wasn't going to make a difference. But it would be a long conversation. If he explained that his ability to create and modify memories had not come from his aspect, but rather from an attribute, he would have to explain what blood weave was, which in turn would require him to explain much more. He didn't feel like it. The knowledge would not help Soul Reaper anyway, or anyone else for that matter. As far as Sonny knew, his ability to see and interact with Spellweave was unique. Instead, Sonny glanced at Jet and asked, "What's so special about that Morgan, anyway? How strong is she?" Soul Reaper sighed. "Understand that there are masters, and then there are masters, Sonny. Legacies are trained from childhood to be monstrous fighters, and that's just those from lesser clans. Those from the great clans, well, you can imagine. Morgan is not just any member of Clan Valor either. She is their princess. You should know by now who her father is." Sonny's face darkened. He finished dealing with the saddle and crossed his arms. "What about you, then? Are you stronger than Morgan?" Jet stared at him with her hollow, dead eyes. A corner of her mouth twitched upward. "Me? Maybe. Probably not. If we had to fight, I would most likely lose. Not because I'm weaker, just because Morgan has the vast resources of Valor behind her. Memories, echoes, soul shards. You can't imagine how much power the great clans have hoarded over the decades. People like us don't have the same foundation, so I wouldn't want to fight one of their heirs if there's an option not to. That goes for your friend Song Seishan as well," he scoffed. "It's a bit of a stretch to call us friends, and I think you're selling yourself short. I fought a couple of masters from Valor, you know? They're not that tough." Soul Reaper grinned. "Oh, really? How come you ended up stuck in the waking world for half a year, then?" Sonny stared at her for a moment. Good point. With that, he jumped into the saddle, looked at Jet from above, and offered her a hand. "Come on, climb up." She hesitated, prompting Sonny to raise an eyebrow. "What?" What's wrong? Jet cleared her throat. What do you mean? What's wrong? I don't know how to ride a horse. Why would I know how to ride a horse? I've never ridden one. I've never even seen one before your echo. Sonny blinked a couple of times, then suddenly laughed. That laugh surprised him because he had not thought himself capable of laughing after Falcon Scott. Gods, you don't need to ride anything. I'll control the horse, you just sit in front of me and don't fall off. I'm sure you can handle that much at least. Jet sighed, then grabbed his hand and jumped up. Nightmare exhaled loudly through his nostrils, confused as to why a corpse was sitting on top of him. Shadow God was also the god of death, though, so the Shadow steed must have been accustomed to such things happening, or not. In any case, he would have to deal with it. Jet looked down nervously. Sonny? How fast is your horse exactly? He smirked. Pretty fast. With that, Sonny sent Nightmare forward. Soul Reaper would have yelped, but she was still having trouble breathing. So, all she produced was a stifled hiss. The nightmarish steed carried a dead woman and a divine shadow as it raced across the snow-covered plain, moving deeper into the cold expanse of a doomed continent. Chapter 1065, Reaper. Nightwear was flying across the twilight plain, ignoring all obstacles. He cut through the snow, maneuvered between giant boulders, crested hills, and jumped across deep canyons, his steel hooves sending sparks flying from the weathered stone. The dark destrier was swift like a shadow, moving with innate grace and incredible speed. Sonny was sitting in the saddle, holding Jet. She was basically in his embrace in the past. Being so close to her would have made his blood boil, but right now he did not feel anything. Not just because Soul Reaper was cold and lifeless like a corpse, but also because his heart was just as cold and just as lifeless. He did not feel much of anything right now except for deep, dark rancor. There was no time to either. Sonny might have joked about how this journey would be akin to a picnic, but in truth, their situation was still dire. East Antarctica was teeming with nightmare creatures, and he was not conceited enough to think himself capable of slaughtering entire hordes of them. Sonny knew that he was strong, but he also knew the limitations of his strength. He had just been taught a bitter lesson on that topic by the winter beast, after all. Right now, his best friends were caution and speed. His shadows were scouting ahead, searching for nightmare creatures that lay in wait. Some he would avoid, some he would escape from by relying on how swift Nightmare was. Steering clear of the migrating hordes was not too hard, but the smaller swarms and solitary abominations were a challenge. Still, Sonny had not been forced to summon Saint yet, let alone enter battle himself. They traversed a good distance, then hid in a deep ravine, waiting for a large horde to move away. After the river of monsters was gone, Nightmare dashed forward once again. Rinse and repeat. Finding a safe spot to enter the dream realm was proving to be more difficult than he had thought. There were places where the pull of the call was not strong enough to disrupt their anchors, but all of them were crawling with the nightmare creatures. Slaying the abominations was not out of the question. But Sonny felt reluctant to create a lot of noise. Who knew what else would be attracted by the sounds of a battle? And so, further and further they went. Eventually, he had to admit that solving their problem was not going to be a fast affair. As such, Sonny had to change his tactics. He had not eaten in a long time, and Jet was losing essence. They had to hunt. Sonny spent some time finding a swarm of nightmare creatures that was sufficiently small and isolated. After that, he commanded Saint to put an arrow into each abomination and slow them down with the burden of peace enchantment of the black bow. Then Sonny set Soul Reaper on the beasts and watched from the shadows as she butchered them. Jet was still weak and low on essence. However, the creatures were merely awakened and weighed down by the soul arrows on top of that. He was there to interfere should something go wrong as well. Sonny was confident that his dead companion would be able to handle the swarm. And, indeed, she did. To conserve her essence, Jet shunned summoning any memories and attacked the abominations with her bare hands. However, as Sonny quickly found out, Soul Reaper was a terror to behold even while weakened and unarmed Mulf, Oo. When she struck the abominations, her hands simply passed through their flesh, directly shattering the soul cores. But more than that, Jet was already dead. Her body could still be damaged, and she would perish if it was entirely destroyed. But she was also not plagued by many of the weaknesses that most living beings shared. She could not bleed to death, but could ignore wounds that would cripple or kill any human. Jet was able to dismiss even the most severe internal injuries, continuing to fight without ever slowing down. Even if her lungs were crushed and her heart was pierced, she would simply continue to kill. Not even crushing Soul Reaper's skull would stop her. As long as she absorbed enough essence, her dead body would eventually heal, or rather, restore itself, faced with such an unstoppable monster. Even Sunny would feel a hint of dread. Good thing we're on the same side. In the end, it did not take long for Jet to slaughter the small swarm of awakened abominations. She killed them with her bare hands, regaining a little strength with each kill. Throughout all of this, her face remained unnervingly calm, like that of someone focused on a boring chore. Then, a disturbing little smile appeared on it. Sonny was forced to remember his first conversation with teacher Julius. Back then, the old man had called Jet a murderous savage and a psychopathic killer. Sonny used to think that people were prejudiced against Jet because of her background, but now, knowing what he knew, he could see how strangers could have come to the conclusion that Soul Reaper enjoyed killing simply for the sake of killing. Very few people knew that she needed to constantly absorb essence to survive after all. And who wouldn't be unsettled after witnessing something like this? When the last of the nightmare creatures fell to the ground, Jet straightened and closed her eyes for a moment, exhaling with satisfaction. She looked like a fiend that had just crawled from the depths of hell, awash in blood, body riddled with ghastly wounds, and eerily beautiful despite all that. Shaking his head, Sonny emerged from the shadows and went about dressing down some of the abominations to collect meat. At the same time, Saint started salvaging soul shards. Jet remained motionless for a while, then looked at him. There was some vitality now in her eyes. She smiled and said, "What are we doing now?" Sonny looked at her somberly. "Now go wash yourself. You might be dead, but I'm not. I can still smell things." Chapter 1066, Faithful Imitation. Sometime later, they were hidden in a small cave at the bottom of a deep canyon, sitting in front of a fire. A piece of monster meat was roasting on it, filling the cave with a delicious smell. Sonny was a bit sullen, because it had taken all his knowledge of wilderness survival to make the small fire. Snowy reaches of Antarctica were not exactly the best place to search for fuel. He had almost been forced to use the divine flames of the cruel sight to cook, which would inevitably result in an atrociously burned dinner for him. Currently, Sonny was passing time by trying to play a simple melody on a flute made of emerald bone. Kai would have probably become ill if exposed to his musical talent, but Jet didn't seem to mind. She stared at the fire, flames reflecting in her icy blue eyes. After a while, she suddenly said, "I can smell things, too, you know, when I'm sufficiently full of essence. My aspect might only give me a semblance of life, but it's a faithful imitation." Sonny lowered the emerald flute and looked at her gloomily. "What I'm hearing is that you want to rob me of some of this meat, right?" Jet lingered for a moment, then grinned. "Right. That was exactly what I meant. I'm hungry, too." He sighed, then hung more meat above the fire. Should have just said so. Gods. What is up with me, always ending up with gluttonous women? It just never ends. Sonny turned the meat over. After a while, following a whim, he asked, "How did you end up with such a wicked flaw, anyway? I thought mine was bad. But if I survived the first nightmare only to be killed by the spell during the assessment, I would have been pretty upset." He really did not understand how it would work. Jet laid down, staring at the stone roof of the cave. She sighed, then shrugged slightly. "No, it wasn't during the assessment. Actually, I did not survive the first nightmare. I was young and weak and frightened, and so I died." Soul Reaper turned her head and looked at him across the fire. "But I didn't remain completely dead. I crawled out of the grave somehow and finished the trial. I guess the role I played in the nightmare, or maybe my innate attribute, created the possibility of something like that happening. It had to be an infinitely small possibility, though, because the spell seemed rather impressed with the result. Otherwise, it wouldn't have given me a supreme aspect. Sonny did not answer. Considering what he heard, it made sense. He had also made something nearly impossible happen during the first nightmare. If he had not been sent into the body of a temple slave, Shadow God would not have responded to his unintentional call, and if he did not have the fated attribute, he would have never unwittingly climbed on that altar, most likely. Many things had come together to create the possibility he had been the one to grasp it, though anyone else would have failed. Sonny looked at Jet silently, thinking about her flaw. What would happen if he gave her Weaver's mask? Would she come back to life? In his heart, he knew the answer. After learning about Weaver, the spell, and the vicissitudes of fate, Sonny developed an intuition about these things. Jet would indeed come back to life, but her soul would remain shattered. And like all living beings with broken souls, she would instantly die, this time forever. Her cruel flaw, mockingly, was the only thing that allowed her to exist. What about his own flaw? Sonny tried to imagine the life he would have had if not for the inability to lie. Would it have been easier? Would it have been harder? He would not have become enslaved, that was for sure. But he also would have never gotten close to other people, choosing to lie and manipulate them instead of trusting them out of fear of being rejected and betrayed. And for that reason, he would have probably died a long time ago, or at least turned into something ugly and twisted. Was that the lesson he was supposed to learn? Weaver, you hypocrite? Weren't you yourself the master of lies? Sonny shook his head and concentrated on not burning the meat. These philosophical questions were a waste of time. He would still choose to get rid of his flaw in an instant if he could. Jet sighed, breaking the silence. Actually, learning my flaw was not the hardest part. The hardest part was surviving the time between the nightmare and the solstice. As you can imagine, it's not easy for a sleeper to find things to kill before entering the dream realm. I ended up having to ask for help, and asking for help ended up costing me a lot. Sonny shifted slightly, Nov. Who did you ask? She chuckled. Who do you think? Just like you, I've been invited to the academy after becoming a sleeper. And just like you, I've been asked for the details of my aspect. On a voluntary basis, of course. But what would an ignorant kid from the outskirts know? I told them everything, and from that moment, they had a wonderful leash to keep me on. Jet remained silent for a few moments. That is fine, though. Even without it, I would have chosen the same. I'm happy with how things turned out. Still, she grew quiet, and then added wistfully, it would have been nice to have had more of a choice. Sonny did not speak for a while. Eventually, he said, yeah, I would have been nice. With that, he judged that the meat was ready and took it off the fire. Here, your dinner is ready. They concentrated on the food, content to be safe for the moment with something tasty to eat. Sonny could vividly remember the times when eating anything, let alone actual meat, had been a cause for celebration. Jet could too. Those times were gone, and no matter how complicated and hard their lives had become, sitting in a damp cave located in the depths of a dying continent, Sonny stared at the fire and thought, I guess it's an improvement. Chapter Dwaro 067. With your shield soon, Sonny and Jet continued their journey. The landscape of East Antarctica remained the same, and so did the dangers they faced. The two of them traveled across the desolate plain, sometimes avoiding the nightmare creatures, sometimes engaging in short and furious battles. Sonny felt a little bit numb and was glad to have a task to focus on. With all his attention concentrated on keeping them alive, he had no time for unnecessary thoughts, which suited him just fine. Jet, meanwhile, was slowly recovering her powers. The more abominations she killed, the less like a corpse she looked. At some point, she allowed herself to summon a few memories, and was now wearing a light suit of armor that was made of black, lusterless leather. Now that she wielded a weapon, her lethality had soared, too. For Sonny, It was fascinating to watch Jet slowly come back to life. Her eyes were once again the familiar icy blue, her movements becoming as swift, murderous, and purposeful as they had been before. This was the fearsome Soul Reaper, he knew. She might not have reached her peak condition yet, but she did not resemble a shambling corpse anymore either. Most interesting of all, her lifeless shadow had regained its vitality. By now, he would have never suspected that the person in front of him was not actually alive. A few days passed, and then a few more. 2 whole weeks had passed since the destruction of Falcon Scott. They had spent half of that time crossing the strait and half traversing the snowy plain. The plain was as inhospitable and vast as ever. Sonny made Nightmare stop, waiting for his shadows to assess the size of a distant horde of nightmare creatures. These past few days there had been more and more abominations around, all moving in the same direction. Weaving between them was growing harder. Somewhat bored, he shifted in the saddle and asked, "Hey, do you think the government considers us dead?" Jet, who was sitting in front of him, turned her head and gave him an amused look. Sonny sighed. No pun intended. He knew that his friends had to be aware that he was fine. Nephis could see his runes, after all, and she would have informed the rest. However, being pronounced dead by the government was a bothersome affair. His merchant license would have been revoked, for example, which would put Iko and the brilliant Emporium in a tight spot. His home could be auctioned off, too. Jet chuckled. I don't think so. They have ways to know such things. The diviners, for example. We were probably marked as missing in action, if anyone even had time to do the paperwork. Sonny wanted to continue the conversation, but then fell silent, a slight frown appearing on his face. Soul Reaper raised an eyebrow. What is it? He shook his head. Shh, listen. At that moment, the wind carried over the sound of distant thunder. It sounded like a rainstorm was raging somewhere far away, but Sonny had spent too much time with the army not to recognize it. The two of them exchanged a meaningful glance. Jet smiled. Railguns, indeed. The thunderous sound could only be produced by the massive armaments. Commanding Nightmare to turn, Sonny sent his steed in the direction where the thunder had come from. The black stallion flew across the desolate plain. Eventually, cresting a tall hill in front of them was a vast lake. In the dim twilight, its surface seemed restless and gray. The shield of ice covering the lake had long been broken, with many gargantuan carcasses floating in the cold water like dark islands. Late Novel worlds, some smaller nightmare creatures were swarming around them, greedily devouring the flesh of the fallen giants. On the other side of the lake, tall alloy walls rose from the shore with thousands of armaments unleashing a devastating barrage of tungsten rounds on the encroaching mass of abominations. Sonny could even discern the small shapes of soldiers and awakened on the battlements. A long sigh escaped from his lips. A siege capital, summoning the sin of solace? Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. Then he sent Nightmare galloping down the hill. The black steed rushed toward the lake, surrounded by a tide of moving shadows. Returning from the dead had turned out to be much more chaotic than Sonny expected, and fighting through the horde of nightmare creatures to reach the siege capital was not the most tumultuous part. He was actually accustomed to things like that. The reactions of the people inside the stronghold were much more intense. At first, the commander of the city defenses seemed polite but unfriendly. After all, the sudden appearance of 2 ascended outside the walls during a fierce battle had put a lot of pressure on him. Fields of fire had to be rearranged. A safe corridor created. Perhaps his soldiers would even have to sortie to protect the unexpected guests. However, the latter measure had not been needed. Sonny fought his own way to the wall and then scaled it himself. And when the master in charge learned that the 2 ascended had come from the Antarctic Center, his demeanor completely changed. Falcon Scott? B. But the man stared at them with wide eyes for a moment. Then, something akin to joyous pride ignited in them. Sonny did not really know what the master was feeling so proud about, but at least the unfriendliness immediately disappeared. Gods, great. This is great. I need to inform the... No, wait. Are you guys wounded? Do you need medical attention? Crap. What am I saying? Wait, Antarctic Center. Then you are Soul Reaper Jet, Ascended Jet, ma'am? Of course you would make it. The news about the annihilation of the Antarctic Center Field Army must have already spread through the quadrant, so the sudden appearance of 2 ascended survivors had an explosive effect. The soldiers who had been depressed and despondent about the fate of their comrades were all suddenly full of joy and ardor. It was as though their own siblings had returned alive from beyond the grave. Sonny had not experienced being stared at so intently even when masquerading as mongrel. The 2 of them were promptly brought to the local government headquarters and showered with attention, especially Jet. From what Sonny could understand, the government saint stationed in East Antarctica was coming to the siege capital to welcome her back personally. Sonny was soon going to meet the saint, too. After a short debriefing, during which the government agents could not stop staring at him, he could finally exhale and relax a little. That was strangely exhausting. Sonny spoke to Jet, agreeing to meet the next morning, and then spent a little time in the living quarters assigned to him. He enjoyed a warm shower, a scrumptious meal, and some peace and quiet. Peace and quiet. It felt so strange to not have to fight for his life and the lives of millions of other people without a reprieve. He wondered how long that peace would last. Eventually, Sonny placed a tether inside his room and quietly slipped out of the waking world. He went to visit the ivory tower. Chapter 1068, Changed Man. On a beautiful island of ancient trees and emerald grass, a lone figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was a young man with alabaster skin, wearing a simple tunic of fine black silk. He remained motionless for a few moments, then walked to the edge of the island and froze there looking down. If not for the wind playing with the young man's black hair, he would have looked like an exquisite statue. The ivory island had changed a bit in the past few months. The great pagoda itself was the same, of course, but the comely wooden buildings created by the firekeepers now resembled a small, peaceful village that blended harmoniously into the landscape. The ancient trees of the grove now had fruit hanging from their branches. Each looking ripe and delicious, the white bones of the ancient dragon were still bathed in sunlight, and a graceful ship was still swaying on the placid surface of the clear lake. There was one big change that startled Sonny a lot, though, pulling him out of his reverie. What the hell? Looking down, he did not see the familiar abyssal darkness of the sky below. Instead, he saw a mosaic of flying islands, all connected by colossal chains, slowly floating by. The ivory island was moving. Although the movement was very slow, it had already left the empty expanse of the tier behind, and was now drifting through the clouds toward the southern border of the chained isles. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Since when can this thing move? He lingered for a while, studying the landscape below, then walked along the edge of the ivory island. It seemed that many things had changed while he was in Antarctica. Soon, Sonny reached the waters of the clear lake, which glinted and shone with the reflected sunlight. There was a stone bench near the shore and a familiar figure sitting on it with a fishing rod in her hand, tall, attractive, brimming with vitality. Effie was relaxing in the sun and watching the lake. Sonny walked closer and remained silent for a while. Eventually he said, "There's actually fish in that lake?" Effie shrugged lazily. "Who knows? That's what I'm trying to find out. Hopefully I developed a taste for fish and sea monsters after being stuck on a ship for an entire month." Then she suddenly froze and slowly turned around. Effie's hazel eyes shone with glee. "Sonny? It's you." He smirked. "Who else would it are, gods? Put me down, you savage idiot." The huntress had instantly swept him into a crushing hug, and considering their difference in height, Sonny felt his feet leaving the ground, late Novelle world psalm. His voice was full of righteous indignation. I said, "Gods, don't you have any modesty? Let go of me." Effie exploded with laughter and put him down. And it was a good thing, too. Sonny was this close to using the feather of truth to turn himself as heavy as a huge chunk of marble. He only hesitated because that might have had no effect on her. When did you arrive? No, wait, where the hell are you? Neff told us that you are alive, but the news from the Antarctic Center. Doofus, are you really all right? What happened? Sonny gave her a resigned look, then shook his head. Just now, East Antarctica, I guess, as for what happened. He sighed. Let me think for a moment. I went through 6,000 kilometers of abomination-infested mountains, received a couple of medals, traversed an endless tunnel full of elemental darkness, got killed by a titan, killed that titan back, led a convoy of tens of thousands of refugees to safety, rode a saint into the depths of the ocean to fight a corrupted terror, killed that terror, got blown up, then killed some more nightmare creatures, then lost to a different titan, crossed the strait on a raft, rode a horse all the way to the nearest siege capital. That pretty much covers it, I guess. Oh, I also learned how to play the flute. A little Sonny paused, then looked at Effie nonchalantly. And what's new with you? She stared at him for a moment, then grinned, wrapped her arm around his shoulder and pulled him toward the tower. I see, so, the usual. Don't think that you're getting out of really telling us what happened, though. We've been worried sick, you know. Kai almost had a heart attack right before we disembarked in East Antarctica, when the news of what happened in Falcon Scott reached us. Even Princess seemed a bit shaken. I swear to the dead gods, I almost saw her having a facial expression. Come, let's find the rest of the guys. Sonny estimated his chances of struggling free of Effie's hold as moderate, but then just relaxed and allowed himself to be led toward the ivory tower. That was why he had come here, after all, to speak with the other members of the cohort. He needed to share a lot of practical knowledge with Kai and Effie, as well as speak with Nephis and Cassie about the great clans. But more than that, he simply wanted to see them. There was a lot of darkness and confusion in his heart, but his friends, his cohort, despite all the complicated matters between them, they were like a small island of stability in the chaotic, unpredictable, deadly world they were all living in. He had missed them all, even though perhaps he shouldn't have. The 4 months Sonny had spent in Antarctica changed a lot of things, making some seem unimportant and some more significant than they used to be. He shook his head. Fine, I'm coming. Can you let me go now? Sonny sighed. At least she did not joke about the graceless dusk. At that moment, Effie gave him a mischievous look. Doofus, I couldn't help but notice. What a nice dress you have. He gritted his teeth. Tunic. It's a tunic, a transcendent armor-type memory, which is not a dress, but a tunic. Are you blind, or what? Chapter 1069. Secrets of the Island, the great hall of the ivory tower made Sonny shiver, just like the last time he had seen it. It was bathed in bright sunlight that poured through tall and narrow windows. A circle of chains lay in the middle of the hall that was the gateway. There was no one here, but Effie pulled Sonny to a staircase that led to the underground level of the tower. Its roots were deep, seemingly reaching into the very heart of the island. That stairwell spiraled along the outer wall of the pagoda, and there was a tapestry of beautiful carvings on the ivory stone. The carvings told the stories of the golden age of the Kingdom of Hope, long before it had been destroyed by the Lord of Light. Wait, I don't think there was a way down before? Was it hidden? Confused, Sonny silently followed Effie. Eventually, the two of them reached a vast circular chamber at the bottom of the stairwell. Sonny had never been here before, but expected it to be similar to the lowest level of the Ebony Tower, and indeed it was. However, it was also entirely different. The duplicate tower created by Nether was full of darkness, and there was a ghastly mountain of discarded mannequins occupying the center of its underground level. This chamber, however, was suffused with light. There was a vast and inconceivably complicated runic circle carved into the floor of the chamber, and within it. Sonny stared, not even noticing the two people studying the circle. His body shivered slightly. Is that? Floating in the air at the center of the chamber was a rough, radiant crystal. It was larger than Sonny, and gave him a feeling of sublime, awesome, indescribable power. The crystal was like a miniature sun flooding the underground hall with soft light. Reality itself seemed to ripple and shine around it. It was like nothing Sonny had ever seen. A familiar voice answered, pulling him out of his astonishment. Yes, from what we can tell. This is a divine soul shard. Sonny slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sitting in front of the runic circle, surrounded by notebooks, etchings, and writing implements. Lit novel sava, come. She was wearing simple jeans and a white t-shirt, her pale gold hair gathered in a messy knot bun. Sonny lingered for a moment, not knowing what to say. A divine, at that moment, however, a different voice interrupted him. Sonny. He looked up, only now noticing Kai, who was hovering high above the runic circle, near the tall ceiling of the chamber. The archer was already descending, and with considerable speed at that. Oh no, before Sonny could react, he was subjected to another hug. God, Sonny, you had us all worried. He gently struggled out of Kai's embrace and met his friend's blinding smile with a pale one of his own. Sorry, I guess I'm just a worrisome person. I only died once in the past couple of months, though, so you needn't have worried. Then Sonny looked past the startled archer, stared at the radiant crystal, and took a deep breath. Anyone wants to explain to me what is going on? Cassie stood up, sighed, and massaged her knees. Then she gave him a soft smile. I'm glad that you are back too, Sonny. With that, she took a few steps back and gestured to the floor of the circular chamber. Take a look at that. He looked down, only now paying attention to the runic circle carved into the white stone. The weave of runes was vast, complicated, and possessed a disturbing familiarity. Sonny frowned. What is that sickening feeling? Then he mentally scaled the runes up many times their size and tilted his head a little. The runes were very similar in style and shape to those of the Red Colosseum. Just looking at them reminded him of the harrowing months he had spent in the cage below the arena. Hope's sorcery? Cassie nodded. Indeed, we continued to explore the tower after you left, and eventually unlocked the path to this chamber. Our reaction was more or less the same as yours. Cassie shook her head. The Ivory Island holds more secrets than we thought. Well, Nephis will probably be able to explain it better. In any case, we quickly realized that these runes resembled the ones you had encountered in the ancient theater. So the Firekeepers went on an expedition to the western edges of the Chained Isles. The Red Colosseum has long turned into a ruin and was teeming with all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures. It took some effort to eradicate them and clear the floor of the arena. A ruin? Good. Effie and I couldn't participate because we were tied up settling into our roles in the Second Army. However, since Cassie returned, I've been helping her study the runic circle from time to time. A high vantage point helps see it in its entirety, and so on. We've made a little progress, even, mostly because Cassie had spent a lot of time with Noctis and learned many things, especially about that flying ship of his. She nodded. Yes. In fact, I suspect that the enchantments of the ship were derived from some of Desire's creations. There are many similarities, so after months of study and comparisons, we managed to decipher a tiny portion of the circle. It is not much, but it did allow us to access one of the island's hidden functions. Sonny just stared at her silently for a few moments. Then he said, Is that why the island is moving? Cassie nodded with a small smile. Indeed. We are now able to move the Ivory Island, albeit very slowly. He hesitated for a bit, then shook his head. Am I the only one who is freaked out by a damned divine soul shard? It's divine. Where did Hope get a divine soul shard? Effie glanced at the radiant crystal and shrugged. There were only 6 gods, but there were plenty of creatures of the divine rank, the former mistress of this tower included. Sometimes they fought side by side, sometimes they fought against each other. Well, of course they did. Considering how terrifying this demon of desire was, is it so surprising that she had a divine soul shard or two? In fact, I'm kind of disappointed that we didn't find way more incredible treasures in her basement. Makes sense, though. The damned dragon must have cleaned it all out ages ago. She glanced up. in the direction where the bones of Severax were wrapped around the great pagoda. Kai's face darkened a little. He sighed. Why are we talking about this stuff, anyway? Sonny is finally back. He has to be sick of military rations. Let's go, guys. I bet dinner is almost ready. Sonny gave him a long look. Mind if I stay and drool at that shard a bit longer? I mean, it's a divine soul shard. Can you imagine how much that thing costs? Kai shook his head and said, his voice full of resoluteness, No, you can't. I'm going to feed you, and don't even think about resisting. Sonny looked at the radiant crystal one last time and sighed. Well, all right. I guess I can go for a bite. Chapter 1070, Dysfunctional Citadel. As they went back up the stairs, Sonny couldn't help but think about what he had seen in the stone chamber at the root of the great pagoda. The circle of runes, the sublime crystal hovering in the middle of it. That had to be the core of Hope's Tower, as well as of the whole island, the very heart of the citadel. But what was its purpose? An easy conclusion would be that the divine soul shard was the energy source that powered the enchantments keeping the Ivory Island afloat. But that did not make any sense. The runes had been carved by the demon of desire herself, which meant that the enchantments had been created before her kingdom was destroyed. Back then, it had been simply a prospering latte. There had been no islands, let alone flying ones. Come to think of it, Sonny was not entirely clear on how the Kingdom of Hope had become the Chained Isles. Had she suspended the remnants of her shattered kingdom above the devouring flames herself, in order to preserve at least some of it, or had it been arranged by Sun God? There were other questions, too. If the divine soul shard was the heart of the citadel, was it powering the gateway? But the gateway was only created recently, after the seed of nightmare had been conquered. The spell made it appear not hope. Had the spell created entirely new enchantments, or built upon the existing ones? Cassie had said that there were other functions of the citadel she had yet to master. What were they, exactly? Now that Sonny started thinking about it, he realized that he didn't really know much about citadels. That word just used to describe a human stronghold built around a gateway in the dream realm. He had visited 2, the Sanctuary of Noctis and the Ivory Tower. No, actually 3, the Crimson Spire would have become a citadel, too, if it had not been destroyed. Was there perhaps more to the citadels than he had known? Did all of them have hidden functions? Sonny glanced at Cassie, who was tracing the stone wall with her fingers as she ascended the stairs. I actually learned a bit about Hope's runic sorcery back in the nightmare. If you want, we can compare notes later. Cassie turned her head and smiled with some excitement. Really? That would be very helpful. Sonny sighed. Of course it would be. Neither of them had any hope of truly learning runic sorcery or Hope's magic, as Noctic had called it in their lifeline. However, learning how to decipher and use already existing enchantments was not out of the question. After all, a person could swing a sword without knowing how to forge it. Runic sorcery was different from weaving, but perhaps just as ingenious. In the primordial era of the dream realm, mortals had only known one type of sorcery, the sorcery of names. They were capable of invoking the true names of things to wield great power, but speaking those names aloud was often an impossible task. Hope, however, had invented the concept of writing and gifted it to humans. With the knowledge of writing, humans learned how to transcribe true names and did not need to speak them aloud anymore. More tightened that the names could be bound to material objects through writing, thus granting the invocations permanence, and could also be shaped into songs and phrases. However, it was still all based on the knowledge of true names without knowing the meaning of the name. Transcribing it would have no effect, and there was no way for either Sonny or Cassie to learn that in less than a few centuries. They were both mortals, after all. So, all they could do was use runic enchantments left behind by someone far more powerful and knowledgeable. Sonny shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets the Ivory Tower held. They made their way back to the first level and then went higher. In the past, the firekeepers had made their home on the upper levels of the Ivory Tower, but now it was empty. The awakened following Nephis and Cassie had moved to the wooden village outside. The second level, the third level, the fourth. Finally, they arrived at the fifth, second-to-last level of the pagoda. It was separated into many halls and chambers, some of which had been recently refurbished to serve various purposes. It all resembled the interior of a beautiful but rather bare-bones manor. A mouth-watering aroma was coming from a half-open door at the end of one of the corridors. Effie hurried toward it with gleaming eyes. Behind the door was a brightly lit hall that was made into a kitchen. Sunny noticed that someone had put a lot of effort into either building cooking appliances or bringing them here from the waking world. The latter could only be done by a master, of course, although most advanced technology did not work in the dream realm. Similar to how it failed in the vicinity of Nightmare Gates, more primitive devices functioned perfectly well. There were expensive but much more convenient spell-tech solutions, too. So, while you couldn't really have something like an electric stove or a refrigerator here, you could have a wood stove or an ice hox, as well as analogs that worked on essence. Sunny also noticed several large crates of cooking ingredients, beverages, and snacks, which had obviously been delivered from the waking world by the members of the cohort. He did not pay that much attention, though, because there was someone standing in front of the stove, stirring the source of the delicious aroma, a generous amount of fried rice that was being cooked in a bowl-shaped frying pan. Tall, slender, with beautiful silver hair, and wearing white apron. Wait, an apron? Sunny blinked a couple of times, hearing their steps. Naphis looked over her shoulder and called out, "It's almost ready." Then she suddenly tensed and slowly turned around. Neff's face remained as calm as ever, but there was a hint of agitation in her striking gray eyes. "Sunny?" He remained silent for a moment, then looked past her. "Sure, you better turn around, though. Don't burn our dinner." Chapter 1071. Familiar Role. Nephis stared at Sunny for a couple moments, then briefly glanced at her apron and quietly cleared her throat. "Right?" She turned around and got back to stirring the rice. A couple seconds later, Sight added without looking back, "You'll have to wait for a couple more minutes, and welcome back, Sunny. Did you make it out of the Antarctic Center all right?" Sunny wondered how much Changing Star knew about the situation in the southern quadrant as he followed Cassie, Effie, and Kai to sit behind a dining table. Settling on a wooden chair, which was far inferior to his own shadow chair, he sighed. "I wouldn't call it all right. But yes, I made it out. I'm already inside a siege capital in East Antarctica." Neff's shoulder moved slightly. "That's good." Effie grabbed a few cans of something sugary and refreshing, then pushed one toward Sunny. "Kai and I spent a whole month in transit aboard those giant ships. We were in the first batch of the Second Army to arrive, so we've been in East Antarctica for about a week. Gods. I thought the ocean was bad, but Antarctica. I haven't ever seen that many nightmare creatures in my life, not even here in the dream realm. It's like the two worlds switched places. Cunyu. The Second Army was twice the size of the First Army, so it was going to take 2 trips for the naval convoys to bring all of it to the southern quadrant. Both Effie and Kai were in the first wave of reinforcements, which was why they had made landfall around the time Sunny himself reached East Antarctica. Sunny looked at them, wondering. East Antarctica was a large place, and it was not a given that their paths would cross until the end of the operation. He really hoped that they would, though. Effie shook her head. "Enough about us? What happened to you? You look a bit different, Sunny." He did indeed look slightly different because of the marble shell. However, Sunny knew that that was not what Effie meant. He sighed and took a sip from the cart she had given him. "Well, as you know, I was assigned to the 1st Irregular Company in the first month after our contingent of the Army made it to the Antarctic Center. Things were more or less fine. The field army split into 7 divisions, with 1 remaining in the city of El Alcan-Scott, while 6 others moved south to establish 6 more siege capitals. Sunny paused. "I was assigned to the southernmost siege capital, and then went on a mission to retrieve a VIP from a remote research station. That was when everything went from bad to worse. The chain of nightmares had gone into overdrive, and 3 whole titans spawned in the Antarctic Center, including an especially troublesome corrupted one. It took a lot to keep his voice from shaking at the mention of the winter beast. The others looked at him intently, and Sonny sighed. I ended up stuck in that research station for about a month, waiting to be evacuated by a battleship. However, the ship never arrived, and everyone in the settlement was eventually eviscerated by a powerful terror. My people and I were the only ones to survive. We were in a bit of a predicament, though, because by that point, reaching the nearest siege capital was more easily said than done. He leaned back, remembering L-49 and the start of the calamitous march north. His face darkened. And then we learned that the nearest siege capital had actually already been destroyed. So I had to go to the second nearest one, picking up a few refugees in the process. That was when I got trapped in that weird tunnel. Thanks for helping me out, by the way. He forced out a smile, looking at Nephis and Cassie. Cassie shook her head. Of course, we were quite surprised. The way you delivered the message was very original, to say the least. And Tit, very you. Hopefully the little kernel of insight I gleaned was of some help. Sonny chuckled. It helped. I still don't know what that thing in the tunnel was, but we managed to escape from it for a time. Sadly, the second nearest siege capital also ended up being destroyed, and so I had to lead the train of refugees all the way back to Falcon Scott. That was a hell of a journey. The remaining 10%, though, all died, as did millions of people in the other destroyed siege capitals. St. Tyrus, you know her, had been holding back that corrupted Titan I mentioned. Once she was defeated, the Titan swept in and killed everyone. The whole field army was wiped out. I'm hard to kill, so I survived well. And here I am, a somber silence settled in the brightly lit hall. Nephis and Cassie did not speak, probably not knowing what to say, and neither did Effie and Cal. The latter two were especially grim because they were now in Antarctica too. So many people had died, and what had happened to Sonny could very easily happen to the two of them as well. Eventually, Kai sighed. I'm so sorry, Sonny. You've been through a lot. Sonny closed his eyes for a moment. The heart-wrenching memories of the Antarctic Center clawed at his heart, making him want to surrender to a dark and boundless emotion. With a smile, he shook his head. We've all been through a lot on the Forgotten Shore, and in our second nightmares, we've been through hell after hell, but it did really feel different this time. Maybe because I was responsible for other people, and maybe because it was happening right here on Earth, not in some distant place. With that, Sonny glanced at Effie and Kai, then said, trying to cheer them up, You don't have to worry too much, though. Now that the operation is in its second phase, things will calm down a little. East Antarctica is in a much better spot than the Antarctic Center. There are more soldiers, more awakened, more saints, and much fewer obstacles in the way. Sure, it's going to be a tough campaign, and unexpected variables are bound to emerge, but I feel like the worst part is over. With some luck, we will all manage. He smiled, then secretly threw a glance at Nephis. She was now a part of one of those unexpected variables. Would Neph have something to say to him? As if feeling his gaze, changing star turned around and walked their way, soon placing plates of fragrant rice and vegetables in front of each member of the cohort. Her apron had disappeared at some point in the past few minutes. Sitting down, Nephis pushed the plate with the biggest portion toward Sonny, which caused Effie to stare at her indignantly. Neph coughed. What eat, everyone? Before it gets cold. They turned their attention to the food, and for a while, Sonny felt delightfully at peace. It was so strange he had gone through so much, and had changed so much, but now that he was back with his friends, it was so easy to slide into a familiar role, to smile and laugh as if he was the same old Sonny. It felt natural, even if a small, hidden corner of his heart remained dark and cold, untouched by the peaceful warmth of their reunion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. Allowing himself to relax, Sonny concentrated on the food. It had been a long time since he got to eat something Nephis had cooked. The fried rice with vegetables was indeed much better than military rations. It was delicious. Chapter 1072. Brief Levity. The small dinner was very enjoyable for Sonny. In fact, after being under crushing pressure for pretty much the entire past 4 months, this sudden moment of levity made him feel like he was on the verge of melting into a puddle of jelly. It was as though the outer edges of his being had been turned into a harsh, rigid shell by the immense strain of the disastrous war, and now that the shell suddenly disappeared, he could not quite remember how to keep himself together without it. Still, he managed. The 5 of them ate and chatted relaxedly, sharing small details about their lives in recent months. Sonny especially had a lot to say. All of them were experienced combatants, but he now possessed precious knowledge of the intricacies of the type of war Effie and Kai would soon be exposed to. The southern campaign was different from the usual tribulations Awakened faced in the dream realm. The terrain was different. The climate was different. Even the cycle of day and night was different. More importantly, the forces arranged against them were different, as were the forces on their side. In Antarctica, Ascended and Awakened had the support of mundane soldiers and modern technology. Sonny had learned a tremendous amount of lessons about how to bring the two together, in no small part because he had commanded a mixed force of Awakened and mundanes in conditions so desperate that anything less than perfect cohesion would have meant certain death. Unlike him, who had been a part of a small and exceedingly elite unit, both Kai and Effie were placed in command of large detachments consisting of rank-and-file soldiers. To them, this practical knowledge was more valuable than gold. Small things like using fire-resistance enchantments to increase the tactical flexibility of MWP flamethrowers, efficiently triaging mundane soldiers that had been infected by the spell, managing the ammo consumption of the vehicle turrets in relation to the essence consumption of the Awakened, and 1,000 more things like this could only be learned through experience, or being taught by someone with such experience. Of course, his friends were bright people and immensely talented warriors. In time, they would have reached the same conclusions, but that time could very well cost many lives. That was why Sonny was in a hurry to share his hard-won expertise. The only problem was that actually going over everything was bound to take way more time than they had. So at some point, he simply used the Blessing of Dusk enchantment of the Graceless Dusk to establish a mental connection and share his insights in a more direct fashion. Needless to say, his sudden ability to transmit thoughts telepathically startled his friends greatly. Effie flinched, almost falling from her chair, and looked at him with wide eyes. "Ah, what the hell, Sonny, you're in my head." Sonny paused, suddenly realizing that he should have probably warned them before establishing the connection. He chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, sorry, I should have explained first. One of the enchantments of my tunic. It's a tunic, you troglodyte. Allows me to establish a mental link with other living beings." Don't worry, though, I can't read your thoughts, and in your case, Effie, I wouldn't even want to. Gods, I shudder just imagining what is going on in that depraved head of yours. In any case, you have to willingly transmit a thought for me to receive it. Imagine it as thinking out loud. She hesitated for a few moments, then instantly sent over a mental image that made Sonny spit out his drink and glare at her with murder in his eyes. "Nee, that would
You, what?
With the help of the blessing of dusk, the conversation flowed much faster. Eventually, though, both Kai and Effie had to leave. They had just arrived at their assigned siege capital, after all. So there was a lot for them to do. In fact, days like this, when all five could freely gather in the dream realm together, were bound to be rare until the Antarctica operation was over. Cassie excused herself, too, returning to the root chamber of the tower to continue studying the runic circle. Sunny and Nephis were left alone in the sunlit hall. He hesitated. Throughout the dinner, Sunny had avoided speaking about the matters that gnawed on him, the war between the great clans and their plans for Antarctica. In fact, he felt reluctant to start that conversation even now. However, he had already learned the unpleasant lesson of what happened when he postponed important conversations until the last possible moment. Sunny's relaxed expression slowly changed to one of grim sharpness. Looking at Nephis, he leaned back a little and asked, "You told me before that valor and song would most likely turn the southern quadrant into their private battlefield. How sure are you of it now after 4 months?" Neph lingered for a while, her beautiful gray eyes clear and calm. Then she said, "I'm pretty sure. In fact, it has already been set in stone." Sunny let out a resentful sigh. Damn them. He gritted his teeth, staring into the distance with a harsh expression. Suddenly, the shadows in the corners of the hall seemed much darker. This is insanity. Sunny shook his head, feeling a strong desire to break something. This is pure madness, Neph. I've been told that the great clans have long given up on the waking world. Standing aside and watching the lives of hundreds of millions of people be destroyed is already unforgivable. But coming to mess things up even further is just beyond all reason. I just don't understand. Changing Star looked at him evenly, then a strange, joyless smile slowly appeared on her face. "I can help you with that," Sunny frowned. "What exactly do you mean?" Nephis sighed, then looked away. "You've done a lot in the past 4 months, Sunny. Cassie and I might not have gone through as much as you have, but we haven't been idle either. We've managed to discover a few things, although not as many as I would have liked. After all, it has only been a few months. They don't trust me much yet." She paused for a moment. "This war between valor and song has always seemed a little strange, and now I think I know why. A lot of things still remain unclear, but we did solve the most important mystery." Changing Star looked at him and said, "The true reason why the great clans are at war, do you want me to tell you? That will certainly help you understand." Chapter 1073, The Fourth Step. Sunny remained silent for a while, looking at Nephis with a somber expression. Eventually a dark smile appeared on his face. "Pray tell." Neph sighed, then stood up and started gathering the dirty plates. Her movements were calm and unhurried, as if they had not been discussing matters that could very well decide the fate of the whole world. "Help me do the dishes." Sunny blinked, amused by the mundane banality of her request. He lingered for a moment, then shook his head, and went about giving Changing Star a hand. As they cleaned the plates in the cold water produced by either a memory or the ivory tower itself, she started talking. "I've known for a long time that the great clans, especially Song and Valor, were opposed to each other, despite being outwardly unified. The symptoms of the approaching war were quite apparent, if one knew where to look. However, the reasons for this animosity have always eluded me. Key Song and Anvil had been comrades once, after all. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. My father was their comrade, too." Sunny hesitated for a moment. Do they really need a reason, though? Power is already reason enough. Both have an unimaginable amount of it, but in my experience, those who possess great power are the ones most greedy for more. Nephis slowly shook her head. "Maybe, but they are not fools. This war of theirs is too ill-timed, too destructive. The great clans stand to lose more from it than they would gain. There are other powers to consider, too. The House of Night, for example. Even the government, or Astarion, wherever he might be. If both Song and Valor are weakened by the clash, the lesser threats might very well swoop in to finish off the victor." She paused for a bit, so I suspected there had to be something else at play, and as it turns out there is, although I only learned of it recently. I still don't know why the hostility between the two great clans has suddenly escalated so much now. Of all the times it could have, now seems like a terrible time to go to war. However, I think I do know the true source of their conflict. Sonny glanced at her, consumed by tense anticipation. It felt as though he was about to learn a great secret, one that would finally let him see the full picture clearly, or at least show him the way to the truth. Very few people in the world could have uncovered this mystery, but Changing Star herself had infiltrated one of the great clans while Cassie was helping her, late Velkev-sam. And now he was going to benefit from their effort. Sonny remained silent, waiting. Nephis calmly wiped the last plate, put it on the drying rack, and turned to him. White sparks ignited in her eyes. It has to do with the sovereigns and their domains. He raised an eyebrow. Domains? I've heard a few people use that word. However, I still don't know what it means. Nephis nodded, then headed toward the stairs to the 6th, highest level of the tower. Come, if you want. Sonny gave her a dark look, then followed. As they ascended the stairs, Neph spoke. To people who know about the existence of the sovereigns, domains are synonymous with their rule. So one might say that they belong to a domain, meaning that they serve one of the supremes. However, there is a deeper secret here. As I found out, domains are not just an abstract concept. In fact, they are very real. A domain is an extension of a sovereign's aspect. Sonny stared at her silently. He had suspected as much. Hilt never had any proof. More than that, he had no idea what that statement actually implied. So it is an ability, like the transformation ability that the saints possess? One that affects an area, perhaps? Neph frowned. Not exactly. Once a transcendent becomes a supreme, they do unlock another ability, one that is tremendously powerful at that. You might call it a supreme, ultimate, or pinnacle ability, I guess. But a domain is something separate from the supreme ability. It is another innate function of the aspect, just like controlling soul essence or accessing the soul sea is a natural progression of one's ability to express their power. She lingered for a moment. Within their domain, a sovereign's is nearly invincible. Mind you, I don't know everything about it just yet. I've just gleaned bits and pieces of information where I could. The point is, each step of the path of ascension, as well as of the path of corruption, has its own meaning. The first path is the ascent toward divinity, while the second is the descent into profanity. They reached the 6th level, which, just like the first, only encompassed one spacious hall. This one was smaller than the great chamber where Hope had once been chained, and suffused with bright sunlight. It was empty and Spartan, with only a few pieces of wooden furniture and a bed occupying a small section of the vast stone floor, the white curtains of the bed's canopy billowing in the wind. Apparently, this was where Nephis herself lived. She led Sonny to one of the 4 large balconies and stopped there, looking at the breathtaking vista of the boundless blue sky. The clouds were rolling past the ivory island like a swirling radiant sea. Those who are dormant can awaken after that. Some rise above the mundane and take the first step toward the divine, becoming ascended. Others descend into the abyss of corruption and become fallen. That is the meaning of the 2nd step, rise or fall. The essence of the 3rd step is transformation. Ascended truly transcend their mundane origin, becoming transcendent. Fallen become corrupted by the dark abyss and are thus called corrupted. Sonny looked at her and frowned. Awakening? Ascension? Transformation? What about the 4th step, then? What about the great and the supreme? Nephis met his gaze, her cold gray eyes shining with the reflected sunlight. The essence of the 4th step is authority. I guess a god has to be a god of something, or someone. At the 4th step, the sovereigns start to coalesce their domains, and that, I think, is much more important than all other forms of power they possess. I think only the domain can pave the way for a supreme to take the next step on the path of ascension and become sacred. Chapter 1074, Authority. Sonny looked down at the rolling sea of clouds. He was considering Neff's words. Some of what she said was common knowledge. People had long theorized that there was a profound meaning to the way the spell named different ranks. Ascended were called ascended because they had risen above their human nature. Transcendent were called transcendent because they had broken past it, assuming some traits of the divine, the supremes, then took another step toward godhood, and that step seemed to be tied to authority. It made sense, really, because that progression was similar to how nightmare creatures grew in class. The tyrants were all about rule and authority, too. However, there was something in what Nephis had told him that caught Sonny's attention. He glanced at her and asked, "Did you say start to coalesce their domains?" That word meant much more than one would think. If there was a start, there also had to be an end. Much more importantly, it hinted that a domain was not something that Supremes simply gained. There was a process to it. Neff smiled. Indeed, you caught on to the very heart of the issue. The domains are not set in stone. As all other forms of power, they can change and be changed. Simply put, a domain can grow, in fact. I suspect that it must grow for a Supreme to realize his or her potential, and therefore a domain can also be diminished. Sonny's eyes gleamed. He was starting to understand. I see. I see now, of course. It makes so much sense. He looked at her intently, the shadows around him growing darker. And how exactly do domains grow? Changing Star lingered for a moment, then turned to look at the sky. Well, it is hard to say. All domains are unique, after all, just like all aspects are unique. However, there are some common things that all of them most likely share. So I would say that there are two ways. One is the natural way. That was how the ancient people of the Dream Realm spread their authority and built their domains. Sonny slowly nodded. People like Noctis and Otto of the Nine had also been awakened. However, he knew very little about how they reached higher ranks of power. There had been no nightmares in the ancient past, nor had there been the spell. The spell, Nephis noticed the look of realization on his face and nodded. Yes, the spell provides training wheels for the awakened of the lower ranks, creating a harrowing but swift and streamlined road for them to reach greater power. There are so many tools it gives us that we take for granted, so why wouldn't it provide assistance to the sovereigns as well? The spell has created a straightforward way for the Supremes to expand their domains. She took a step back and placed her hand on the ivory wall of the great pagoda. Do you get it yet? Sonny stared, silent. A few moments later, he said in a low voice, "The citadels." Neff smiled. Correct. No matter what authority you wield, it can only spread through two mediums, I think. Territory or people. The citadels naturally encompass both. We knew all along that the spell creates the gateways which serve as the heart and purpose for the existence of the citadels. However, as it turns out, there is more to it, much more. She lingered for a few moments, then frowned. I'm not too sure about the true scope of what functions the citadels hide. What I do know, however, is that saints already have the ability to bind them. Light novel cave psalm. We have not found out what this binding entails exactly, but I think it is safe to say that if a saint serves a sovereign and takes control of a citadel, the sovereign's domain expands. Changing Star hesitated. It also seems that not all citadels are created equal. There are some that are very special and much more desirable, like Bastion or Ravenheart or this island. It is not a coincidence that each of the great clans had fought to conquer one of the locations marked on the map you found in the Ebony Tower. Sonny looked at her sharply, considering the implications. Bastion, Ravenheart, the Ivory Tower. From what he knew, each of these places had served as the stronghold of one of the daemons. The House of Night was in possession of the fourth one. The fifth was located in the utterly lethal Hollow Mountains, which Clan Valor had nevertheless put a lot of effort into exploring, disregarding the danger. And the sixth one, the last one, considering that Weaver did not seem to have possessed a stronghold, The sixth one was the black pyramid far to the cast. The pyramid that seemed to be somehow tied to the chain of nightmares. Sunny took a deep breath. So what exactly are you trying to say? Nifis shook her head. Isn't it obvious? Both Anvil of Valor and Ki Song need to expand their spheres of influence to perfect their domains. However, there are only so many human citadels to go around, which means that two domains, or at least these particular two domains, can't coexist. For one to be perfected, it has to swallow the other. She grew quiet for a moment, and then said somberly, "That is the true reason for the war between their clans." Sunny looked away, an ugly grimace contorting his face. A sense of dark Vikot's anger was smoldering in his heart. Neff sighed. Antarctica will be the first major battlefield of this war, but it won't be the last. Most of it will trap her in the dream realm after both sides deliver their strikes. But the first act is also the most important. If one of the clans manages to gain momentum in the southern quadrant, their advantage might very well snowball into an unstoppable avalanche. So, their clash in Antarctica will be extremely fierce and bloody. In fact, Anvil is sending his own daughter there. Morgan will lead Valor forces in the southern quadrant. That alone shows how serious his intentions are. Changing Star studied the clear skies, then turned to Sunny and said, her voice even, "So, now, do you understand?" Chapter 2075. Know the Enemy. Sunny remained silent for a while, responding only when the pressure of the flaw started to turn into scaring pain. "Yeah, I think I understand." Many things became clearer now. Finally, he knew more about the sovereigns and the power they wielded, awakened masters and saints. All of them were bestowed with great strength, but that strength was of a personal kind. Supremes were, without doubt, even more fearsome warriors, however. Their true advantage lay in their authority. He was not too certain about what exactly a domain did. Even Nephis did not know the details after all, but understood the concept. A domain was a physical manifestation of a sovereign's aspect, a territory where their rule was supreme, and that manifestation, while representing their personal strength, relied on external factors to exist and grow. Authority, influence, power over someone, and not just yourself. All of these things were conveniently intertwined in the form of citadels, which the spell created. Citadels. Sunny looked down, as if trying to pierce the ivory tower with his gaze. Then he sighed. There were still a lot of unanswered questions. On the surface, the intention of the sovereigns seemed obvious. Well, with the exception of Asterion, who was the most mysterious of the three. They had established their domains in the unique citadels that had once belonged to the daemons, and then slowly expanded their rule, uplifting loyal ascended to sainthood, and eliminating those transcendent who refused to swear fealty to them, thus failing to become the vessels of their domains. The only two exceptions were the House of Night and, to a much lesser extent, the government. Both were convenient to have around and fulfilled a necessary function. The seat of power of the great clan knight, on top of that, was located in the deadly waters of the Storm Sea. Launching an invasion into their territory was a dire task. But what about Professor Obel's theory? Indeed, something did not add up. If Anvil of Valor and Ki Song were so obsessed with perfecting their domains, then why were they suppressing the emergence of saints? Lit novel Save Som. The more transcendence there were, the more human citadels there would be in the dream realm, and the more territory they would be able to conquer. Come to think of it, if they really had no choice but to wage war on each other, then why had they waited for 2 decades to start it? Why were they only attempting the conquest now? Why had they waited for the chain of nightmares to descend upon the southern quadrant? Sunny frowned, then glanced at Nephis. "I feel like we are still missing a key piece of information. This timing. It's just too strange. And hateful." Of course, there was a possibility that all of it was just a coincidence. Maybe Ki Song simply decided to use the power imbalance that the death of St. Cormac and Mordred's ascension had created. But Sunny felt like there was more to this war than they thought. Neff leaned on the parapet of the sunlit balcony and sighed. We certainly do. The sovereigns have many secrets, and I won't claim to know all of them. But does it really matter what they are hiding? The truth remains the same. Sunny scoffed. She was right. Nephis was determined to destroy the sovereigns, because they were suppressing humanity in its conquest of the spell and, more importantly, stood in her way. She did not care what motivated the Supremes, and neither did Sunny. He hated them all the same. Valor and song deserved each other as far as he was concerned. But Antarctica was about to be swept up in their treasonous strife, and that he could not allow to happen. Look at you go. Do you even hear yourself? Who are you to defy the great clans? Do you imagine yourself to be someone capable of stopping them? You're definitely not sure. You have some power, but in the grand scheme of things, you're just a bug. A single master, no matter how strong, is only capable enough to be an expendable pawn. Sunny gritted his teeth. It was true. No matter how incensed he was, there was nothing he could do. The best Sunny could hope to achieve was to minimize the damage that the clash of the great clans was bound to do to the evacuation effort. A little? That only made him angrier. Well then, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I will prepare, learn their weaknesses, and try to suppress the fallout of their despicable acts as much as I can. Luckily, Sunny knew just the right person to provide him with information. Knowing what the opponent was planning came first. He remained silent for a few moments, then glanced at Neff. So what exactly is going to happen? What will be their first move? She smiled wistfully. In a few months, the great clans will announce that they are sending reinforcements to the southern quadrant. Both Song and Valor will dispatch a strong force to Antarctica. But not too strong. Late Novelle, Save Sam. A couple more saints, a dozen or two masters, and a few hundred awakened. Officially, their mission will be to support the evacuation army in fighting the nightmare creatures. In reality, however, they are being sent there to fight each other. Sunny scowled, slightly confused. How, though? By now, most of the human forces on the continent are concentrated in the siege capitals, with very little reason to venture outside. Are these saints and their forces going to just go and attack the cities? Nephis shook her head. No, at least I think they won't. Not unless there is a very good reason to. In truth, they won't be staying behind the walls of the siege capitals most of the time, because they have a secondary goal as well. One that requires going outside and attacking the nightmare creatures. He tilted his head a little. And what goal might that be? Changing Star simply looked at him, and a moment later, Sunny's eyes widened slightly. The Pyramid? Chapter 1076. Know yourself, Nephis nodded. Song and Valor are going to be in a race to conquer it. They will search for nightmare gates that can be used to establish a beachhead in the unexplored region of the Dream Realm where the Black Pyramid is located. Once they find a comparatively safe fort, they will use the call to transport their saints, masters, and awakened there, establishing temporary outposts. She paused, looked at him, and continued. These outposts will be used to launch expeditions toward the pyramid. The end goal is to find a relatively safe place in close proximity to it, build a true fortress there, and then use that fortress as the staging ground for the conquest of the tomb. Changing Star lingered for a moment. It might be easier to think of it in terms of the Forgotten Shore. Each gate is connected to a seed of nightmare somewhere in the region. Some seeds might be in the depths of the Crimson Labyrinth, and everyone who follows the call to the area around them will be drowned by the Dark Sea. Some seeds, however, might be located on higher ground. Those who enter the Dream Realm near these seeds will be able to survive, and then slowly make their way through the labyrinth Late Novelle Cave. The end goal is to find a place like the Dark City, build a fortress akin to the Bright Castle, and then use it to conquer the Crimson Spire. What an apt metaphor. Sunny couldn't help but smile darkly. They might find out that this task is much harder than they imagine it to be. In theory, such a plan seemed solid. Each of the hundreds, if not thousands, of nightmare gates in East Antarctica was connected to a seed of nightmare in the region surrounding the tomb of Ariel. By relying on the call, these gates could be used to enter the dream realm somewhere near the corresponding seed. Then, by pinpointing a suitably safe area and the gate connected to it, the great clans could transport their forces into the dream realm without risking instant annihilation. These forces would then explore and fight their way toward the Black Pyramid. The region could contain several citadels, even by conquering one. Song or valor would be able to establish a safe and stable corridor to ferry fighters and supplies over. If there were no citadels except for the tomb of Ariel itself, though the saints would have to play the role of ferrymen, but the mysterious desert was utterly lethal. It was much worse than even the Forgotten Shore, and the forces of the great clans would not only have to fight against the endless flood of nightmare creatures populating it, they would also have to fight against each other. Sunny couldn't help but shiver. Nephis, meanwhile, simply nodded. The task will be a hellish one, indeed. But these are the great clans, Sunny. No matter how you and I might feel about them, their fearsome reputation is not unearned. Both valor and song represent the absolute pinnacle of human achievement in warfare. If they can't do it, no one can. He remained silent for a while, thinking. The real goal of the great clans was to kill each other, while their secondary goal was to conquer the tomb of Ariel. One naturally led to the other. He now knew that the siege capitals in Antarctica would remain mostly untouched by their war, at least, unless something unexpected happened. However, both clans would be feverishly seeking suitable gates in East Antarctica, without doubt ambushing and slaughtering each other in the process. Army patrols and the infrastructure of the evacuation corridors could very well become collateral damage in their clashes, not to mention that they were bound to send the nightmare creatures into a frenzy, and maybe even lead the abominations back to the cities. There would be some violence within the siege capitals as well, or at least bloody clandestine operations. All three of the saints currently present in East Antarctica belonged to the warring factions after all. If the servants of Key Song had an opportunity to deal with St. Tyrus and Falcon Scott, they would have taken it. Without a doubt, the consequences for the civilians sheltered in the city be damned bastards. Muldrew. In any case, Sunny had some idea about how things would progress in the coming months now. This was already enough for him to start thinking. Eventually, he glanced at Nephis and hesitated for a few moments. There was one question that was still gnawing at him. Sunny sighed. "And where will you be while all of this is happening?" Nephis looked at him. White sparks danced in her eyes, and then she suddenly smiled. "Where do you think? Of course I will be accompanying Morgan. Sister dearest to Antarctica. Cassie, the firekeepers, and I, all of us are going there with her, Late Novel Cave. I've told you that Valor does not trust me much yet. What better way to earn trust and merit than on the battlefield?" He stared at her silently for a while. "I guess there is none. So we are going to meet in the southern quadrant?" Changing Star shrugged. "If you wish. Or you can stay out of this mess entirely. You have made it very clear that you don't want to have anything to do with the great clans and their war, so it's up to you if and how much you get involved." Sunny smiled darkly. "Up to me, huh? Yeah, no, that ship has sailed. He really could hide in some remote siege capital, use his service record and exalted status to get himself a cushy assignment, and spend the rest of the campaign relaxing, as much anyone could relax in Antarctica. However, was he willing to? Did he want to? Not really. If I do not go to hell, who else will go? Sunny had once told the Sin of Solace that the great clans were free to act with impunity because there was no one around to hold them responsible. He did not wish to teach anyone lessons in responsibility, but he did want to teach those bastards a lesson in humility. The harsher and more painful the lesson, the better. I'll make them pay. If I go to hell, I'll drag them with me. Sunny looked at the boundless blue sky, then turned to Nephis and smiled. See you in Antarctica then. Chapter 1077, Midnight Sun. Summer had come to Antarctica. The winds still brought with them a piercing chill, but it was warm enough for the snow to thaw under direct sunlight. Gurgling streams of water turned East Antarctica into a land of countless brooks and numerous lakes, which all glistened in the sun or drowned in the shadows of the tall mountains. The sun itself was distant and cold, but it never disappeared from the blue expanse of the sky. Just like there had been no end to the night, now there was no end to the day. The twilight of the long dawn had gradually turned into daylight, and now that October was in full swing, the whole continent was suffused with bright radiance, and would be for the next 5 months. The situation on the continent, however, was far from light. It was grim and dire, as if Antarctica had submerged deeper into an endless cycle of dreadful nightmares. The chain of nightmares was escalating with each day, and the evacuation army was forced to take more and more desperate measures to withstand it. The remains of a once thriving city were buried under thawing snow, with the skeletal remains of tall buildings rising above it like dark cliffs. This settlement had not been chosen to become a siege capital, and so it was abandoned at the start of the campaign. Now it was nothing but a desolate ruin. From time to time that ruin would turn into a battleground, sustaining even more damage. The humans had fought violently and almost defeated the attacking abominations, but sadly the sounds of the combat awoke a fiend that had been slumbering in the ruins. The creature had tom a bloody path through the remaining abominations, and then slaughtered the soldiers. Now only one of them remained alive. Lieutenant Catfine was struggling desperately with the controls of her MWP. But it was of no use. The mighty machine had been damaged too severely and toppled, its vestibular systems going completely offline. She could have brought it back up, relying on nothing but her piloting skills, but most of the limb hydraulics were destroyed, and the frame itself was bent and torn, large sections of the alloy armor already missing. Even the coolant pathways were breached, turning the pilot's cabin into a scorching inferno. The paint she used to decorate its walls with drawings was blistering and melting. Auntie Catfine herself felt as if she was going to melt too, but of course she wouldn't. The abomination that had slaughtered her squad was currently on top of the MWP, clawing at the war machine with its powerful limbs. The armor was parting before the terrifying claws like paper. Each strike sent a concussive shockwave through the frame, tossing Catfine up and down in the tight confines of her safety harness. The creature was going to kill her long before the heat had a chance to. Curse it. There was just no way for her to fight against a fallen demon, and that was what the creature was, most likely. At least the awakened leader of the patrol had called it that before being killed by the fiend. But even knowing how hopeless the situation was, Catfine stubbornly controlled the only functioning arm of the MWP, bending it at the elbow to press the 7 barrels of the kinetic machine gun installed on the forearm of the war platform to the abomination's side. The barrels spun, unleashing a flood of heavy tungsten rounds into the demon's impenetrable hide. In just a second, the machine gun spat close to 200 armor-piercing bullets, however. All of them simply ricocheted off the harrowing creature's skin, not even bruising it. The fiend was pushed slightly to the side, then glanced at the firing weapon with its mad, burning eyes. In the next moment, the abomination's claws struck, ripping through the MWP's arm and severing it entirely. The next blow finally breached the cockpit, destroying the screens and letting Catfine see the fiend with her own 2 eyes. She gritted her teeth. At least there's some cool air now. She knew that she was about to die, but she didn't. The battle had caused plumes of thick smoke to rise above the ruins, obscuring the sun and submerging the battlefield in deep darkness. At that moment, the darkness suddenly surged. Auntie moved forward. Catfine blinked, thinking that she was seeing things. 2 giant hands suddenly rose from the ground, grabbing the fallen demon by the shoulders. The hands had matte, inky black skin, slender wrists, and long, dexterous fingers that ended with sharp claws. These claws cut through the abomination's indestructible skin with ease. Then the dark hands pulled and ripped the fiend apart. Half of its monstrous body landed to the left of the fallen MWP, the other half to the right. A river of blood and viscera splashed, falling into the turned-up dirt. Just like that, the terrifying creature had been slaughtered. What? Catfine suddenly felt cold. The fallen demon was a harrowing monster, so what kind of otherworldly horror would be capable of killing it with such ease? As she stared, a figure emerged from the darkness, landing softly on the torn frame of the MWP. It was a young man with porcelain skin and black hair, his eyes glistening like dark gemstones. Despite the biting cold and the nightmarish surroundings, he wore no armor and wielded no weapons. His slender body was covered only by a light tunic of black silk. When the young man appeared, the darkness enveloping the destroyed city suddenly seemed to become deeper, darker, and more frightening. The sight of him was in such stark contrast with the ravaged, war-torn ruin that he seemed more like an apparition than a living being. Catfine gulped. The young man lingered for a moment and then looked at her calmly. "Are you all right, soldier? Oh, gods, he speaks." It took her a few seconds to digest what the eerie stranger had just said. "What?" He leaned forward and grabbed the jagged edges of the breach in the cockpit's armor, easily pulling the alloy apart to widen the gap. I said, "Are you all right?" Catfine lingered for a moment. "Ah, yeah, yes?" The stranger nodded. "Good, I'm Ascended Sunless of the Special Reconnaissance Unit. You can call me Master Sunless or Major Sunless. Let's get you out of this thing." Chapter 1078. Army Scout Sonny helped the pilot climb out of the ravaged MWP, then looked around somberly. The ruin of the city was covered by the signs of a fierce battle. Sadly, he had been too late to arrive. Most of the soldiers were already dead. Damn it. He had noticed the commotion in the ruins by chance, while making his way through the wilderness to accomplish a different mission. If not for the habit of sending his shadows in a wide circle around him, Sonny would have never even known that a squad of human soldiers had been trapped here. He used Shadow Step to arrive as swiftly as he could, but ended up saving only one. With a sigh, Sonny helped the young woman climb down from the wreck of the MWP, summoned the endless spring, and handed it to her. "Here, drink some water." The pilot kept staring at him strangely, but he was long used to such stares. He gave her some time, then took the glass bottle back and asked, making sure to keep his voice neutral, "I am sorry about your comrades, but how did you guys end up in this sector? Did you not receive the message that it was designated as a black zone by Army Command?" The young woman grimaced. "We did, sir. But by then, it was already too late. We were on a routine patrol along the 17th evacuation corridor when we came under attack from a swarm of nightmare creatures. We beat them back and pursued. Sadly, a few minutes later, a gate opened right behind us. We were quickly surrounded and had to run for our lives. We ran all the way to this city and—" She sighed. Sonny awkwardly patted the pilot on the shoulder. "I see. I know a thing or two about bad luck, Lieutenant. It can get anyone. You did your best." Internally, he was shaking his head. "Corridor 17. That place just attracts trouble, doesn't it?" Corridor 17 connected one of the largest siege capitals in the region to the coastal fortress. Maintaining it was of vital importance to the evacuation effort, but recently it had become harder and harder to keep the area clean. Sonny himself was on a mission to scout out a potential threat to that corridor. After reaching East Antarctica, he had basically received carte blanche to choose any assignment he wanted, out of those suitable for an Ascended, of course. In the end, Sonny refused another command assignment and requested to be sent to the Special Reconnaissance Unit. The SRU was responsible for prowling the abomination-infested wilderness in search of targets that could pose a serious threat to the siege capitals, keeping tabs on their movements, and even attempting to lure them away from the cities from time to time. Powerful tyrants, terrors, and even titans. Those were the creatures that Army Command had them observe and track. Needless to say, the task was extremely dangerous and often lethal. The SRU consisted exclusively of powerful masters, and each of them either had an aspect uniquely suitable for such work or was an absolute elite. As for Sonny, he was both. The assignment suited him fine, despite the tremendous danger. Partially because it granted him a lot of freedom in his movements and actions, partially because he was reluctant to be put in charge of soldiers again. Being a leader had never been something Sonny enjoyed. The previous time was enough. It was too much, really. He glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. Catch your breath. We can't stay for long, though. This place isn't safe, and I am on a timer. Looking at her, he couldn't help but remember the irregulars. Sonny's face darkened. Most of his people were dead now. Only Beth and Luster remained, and, perhaps, Quentin. There was no news of the gallant healer, so he was most likely gone as well. Luster had been shipped back to NQSC long ago. He was now slowly recovering in the hospital complex of the academy, and doing quite well. Sonny knew of it because Kim remained in close contact with the lucky guy. In fact, he suspected that there was something going on between them. Their young relationship, however, had to remain a long-distance one for now. Kim herself was still here in East Antarctica, but was kept far away from the battlefield. After returning from the Antarctic Center, she had been transferred to the Strategic Intelligence Department of Army Command. Now, her aspect was being used to determine the vulnerabilities of various nightmare creatures on a wide scale and disseminate that knowledge to the troops. There were many such specialists stationed at Army headquarters, but Kim was doing especially well for herself. Beth had been evacuated and reached safety a while back, too. Sonny and she kept in touch, sending each other messages once in a while. However, he had a feeling that the young woman wanted to forget what had happened in the southern quadrant, at least for now. Talking to him was perhaps a painful reminder, so most of Sonny's communications were with Rain. His sister was doing well in the safety of NQSC. She was training diligently and not showing any symptoms of being infected by the spell. The serpent was protecting her, too. At least in that regard, Sonny felt somewhat assured. As for himself, ever since reaching East Antarctica, Sonny only had 3 goals: turn the ravenous fiend into a shadow, become a tyrant, and prepare for the arrival of the great clans. Eli had spent fragments on the little imp first, then hunted down numerous abominations in hopes of forming the 5th Shadow Corps. Now he was mere days away from catching up to Neff. As for the 3rd goal, Sonny had made good progress on that front, too. As he thought about it, his communication device suddenly came alive, and a familiar voice resounded in his ear. "Where the hell are you, Sonny?" He smiled slightly. "Sorry, Jet. I've been delayed a little. Are you still en route?" Her voice came through the static, sounding a little out of breath. "Yeah, and I have a nasty swarm of abominations on my tail." Sonny nodded. "I'll send Mongrel your way. Lead them to the rendezvous point, and she'll take care of everything. I'll arrive in a few hours." With that, Sonny glanced at the MWP pilot and sighed. "Time to go, soldier. Say your goodbyes, then. I'll bring you to the nearest army outpost." He turned away, giving the young woman some space, and looked up at the cold sun hanging motionlessly high above. A long sigh escaped from Sonny's lips. How bright. I never thought I would miss the polar night. Chapter 1079. Imp. The pilot did not spend a long time bidding farewell to her comrades. By that point in the campaign, everyone had experienced loss and defeat. The soldiers had not grown numb to watching people die, but they did become used to it. Death had always surrounded those who fought against the nightmare spell, and here in Antarctica it was even more inescapable, both for the awakened and for the mundanes. When the young woman returned, however, a confused expression appeared on her face. Sonny raised an eyebrow. "What?" The pilot pointed. Where did my MWP go?" He looked back. The wrecked war platform was, indeed, gone. In its place, hidden behind a pile of dirt, sat an ugly little creature. It was hurriedly pushing a piece of bent alloy into its wide, toothy mouth with both hands. Noticing that someone was looking, the creature froze for a moment and feverishly continued to chew on the armored alloy as if afraid that it would be taken away. Sonny rolled his eyes. That little bastard right there ate it. Don't mind him. It was hard to imagine that the scrawny imp had devoured the massive machine, considering that it was dozens of times larger than him. But that was exactly what had happened. Sonny did not know what kind of infernal engine was hidden in the imp's stomach, but the little guy's appetite was inexhaustible. Anything that entered his mouth disappeared without a trace, and there were very few things that his sharp teeth couldn't rip apart. Sonny shuddered, remembering how he had turned the tiny wretch into a shadow. He had done it not long after arriving in East Antarctica. Before, Sonny had been planning to become a tyrant first, but that was because he needed more power fast during the siege of Falcon Scott. Now that things had calmed down, the circumstances were not as pressing. He could allow himself to delay a little, and made converting the echo of the ravenous fiend a priority. Sonny had possessed 3 shadows before, but funnily enough, only one of them, Saint, came from an echo. The process of conversion itself had looked pretty much the same as the first time. In the tranquil silence of his soul sea, 2 beams of dark light descended from one of the shadow cores. One fell on the echo of the Scavenger, the other on a motionless shadow that stood with the rest of them on the still surface of the calm waters. The shadow of the ravenous fiend seemed to dissolve into the dark light, and then the echo became wreathed in black flames that seeped into its flesh, changing it on a fundamental level. The boundless spellweave that was hidden within the echo disappeared, replaced by darkness, light Novell Caves 0 meter. A living shadow was now dwelling within the body of the imp instead, 4 transparent and empty embers burning in its depths. Granted, that scene was not as majestic and awe-inspiring as when Saint had become a shadow. The scrawny little bastard could not compare to the magnificent stone knight in any shape or form after all. Nevertheless, that was how Sonny had acquired his 4th shadow. What came next, however, that he did not like to think about one bit. Newell, Mulu. The trip was a blank slate and had tremendous potential for growth, but Sonny had to be careful about what he fed the gluttonous creature. Some types of food were easy to come by, but would produce mediocre results. Worse, Titan, that be strongly suspected that some advancements would prevent more beneficial powers from taking root in the future. There was one he could not compromise on, though, affinity to shadows, and since shadow creatures were almost impossible to find, Sonny had no choice but to feed the hateful gremlin some of his own flesh again. The first time he summoned the fiend into the real world, the tiny creature looked around, then stared at him with fright and ran away, hiding behind Saint's leg. The imp then grabbed her calf with his 8 clawed fingers and cautiously peeked from behind it, trembling slightly. "Get over here, bastard!" Unable to refuse Sonny's command, the imp reluctantly abandoned his shelter and slowly waddled over. The moment Sonny offered the gremlin his forearm and ordered him to take a bite, the bastard's eyes ignited with ferocious glee, though what happened next was a truly ghastly experience for Sonny. Isla endured it by bitterly fantasizing about killing the vile little creature for the 2nd time. However, it was worth it in the end. The scrawny fiend regained its ability to travel through shadows. Later, Sonny learned that the process of gaining new attributes and abilities was rarely, if ever, so easy and fast. The fiend had already possessed a high affinity to shadows thanks to being one, and Sonny himself was even more unique. He was a divine shadow after all. These 2 reasons made it possible for the little imp to inherit a vestige of his power in one go. As to how the bastard had managed it the first time around, Sonny had no idea. Maybe the inherent adaptability of the scavengers resonated with the innate formlessness of shadows. Maybe the wretch had simply gotten lucky. The point of it was that he couldn't just command the gluttonous scavenger to devour a nightmare creature and expect the same to happen. It took a long time and a lot of corpses, suitable ones at that, for the imp to grow in the right direction. Luckily, he was not limited to only eating flesh, which was why Sonny was currently concentrating on feeding the imp all kinds of steel, alloy, and mystical metals. The ravenous fiend's bone armor had been rather spectacular, but he was determined to come up with something even more indestructible. Watching as the scrawny bastard hurriedly finished chewing on the last piece of the broken MWP, Sonny smiled slightly, his eyes shining with ominous glee. "Eat, eat, eat more, trashling! I need to fatten you up." The imp suddenly shivered and looked at Sonny with wide, terrified eyes. Sonny suppressed a menacing grin and dismissed the imp, then looked at the pilot. "I got him as an echo. Come, let's go. We need to hurry." Chapter 1080, Marvelous Devil. As a scout, Sonny constantly had to traverse great distances across the abomination-infested wilderness of East Antarctica. He would usually ride atop Nightmare or glide through the shadows with incredible speed, but right now, neither of these methods were an option. His steed was with Saint, and he obviously couldn't leave the stranded MWP pilot behind by turning into a shadow. Theoretically, Sonny could carry the young woman on his back and run, which would be faster than limiting his speed to that of a mundane human. But he was not too desperate to save time. There was an army outpost relatively close to the ruined city, and although normal patrols would be slaughtered if they tried to take the convenient shortcut, nothing that dwelled there could threaten Sonny. As they followed a small river that snaked between barren hills, Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his shadows. It read, Shadows, Onyx, Saint, Soul, Serpent, Nightmare, Ravenous, Fiend. Sonny concentrated on the last string of runes, summoning a detailed description of the little bastard. Hack.
You...
Ravenous Fiend, Shadow Rank.
Transcendent. Shadow Class, Devil. Shadow Description, a pitiful little creature traveled through a nightmarish land, harboring a bitter grudge in its tiny heart. Driven by resentment and spite, it suffered many trials and conquered untold dangers to become a marvelous devil. But fate was unkind. The ravenous devil met a much more terrible fiend and turned into his shadow. Sonny stared at the runes with a bleak expression. The spell had always liked to tease him. At least he thought that it did, but this one was just unfair. How come I'm the fiend? The bastard literally has the word fiend in his name. Shaking his head, he moved past the description and continued to read. Shadow Attributes. Lucky, Marvel, Ravenous, Shadow Sworn, Lesser Iron Body. Lucky Attribute Description. This shadow is favored by fortune. Sonny sighed. His own attribute, Fated, attracted both incredible and absolutely terrible luck. The imp, however, was blessed with only good fortune. It was most likely the small scavenger's very first innate attribute. No wonder the bastard had survived meeting him twice. Damnation, peeved by the blatant unfairness, Sonny continued to read. Marvel Attribute Description. This shadow is a marvelous learner. It is stunningly keen and supremely adaptable, absorbing new knowledge with astonishing speed. Lucky and smart? Well, who cares? At the end of the day, it still didn't help him survive meeting me for the third time. If the wretch was so smart, he should have avoided me like a plague. Sonny had seen these descriptions before, of course, but he still couldn't help seething over them. Ravenous Attribute Description. This shadow possesses an insatiable hunger and a frightening potential for growth. The more it eats, the more it will grow. This attribute already seemed rather great, despite the fact that the imp had not grown even by a centimeter in the last 2 months. Sonny had fed him literally tons of armored alloy, as well as the corpses of many nightmare creatures with steel-like carapaces. He had no idea how much the little fiend had to gobble up to become bigger, but knew that the result would be worth it. The true benefit of the ravenous attribute was much more subtle, though, and incredibly precious. It was the fact that, unlike Nightmare and Saint, the imp did not need to consume memories to rise to a higher rank. Lit no velkavon. There was no counter of shadow fragments. Instead, the fiendish shadow simply had to devour. It could become a supreme devil by simply devouring nightmare creatures, or any creatures, really, in great numbers. The more powerful, the better. That put Sonny, who was already suffering terribly from the need to procure countless memories, at ease. This imp is indeed lucky. If I had to choose between feeding memories to Saint and Nightmare or him, well, the poor bastard would have definitely starved. Sonny smiled slightly and turned his attention to the last 2 attributes. Shadow Sworn Attribute Description. This fiend is known to shadows. That one was without surprise, and appeared after Sonny had fed the imp with his flesh. It was the same as what Shadowblade Kurt had possessed, and showed a high affinity to shadows, lesser iron body. Attribute description: this shadow's flesh possesses qualities of metal. He grinned in satisfaction. Finally progress. The lesser iron body had been nascent iron body before. It seemed that munching on that MWP had finally pushed the imp over a threshold. He would be much sturdier now, and in the future would even have a chance to become truly indestructible. There had to be a greater iron body as well, after all. Happy to see the ankle-biter achieving something, Sonny finally glanced at the imp's abilities. The runes read, Shadow abilities, Scavenger, Devourer, Shadow Step. Scavenger ability description: this shadow can attain the traits, attributes, and abilities of the creatures it consumes. Devourer ability description: this shadow's teeth possess unnatural sharpness and strength. It can rend and maul even the most resilient things. Shadow Step ability description: this fiend can move freely between shadows, traveling front one to another in an instant or diving into them to move with great speed. And that was it, Sonny's fourth shadow. The critter was a sorry excuse of a transcendent devil for now, but it would grow to be a real menace one day. In fact, Sonny had a feeling that the imp might just become one of the most terrifying weapons in his arsenal. The ravenous fiend had been an exceedingly dire enemy, but now that he was serving Sonny and thus enjoying the support of a benevolent, selfless, and supremely generous master, just how much more terrible would the wretched waif become? Walking along the small river, Sonny used shadow manifestation to slaughter a nightmare creature that was waiting to ambush him and the MWP pilot, then sighed. I need to find a couple more of those iron golems I killed last week. Or better yet, a whole swarm of them. A horde would be even better. My imp is a growing little wretch, after all. He needs to eat. Chapter 1081, Lake Ruin. Soon they reached the army outpost. There had been a few nightmare creatures that attacked them on the way, including an especially vile, corrupted monster. Sonny tore the former apart with hands woven out of shadows, and cut the latter down personally with a blade created the same way. These days, he tried to avoid getting his own hands dirty, mostly using shadow manifestation to slaughter the enemy. Sonny wanted to hone and refine his mastery of manifestation. For that, he needed a lot of practice. Additionally, he felt that it was unnecessary for him to get up close and personal with every god-forsaken abomination standing in his way. Perhaps it was the nature of his current mission as a solitary scout, or perhaps Sonny had simply received a chance to return to being cautious and stealthy after years of being forced to play the role of a frontline fighter. In any case, he strived to only enter melee range with an enemy if he was certain of killing the foe with a single strike. Usually one of Sonny's strikes was enough. If not, he would avoid a confrontation entirely. The army outpost was located underground, similar to the supply depot he had visited once in the Antarctic Center. However, as a member of the Special Reconnaissance Unit, Sonny knew very well where all the Army assets were hidden. Better yet, East Antarctica had no problems with communications. Well, except for the usual interference of the call. So he had been able to radio about their arrival in advance. Sonny and the surviving MWP pilot were met by a cohort of sleep-deprived awakened. Despite their visible fatigue, the soldiers stood at attention and saluted him respectfully. Their eyes betrayed a hint of reverence. This again. Sonny was met with such stares anywhere he went in Antarctica, at least among the soldiers. The First Army and the Second Army were merged into one military now. But within it, people who had been in the Southern Quadrant since day one of the Chain of Nightmares were treated with silent respect. That went tenfold for those who had been a part of the Antarctic Center contingent. The Antarctic Center had been the most terrifying battlefield of the operation yet, and almost the entire field army sent there had been wiped out. There were only a few survivors here and there, mostly those who had been among the evacuated wounded. Needless to say, Sonny was both a veteran of the Antarctic Center and an Ascended. That was why most soldiers treated him with veneration. "Master Sunless, sir." He nodded at the welcoming party and handed over the MWP pilot to them. The young woman had done well keeping pace with him on the way to the outpost, but now that they had reached safety, she looked to be on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was not at all surprising. Sunny sighed and glanced at the awakened. "At ease. Take good care of the lieutenant. Oh, and by the way, I've cleared a path through the hills and dealt with the corrupted monster that had been stalking the area. If you hurry, you might harvest what is left of it before more abominations show up." The soldiers looked at each other, their eyes glinting. That monster had been causing a lot of trouble o'er the outpost, especially considering that it had blocked the pathway through the hills. Litno vel cave com. With the creature gone, logistics would become much easier for them. "Thank you, sir." Sunny nodded. "Well then, I'll be off." He looked at the MWP pilot, lingered for a few moments, and then said awkwardly, "Stay alive, soldier." With that, Sunny stepped through the shadows and disappeared from view. He had wasted a lot of time already and was running late for the rendezvous with Soul Reaper. The soldiers remained standing there for a while, staring at the empty space where he had stood before. Eventually, one of them said, "That was him, the devil." Another nodded with a stunned face. But of course, Sunny was already far away and did not hear any of it. The sun was circling in the sky, never falling behind the horizon. He glided through the shadows where he could, ran where he couldn't. From time to time, Sunny simply hid in the shadows, waiting for large swarms of nightmare creatures to pass by. These pauses slowed him down, but they also allowed him to recover some essence. He avoided getting into fights to preserve more of it as well. And also because there was no reason to. It was already evening, or whatever passed for one in this strange land, when Sunny drew near another Min. The city in front of him was almost entirely destroyed and drowned by a vast lake, with only the remains of tall towers rising above the icy water. The ruin was different from the one from before, and much older. It had been left behind by the wars that humans waged on each other during the dark times, not the rampage of the Chain of Nightmares. Nevertheless, the drowned city was Sunny's current mission. He hid himself in the shadows of a rusted wreck and studied the ruin. There were bodies of nightmare creatures floating near one of the towers, painting the water black. Each of them seemed to have been killed by a single arrow. Sunny observed the area for a few minutes, noticing strange ripples on the surface of the lake. There were more abominations hiding underwater. Finally satisfied, he activated his comm and contacted Jet. "Reaper, it's Devil. I have arrived." A few seconds later, her voice came through the static. "Took you long enough. Where are you?" He looked around. Southern shore near an old wreck on the slope of a flat hill. Jet took a few minutes to respond. "I see it move west for about 1 kilometer, then follow a collapsed tower into the lake. From there, you'll be able to see 3 huge smokestacks, Itten in the middle one near the top. Get here as soon as possible. And be careful of the water. It is teeming with schools of tiny, hungry fishes." Sunny lingered for a moment. "Got it? What about the target?" Soul Reaper responded in a few seconds, her voice sounding a bit tense. "It's in the middle of the lake. I was waiting for you to arrive before trying to get a better look." Nodding, Sunny glanced at the ripples in the cold water one more time and then dashed out of his shelter. Chapter 1082, Ancient Chimneys. He reached the giant chimney without too much problem, avoiding the teeth of the vicious fish-like creatures with the help of the dark wing in a couple of perilous leaps. The structure was wide and incredibly tall, reaching at least 300 meters into the sky, and that was just the part visible above the water. There were a few holes in the frame of the alloy smokestack, so Sunny did not waste time jumping through one of them. He found himself in a vast, dark well, still water radiating bone-chilling cold a few meters beneath his feet. A tiny circle of light was visible hundreds of meters above. Sunny did not know what kind of industrial behemoth had demanded such an enormous chimney, 3 of them in fact, and what kind of poison had been billowing out of them into the atmosphere in the past. However, even now, decades or even centuries later, the air inside was acrid and hard to inhale. reminding him of the worst days in the outskirts. Grimacing, Sonny looked around and then jumped to a piece of scaffolding a dozen or so meters above his current position. Landing noiselessly on the weathered alloy, he smiled at Saint, who had been standing there, still as a statue, holding a bow in one hand. The taciturn knight turned her head slightly, acknowledging his arrival, then indifferently continued to watch the base of the smokestack. He could feel Nightmare hiding in the darkness nearby, dissolved into the shadow form. The black steed moved, greeting him, and then grew still once again. "Good work, guys," Sonny's calm hissed. "Get up here. I'm bored out of my mind." He sighed, then turned into a shadow himself and ascended the tall structure, gliding upward in a wide spiral. As Stimony was going up the old alloy walls, he found himself involuntarily thinking about how long it would take Imp to eat the whole thing. Then he caught himself and scoffed. Gods, what am I thinking about? But it was really a lot of alloy at the top of the smokestack. Strange machines were installed into the mouth of the well, and the walls were blackened by fire and soot. The acrid smell was somewhat reduced by the proximity to the open sky. Jet was sitting on one of the pieces of machinery, her feet hanging above the abyssal drop. Noticing Sonny step out of the shadows, she closed the lid of an army-issued thermos, threw it into her backpack, and grinned. "Here you are." He nodded. "Yeah. Sorry for making you wait." Soul Reaper shook her head. "I've been on a long reconnaissance mission the entire week. Honestly, having a chance to just sit and relax for a few hours was exactly what I needed." Nova. Let had joined the Special Reconnaissance Unit just like Sonny. They mostly worked alone, but for the more dangerous missions, Army Command grouped 2 or more scouts together. As a result, the 2 of them continued to cooperate and fight side by side through most of the past few months. By now they made for a very good team. Jet stood up and looked around, studying the ancient machinery. "Hey, do you know what these things were for?" Sonny shook his head. "No, do you?" She walked along the edge of the alloy platform and nodded. "It's a filtration system. Basically, one furnace pushed a constant stream of toxic smoke through the smokestack, and on top of it was another furnace. This one meant to burn all the toxicity out of the smoke and prevent it from getting into the atmosphere. Late Novelcave, Om. So each of these chimneys used to shoot out a colossal plume of fire into the sky. Must have been quite a sight, especially in winter. Sonny scratched the back of his head. "Sounds kind of stupid." Jet glanced at him with a bleak expression. "Well, I'm not an engineer. It must have worked. Otherwise, why waste all that time and energy on constructing filters? Anyway, let's get to the top. The faster we finish the mission, the faster we can get the hell out of this stench." They scaled the last dozen or so meters of the smokestack using an ancient, rickety ring ladder and climbed onto the lip of the giant chimney. It was as wide as a road from here, most of the lake, and the city drowned by it could be easily seen. Sonny stared down, appreciating the surreal beauty of the desolate landscape beneath them. Almost at the same time, 2 of his shadows reached the top of the other 2 giant smokestacks. Let glanced at him. "Well?" He hesitated for a few moments. "The one to our left is empty, but the right one, there is something hiding inside. Something huge. All the shadow could see were loops of flesh coiled inside the dark well of the ancient smokestack, filling almost a third of it." Jet sighed with relief. "Well, good, because we need to get to the left one. Leave that thing, whatever it is, alone." Sonny nodded, ordering his shadow to hide itself and keep an eye on the gargantuan creature. The 3 towering chimneys were not too far away from each other, so getting from one to another was not a problem to them. However, it was not very safe. If something attacked you in the air, staying alive would be a challenge, so unless someone like Kai was around, at least 2 people were required to keep each other safe. Sonny temporarily borrowed Morgan's barbow from Saint and covered Jet as she glided across the wide gap between smokestacks using a flight memory. She reached the next chimney, then summoned half a dozen sharp throwing stars and did the same for him. Sonny used the Darkwing to breach the gap and soon joined Jet. Now, They were very close to coming in sight of the target of this mission. He frowned. Do you feel it? Soul Reaper slowly nodded. Yeah, the call is much stronger here. There must be a Category 3 gate nearby. They walked to the opposite side of the smokestack and looked down. From that position, nothing obstructed their view of the middle of the lake, and there, nestled between the ancient ruins, Sunny sighed. That is going to be trouble. Chapter 1083, Reconnaissance. The two of them lowered themselves to the weathered alloy, looking cautiously over the edge. Far away, in the middle of the ruined city, an enormous body of a ghastly creature was hidden between the rubble, long swathes of it submerged into the water. The creature resembled a monstrous centipede that was at least 100 meters long. It was encased in pale chitin. No, not chitin. Bone, the giant centipede seemed to be covered in countless thousands of human skulls, all of them stuck together to form a morbid carapace. Its horrid maw was large enough to swallow an armored APC and full of grotesque hone-white teeth on its head. 2 tall dead trees grew from the carapace of skulls like skeletal horns. Taking care to not fixate on the grotesque creature directly, knowing that some abominations could sense when they were being watched, Sunny couldn't help but feel a chill. That thing's going to be a nightmare. Silence was the key, and thus Sunny used the mystical blessing of dusk to communicate his thoughts, avoiding speaking aloud. Jet, receiving his silent message, responded in kind, her voice echoing in his mind against the backdrop of deathly stillness and the mournful wind. Examine its mouth. You kill. Sunny did as she asked, his eyes widening at the sight below. The monstrous centipede writhed, its long neck contorting as it gagged and then retched up a mass of wet, slime-coated bones. It seemed for a moment as if the creature was having difficulty digesting its last meal, but then the pile of bones began to shift, slowly forming into a twisted, nightmarish figure. Rising unsteadily, the abomination stumbled away and vanished beneath the water's surface. Sunny's brow furrowed in disgust. How many of these abominations had the centipede spawned? After a brief pause, he turned to Jet, his voice grim. It's one of those corrupted tyrants. Jet's face twisted into a frown. It does seem that way, doesn't it? Moving swiftly, Soul Reaper retrieved several bulky devices from her backpack. These were sophisticated sensor arrays and recorders supplied by the Army and crafted using intricate spell-tech technology, Leet Novel Cavum. But despite their complexity, they proved useless in the face of interference from a nearby gate. Minutes passed, filled with futile attempts to gather information, until Jet finally sighed and shook her head at Sunny. He simply shrugged. Guess we'll have to contact Army Command. Without a word, Jet moved to a safer spot and activated her military communicator. Despite the harsh static, she managed to convey a message. HQ, this is Recon 4 and Recon 9. Target sighted. Threat level, Core 5 requesting analyst backup. A brief wait, and Jet signaled they needed to wait 3 more minutes. They are moving fast. Must be important. Sunny thought, his mind racing. The situation seemed critical, and he could sense the urgency. He summoned a memory, a rare and valuable tool that connected them to the Army headquarters through a twin circle of patina-covered bronze, allowing diviners to extend their senses across vast distances. Minutes later, as Jet rejoined him, a mental message reached Sunny. They're watching now. As the ghastly centipede continued its grim work below, both Sunny and Jet held their breath, fear dancing in their eyes. Time seemed to stretch as they watched, their minds racing. Eventually, the connection with headquarters was severed, and Jet looked at Sunny. They're concerned about that monster. We need to stay put and observe. Report if it moves. Sunny's heart sank as he looked around, the wind biting into his flesh, the acrid smell lingering. Guess I'll catch some sleep. Jet's eyes widened in shock. What? I get to sleep first. I haven't slept in ages. A gloomy stare from Sunny, another sigh. All right, you go ahead. I'll watch over our friend here. Why does she even need to sleep? She's not even alive. Hours passed, shifts changed, and the tyrant continued its macabre work. When it finally moved, Sunny and Jet were quick to action, reporting to Army Command and preparing to follow. 2 entire companies were dispatched to face the abomination, the wolves and the night singers. Sunny's face twisted into a crooked smile at the thought of reuniting with old comrades Effie and Kai. The battle to come promised to be one for the ages. Chapter 1084, Following the Tyrant. For the next few days, Sunny and Jet stealthily pursued the skull centipede. These days were long, tense, and perilous. Not only did they have to brave the wilderness, but they also had to keep up with the ghastly abomination while not being seen or sensed by it. On a few occasions, they had almost been discovered, barely managing to salvage the situation at the last moment. Sunny was not sure what would have happened if the creature had found them. With Saint supporting the 2 scouts from the shadows, they at least had a slim chance of slaying the tyrant. But a battle like that would be a dire one. It would have had to be one of those battles where he was forced to put everything on the line, only surviving by the skin of his teeth. In the past, Sunny had fought plenty of battles like that. He had grown so used to walking the thin line between life and death that he did not even consider such things unusual anymore. That mad balancing act was just par for the course. However, he also knew that he would not remain on the winning side forever. If he kept risking everything, his luck was bound to run out one day. After Falcon Scott, his way of thinking about things shifted. Sunny was now much more experienced, and with that experience came cold, calculating prudence. His chances of defeating the skull centipede and its army of bone abominations would be much higher with the support of 2 entire companies of awakened, and so he was determined to meet this enemy on a battlefield of his choosing, with the odds stacked in his favor as much as the circumstances allowed. Jet was of the same mind. They followed the plan and put all their effort into remaining hidden. The centipede slithered across the vast plains of East Antarctica, eviscerating everything in its path. It had no mercy for the other nightmare creatures, slaughtered swarms of them like helpless ants. After each massacre, the giant abomination would devour the corpses of its prey and coil its body into a macabre burrow of skulls. Then wreathe and spew out more bone fiends. The centipede's army continued to grow as it advanced through the wilderness. With each day, Sunny and Jet became more and more despondent. It had been hard to tell at the start, but now there was no denying it. The tyrant's course put it on a direct collision course with one of the siege capitals in East Antarctica. Each human stronghold on the continent was surrounded by vast masses of frenzied nightmare creatures, and even more dead ones. Tall piles of bodies covered the killing fields, growing with each passing day. If the skull centipede was allowed to launch an attack on a siege capital, it would already be bad enough. However, if it managed to gain access to all those corpses, the strength of its army would increase exponentially, and the threat posed by the creature would explode in magnitude, which was why it was important to stop the abomination as soon as possible. On the 4th day of the pursuit, the centipede clashed with a whole horde of nightmare creatures, butchering hundreds of them and scaring the rest away. It dragged its massive body onto the battlefield, then got to the grisly business of consuming all the mangled bodies. One dead abomination after another disappeared into its massive maw, emotionlessly swallowed by the dreadful tyrant. Sunny and Jet were observing the process from a safe distance as they hid between 2 enormous boulders. On the ground between them lay a scattering of bleeding carcasses. They themselves had engaged in a short and gruesome fight with a pack of nightmare creatures just minutes ago. Now that a suitable shelter was cleared, they could rest easy for a few hours. Sunny frowned. It killed too many this time, considering how long it takes to create a bone soldier. I'd say we'll be stuck here for a full day. The tyrant's army will grow by a lot. Jet shrugged. The more it is delayed, the better. Army Command will have time to prepare. I think you should take a look at. She watched the giant centipede devour its victims for a few moments, then took a few steps back and contacted the headquarters to make a report. Soon after that, Soul Reaper's icy blue eyes suddenly gleamed. Understood. She deactivated her comm and looked at Sunny with a grin. It's happening. The welcoming party has already arrived. We need to overtake the monstrosity, meet up with them, and prepare the festivities. Sunny let out a relieved sigh, finally. A hunt like this one was not easy to arrange. Simply deploying troops outside the siege capital was a dangerous task by now. The wilderness was teeming with numerous nightmares creatures, and an expedition force risked drowning in a horde of them before even reaching the intended target. It took a lot of courage and competence to navigate a course through the enemy territory. If the target was on the move, the task only grew that much harder. Luckily, this time, Army Command was receiving constant updates on the creature's location from Sunny and Jet, so tracking its path had been easier, and now, finally, almost every piece was in place. All that remained was for the scouts to join the assault force and spring the trap on the menacing tyrant. Sunny smiled.
Let's go then.
They silently abandoned their shelter and made a wide circle around the location of the skull centipede, then moved away with as much speed as they could allow themselves without risking attracting the attention of migrating hordes of nightmare creatures. Half a day later, Sunny and Jet arrived at the shore of a wide river. The landscape made it so that there weren't many places to cross it for many kilometers around, with only a single ford formed by a scattering of giant boulders. As they traversed the river, jumping from one stone to another, Sunny's calm suddenly came alive. A familiar voice came through the static. Well, it isn't frog, welcome. Some of it got swallowed up by the interference, but the last word was very easy to discern. Doofus. Sunny stopped for a moment and looked at the opposite bank of the river, where a tall figure suddenly rose from the ground. Effie waved her hand and grinned. Ah, venerable Master Sunless. How nice of you to pay a visit. Chapter 1085, Wolf Army. Sunny and Jet looked like quite the pair. Both were wearing black, which made for a stark contrast with their pale skin and raven hair. Granted, Soul Reaper looked more imposing in her fitting black leather armor. Sunny, on the other hand, wore a simple silk tunic and a pair of dainty shoes. He was also unarmed. Actually, he was perhaps the more threatening of the two. People were used to seeing Awakened wear suits of impregnable armor and wield powerful weapons. It was the sight of someone who didn't feel the need to do so, even in the deadly reaches of East Antarctica, that was truly frightening. He made the last jump, landing softly on the ground not too far away from Effie. From here, Sunny could sense hundreds of shadows somewhere nearby. He looked around, noticing mundane soldiers and Awakened hidden here and there along the river shore, all keeping watch on the surrounding area. The first irregular company had numbered 42 Awakened and 7 Masters. The two companies Effie and Kai commanded, however, were different. Unlike the special units Sunny had belonged to, these were companies meant for general combat. Each of them consisted of close to 100 Awakened and 10 times that many mundane soldiers, complete with a platoon of mighty MWPs and a robust stable of specialized vehicles that ranged from heavy artillery to support and resupply. 2 of these companies together made for a small army. Effie walked over, a wide smile on her face. "Sunny, long time no see." She looked quite impactful. His friend had always been a sight to behold, with her impressively tall stature, athletic build, and generous figure. Now, however, Effie resembled an incarnation of a beautiful war deity much more than she resembled a mere mortal. The main reason for this was her armor. It was as though Effie had been dipped in liquid steel, which then clung tightly to her body, tracing every toned, graceful line of it. Sunny had once thought that the undying chain felt like a second layer of skin. However, in his case, that was simply a metaphor. The armor of the vibrant huntress, on the contrary, could be described the same way quite literally. There was a piece of white cloth tied around her waist and another one covering her chest, but other than that, Effie's whole body was exposed and seemed as if it had been cast of lustrous steel. Only her head was uncovered for now. That armor, of course, was the transcendent memory she had received after slaying one of the immortal chain lord of the Kingdom of Hope, the Sun Prince. Sunny coughed. Just looking at Effie would make one's blood run hot. But that wasn't all, currently. She had not even activated her ascended ability. Once she did, the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers who saw her would become quite real, coursing through their veins and granting them actual power. It was as though Raised by Wolves was sharing some of her astonishing physical might with her followers. An involuntary smile found its way onto Sunny's face. "What are you talking about? We saw each other 2 weeks ago." Effie shook her head energetically. "That doesn't count. Every time you come to the island, you and Cassie immediately slink to the basement to spend a few quality hours closely studying the floor. The two of us, though, haven't had proper fun in ages." She grinned and then shifted her gaze to Jet, who was listening to their conversation with a strange expression on her face. "Oh, and welcome to you too, Miss Soul Reaper. Thanks for keeping this doofus alive. I know he's a handful." After saying that last part, Effie lingered for a moment and winked. Jet blinked a couple of times. The two of them met a few times, but she had not really been exposed to Effie's personality before. Sunny couldn't tell if she was bewildered or amused. Eventually, Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Sure, call me Jet." He stared at them with a glum expression. "Keeping me alive, really. That's funny. Don't you have a habit of occasionally trying to kill me?" Soul Reaper's smile turned into a grin. "Oh, come on. I haven't tried to kill you in at least a couple of months, so I don't know where this is coming from." Sunny shook his head, then glanced at Effie and smiled. "It's good to see you too, Effie." He looked around and asked, "Where's the other one?" "Neenal." She nodded, then gestured for them to follow. "He's asleep. Now that the battle is drawing close, the two of us take turns sleeping. Both of us need to be fresh for the battle with the tyrant, while at least one has to be awake at all times before that, so that arrangement works." They walked up the slope of the shore. Gradually, the hidden camp of the small army revealed itself, with hundreds of soldiers soberly preparing for the upcoming battle. Awakened, mundane soldiers, MWP pilots, operators of combat vehicles, all of them were throwing wide-eyed glances at the three masters. "Who is that with the boss? Are those the SRU scouts? Is it me, or is our boss acting too friendly with that guy? Gee gods! Isn't that Soul Reaper Jet? Holy hell, that's Soul Reaper and Devil!" "No way. Let me see. I heard the two of them fought a corrupted Titan in the Antarctic Center. That can't be right, can it? They wouldn't be alive if they did. Soul Reaper might be tough, but our boss is definitely tougher. I once saw Devil slaughter an entire swarm of nightmare creatures without lifting a finger. He just stood there, and they were all shredded into little pieces. I swear to gods it's true." Sunny ignored the whispers and followed Effie. His shadows, however, took a good look around. He was about to go into battle side by side with these people, so he had to know all about them. The soldiers of the two companies looked competent, determined, and in high spirits. The Wolves and the Night Singers were technically not counted as special forces, but among the rank and file of the evacuation army, they had already earned the reputation of elite units. They were led by two of the most fearsome masters in the world, after all. The soldiers were mixed among each other, but funnily enough, it was easy to see which belonged to which company. The Wolves were more boisterous, lively, and rough around the edges. The Night Singers were more calm, reserved, and good-natured. It was as if they had assumed the personalities of their leaders. Sunny smiled with the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. They walked along a row of camouflaged tents and approached a particular one which looked no different from all the others. Effie suddenly made a fist and banged it against her bare thigh, producing a loud metallic ring. "Wake up, Birdie! The most honest person in 2 worlds is here." Chapter 1186, Shared Pain. There was some rustling inside the tent, and then Kai emerged from it, looking as handsome and dazzling as ever. No, even more so. Sunny's face became a little dull. His friend had reached borderline criminal levels of attractiveness after becoming a master, mesmerizing most mundane humans by simply appearing in front of them. But Sunny had thought that a couple of months in the mud and muck of Antarctica would rub some of that glamour off. However, he had been sorely mistaken. If anything, Kai only became more captivating. His natural charm had acquired a hint of reserved military valiance, becoming more subdued, but also much more arresting. His green eyes were still as electric as ever, but now there was a quiet, almost melancholic depth to them that made one deeply desire to comfort and console the young man. Those eyes were nothing short of compelling. Kai smiled, making all three of them, Sonny, Effie, and Jet, hold their breaths for a moment. Sonny ascended Jet. "It is so good to see you." Even his voice was like a soothing melody. That bastard. Sonny wasn't even angry about how stunning his friend was. What really disheartened him was what Kai was wearing. The archer was clad in a beautiful suit of ivory armor that seemed to be made out of impregnable scales, with a few insets of burnished bronze blazing between them with reflected sunlight. It was tied at the waist by a sash of burnt umber color, which emphasized the rich auburn splendor of his hair. The armor was made of dragon scales, and was a transcendent memory Kai had received after slaying the ivory dragon Severax. Both Effie and Kai had come into possession of a transcendent armor in the second nightmare. Sonny used to have an armor like that too, which he had gotten for killing Solvane for the first time. But, of course, it had been destroyed by Goliath, and now he was the only person of the three without one. "Ah, that really grinds my gears," Sonny winced, but was then distracted from his resigned self-pity by Jet, who smiled and stretched her hand out for a handshake. Ascended Nightingale. "I don't think I've had the pleasure of meeting you before." Indeed, this was the first time the two of them met. Sonny glanced at Soul Reaper bleakly. "At least she is not a fangirl, like someone I know." Still, Jet had not even tried to shake Effie's hand. What was up with that? The four of them exchanged a few words and headed for a larger tent that stood nearby, serving as the improvised strategy room for the small army. As they walked, Sonny briefly clasped forearm with Kai. "How are you doing?" After the things he had experienced in Falcon Scott, Sonny held a somewhat different view of the charming archer and of what his friend had shared with him in the sanctuary of Noctis. Back then, he knew that Kai was deeply hurt by what had transpired in the Ivory City, both physically and mentally. He had been a centurion who led soldiers into a war against Solvane's zealots, only to watch his soldiers die and disappear in the flames of the dragon, and then be crippled by those flames himself. No, Sonny had thought that the pain of defeat and becoming a cripple was what haunted his friend the most, but after experiencing the burden and privilege of being in command and learning how it felt to watch his people die, now he thought differently. Kai smiled softly. "I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Sonny, but I really am. I feel like I'm in the right place." Sonny nodded, thinking that he understood. Kai had always had these naive notions of what was right and wrong, and what a good person was meant to do with the power all awakened possessed. For someone like him, coming to Antarctica was, perhaps, a very sincere endeavor. He glanced at Effie. Come to think of it, the merry huntress had lost people in the nightmare, too. She watched all the other girls perish under the ruthless training methods of the War Maidens, powerless to save any of them. Even Cassie had experienced powerlessness and loss with all the other priestesses and people of the Night Temple, including her cherished mentor, the one in the north, ending up slaughtered by Mordred. All of them had felt it. Did Naphis feel the same? Probably not. But then again, no one knew what she had lived through in the second nightmare. Changing Star was strangely reticent about that particular ordeal. They entered the tent, gathering around a fold-out table that had a small holographic projector placed on it. A topographical map of the area was projected into the air with their location and the last known whereabouts of the skull centipede marked on it in red. Sonny, however, paid it no attention, still lost in his thoughts. After a while, he shook them off and honed in on the conversation. Kai was speaking. There is simply no other path. The creature will definitely try to cross the river near the ford, and so that is where we will ambush it. Jet shook her head. You are mistaken. It is large enough to ford the river anywhere. Its minions don't breathe, so they can simply walk along the bottom and crawl out of the water on the other side. The current is nowhere near strong enough to be an obstacle for them. The charming archer sighed, then nodded. That is correct, which was why I said near the ford, not directly using the ford. The landscape is going to push the tyrant into this general area, but we have no way of knowing where exactly it will enter the river. Sonny frowned, already sensing where this was going. So what is the plan, then? Effie chuckled. Well, what else? Since we don't know where it's going, we'll just have to make sure that it comes to where we want it to come. Sonny let out a resigned sigh. So, who is going to be the bait? Effie awkwardly scratched the back of her head. I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to. He remained silent for a moment, then scoffed. Kai smiled a little. Honestly, it can be any of us. Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jet. I'm afraid I'm not entirely familiar with your capabilities. What I meant to say was that Effie, Sonny, and I all have ways of making sure that we survive leading the creature to the ambush, so any of us three can go. Sonny slowly shook his head. No, I'll go. I have to contribute at an earlier stage of the battle, because I might not be of much use at the later stage. It was true. With how close Sonny was to forming the Fifth Corps, chances were that he would pass the threshold right in the middle of a furious melee. If that happened, he would have to struggle to simply stay alive. As for being useful, he was not sure if he'd be able to do anything at all. Chapter 1087. War Masters. The pallid centipede was slithering across a desolate landscape, followed by an army of abominable bone creatures. Its massive body tore forward, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The ground was pierced and upturned by its 1,000 sharp legs, the ancient boulders shattered, the brooks of clear water spoiled with and turned into streams of poison. Soon a wide river appeared in the distance. The ghastly tyrant did not slow down, continuing its ruinous advance. Then, however, the monstrous centipede slowed down. Its appalling head swiveled, rising into the air. Its harrowing maw opened. The branches of the dead trees that served as the creature's horns swayed lightly in the wind. The wind had brought with it a strange sound, the distant weeping of a flute. The centipede lingered for a few moments, then suddenly changed direction, lunging toward the source of the discordant sound. It did not have eyes, but the black eye sockets of the countless skulls forming its carapace seemed to radiate dark, ineffable malice. The corrupted tyrant pursued the source of the simple melody. However, the flute player remained elusive like a ghost. Sometimes the creature seemed to draw near the player, but he always managed to slip away at the last moment. All it found were empty shadows. However, at some point, the pursuit came to an end. The hideous centipede had almost reached the river by that point. In front of it was a natural ford formed by a line of enormous boulders with only their tops emerging from the water. On the opposite side of the river, a lone human was sitting cross-legged on a stone, playing a strange emerald flute. It was a young man with pale skin and dark hair, wearing a tunic of black silk. Sonny did not pay any attention to the harrowing centipede and continued to play the flute. His fingers moved nimbly, but the melody he created was pretty rough, to say the least. He sighed. I thought I improved, but maybe not. On the other shore, the tyrant froze for a second, then rushed forward. The creature dove into the river, raising a towering wave, and its soldiers followed. Some of the bone abominations jumped heavily across the boulders. Most simply dove into the cold water after their ruler. Sonny waited for a moment, then dismissed the bone singer and looked at the sky. The sun was still visible, but since it was close to the horizon, its light was dim. As he watched, several things happened at the same time. First, a series of explosions thundered, demolishing the boulders of the ford. Giant fountains of water rose into the air. Second, hundreds of human figures rose from the trenches dug higher up the slope. Third, a barrage of artillery shells and tungsten rounds descended upon the bone abominations from beyond the hills. The creatures shuddered, but resisted the mundane implements of war. Their progress, however, was slowed. That was when the awakened attacked. Numerous enchanted arrows and magical projectiles rained on the soldiers of the Skull Centipede's army. This time, the damage was apparent. A hulking creature that had just fallen into the river exploded into hundreds of bone fragments. Another lost a limb. Yet another one was suddenly covered by a layer of sizzling amber liquid that corroded the bones, eating through them like acid, and more, much more. But that was just the start. Even though that initial salvo destroyed dozens of dreadful abominations, there were many hundreds of them left. There was the tyrant itself as well. A beautiful figure that seemed to be cast of steel appeared on the slope in front of the trenches, wielding a spear and a large round shield. Her voice boomed across the battlefield, filling the hearts of the soldiers with maddened fervor. Wolves, prepare for war. Sonny turned his head and glanced at Effie, feeling his blood boil from her battle cry. As he did, a strange thing happened. He suddenly felt exhilarating power rush into his body. It was as though he was suddenly as mighty as a ferocious beast, as resilient as a granite wall, and as sharp as a steel sword, and that was not just a feeling. His strength, speed, endurance, and resilience did indeed undergo a striking improvement. It was as though his body had received a comprehensive overhaul, becoming so much more suited for battle. Incredible. Every time he was exposed to Effie's ascended ability, Sonny couldn't help but feel awed. For him, who had already enjoyed the augmentation of the shadows, the physical boost was not that pronounced, but for the awakened soldiers and especially mundane humans, it must have been a true blessing. The most frightening part, however, was that this ability had no limit to how many people could be empowered by it. Anyone who saw Effie and was deemed an ally by her would receive its benefit. Their number did not even affect the rate with which she consumed essence. The only detriment, albeit a small one, was that the soldiers had to maintain a line of sight with their commander to enjoy the boon of her power. However, considering that Effie almost always preferred to fight on the front line, that was usually not a problem. Just as he had expected, the eyes of the soldiers ignited with burning resolve at the sound of her voice. The soldiers of her company suddenly raised their heads and let out boisterous howls, acting like an army of actual wolves. And then another voice joined them. This one sonorous and clear, easily drowning out all the rest. Kai's voice. When Sonny heard it, his heart suddenly shook. Instantly, all the unnecessary thoughts were erased from his head, leaving only the pure, flaming, indomitable desire to do battle. Even though this change was not physical, it might have been even more profound than the empowerment of Effie's aspect, because it affected the heart. Even Sonny, for whom the effect was somewhat muted because of how guarded his mind and soul were, felt incredibly inspired. The clarity bestowed by Kai's call would do wonders for the soldiers in this battle. Sonny shook his head slightly. Scary? Kai's ability was just too terrifying. An Ascended would most likely be able to resist it to some degree, but mere Awakened had no choice but to be compelled. As for mundane humans, if the handsome enchanter chose to misuse his powers, they would do anything he told them to. They would happily end their lives if he asked. Luckily, Kai would never do that. Instead, he used his power to inspire the soldiers and make them stronger. With Sonny serving as a perfect scout, Effie strengthening the bodies of the soldiers, and Kai inspiring their hearts, the threat of the corrupted tyrant suddenly did not seem overwhelming. As the head of the skull centipede emerged from the water, it was met with a furious onslaught of attacks. Strengthened by their two leaders, the small army was burning with the desire and ability to win this battle. Chapter 1088, Force Multiplier Before the future seemed grim for the expedition force of the evacuation army. Even though they numbered more than 2,000 soldiers, with 200 awakened and 4 masters ready to fight at the front, the enemy was just too domineering. The corrupted tyrant itself was tremendously dangerous. The army of bone monstrosities was no less threatening. However, both Effie and Kai were incredible sources of strength, acting as force multipliers for the whole regiment. With their help, the power of the soldiers soared, almost balancing the scale. Sonny's and Jet's efforts were no less important. Thanks to them, the two companies had been able to choose the battlefield and prepare an ambush. Terrain advantage was extremely valuable, and so was the foreknowledge of what the enemy was capable of. That last part was perhaps the most precious. The two scouts had not only gathered intelligence about the location of the enemy and the number of minions under its rule. They had also provided the analysts and diviners of the army with an opportunity to study the tyrant. Thanks to that, the human force did not have to go into the battle blind, even though they did not know every detail of what the skull centipede was capable of. They did know the most important parts. For example, they knew that the confluence of the power that the giant abomination possessed was surprisingly hidden in the two dead skeletal trees that grew from its head, serving as the tyrant's crown and horns. In fact, Army Command had gone as far as to suggest that the true abomination was not the centipede itself, but the network of tree roots that permeated its monstrous skull, growing through the creature's brain matter. As such, the small army's first goal was to destroy one, or better yet, both of these trees. Without them, the tyrant would most likely lose the ability to control its bone soldiers, as well as access to its most terrifying powers. But it was more easily said than done, and Sonny currently had other things to worry about because the centipede was going directly for him. Ignoring the squall of bullets and the rain of arrow, it rose from the river like a mountain of skulls and lunged straight at him, the giant maw opening like an abyssal gates. Sonny blinked. Are my flute skills really that atrocious? Listen, there's really no need to be that angry. A moment before the dreadful tyrant crashed into the boulder he was sitting on, Sonny leaned back and dissipated into the shadows. The centipede plunged down, shattering the ancient stone and turning it to dust. Stone shards and a great deal of dirt flew into the air, rising like a cloud. Sonny finished a backward roll much further up the slope, appearing behind the trenches and the mass of soldiers. He rose, flicked a few pieces of dust off his tunic, and glanced in the direction of the giant abomination. The skull centipede turned its head in the direction of the firing soldiers, its jaw still hanging open. Then its enormous body tensed, ready to shoot forward. Before it could, however, something flashed through the air and impacted against the tyrant's head. The mysterious projectile was none other than Effie, who had used her own body as a siege ram. After rushing through the battlefield like a hurricane, she jumped and made her body into a ball, hiding it behind the round shield. When the dusk shard struck the tyrant, numerous skulls were instantly pulverized into bone dust. However, even more were revealed, becoming visible through the crack in the morbid carapace. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it not only slowed the centipede down, it actually threw the abomination back, pushing it back into the river. Effie herself was tossed to the ground and landed in a roll, jumping back to her feet a moment later. Her sculpted steel body did not look damaged at all. If anything, the huntress looked as exuberant and robust as ever. As her war cry resounded across the battlefield, the first wave of the hulking bone abominations clashed against the line of awakened. A ferocious melee exploded into a cacophony of ear-piercing noise. The tide of nightmare creatures seemed unstoppable, as if it would easily wash the human fighters away in a wave of desperation and blood, but it didn't. The first reason for that was Jet, who threw herself into the flood of abominations a few moments before the clash and broke the enemy's momentum. Her naginata easily passed through the layers of bone, destroying the rotten souls of the tyrant's minions. Both the bone puppets and Soul Reaper herself could be considered living dead. However, even among the dead, she was an exalted existence. The second reason was the awakened themselves. Even though most of the ghastly abominations were fallen, it barely looked as if there was a gap of power between them and the human fighters. Empowered by Raised by Wolves and emboldened by Nightingale, the soldiers fought with might and ferocity that was far beyond what they should have been capable of. It was really quite astonishing to see. Sonny shifted a little. Time for me to enter the fray as well, I guess. He had to act restrained in this battle. However, that did not mean that he couldn't do anything. More and more bone fiends were crawling out of the river, and the skull centipede itself had already recovered from Effie's devastating blow. It was lunging forward once again, this time aiming for the ironclad huntress. Sonny opened a leather satchel that hung on the silk cord tied around his waist and took out a small, intricately engraved stone lantern. Then he tossed it across the battlefield, aiming for the line where the shore met the cold water. As soon as the shadow lantern landed, it was as though all light was devoured from the wide area around it. Many bone abominations entered the sphere of darkness. However, none of them emerged again, as if swallowed by the shadows. Well, of course they didn't, after all. Out there in the darkness, unseen, Saint was already waiting for them with the sin of solace in her hand. After unleashing her on the battlefield, Sunny concentrated on using shadow manifestation to reduce pressure on the soldiers. He tried not to destroy any of the bone abominations himself, maiming and suppressing them instead. Despite his efforts, however, a generous stream of shadow fragments poured into his soul, threatening to render him defenseless too soon. Sunny frowned, then looked in the direction where Effie was trying to distract the skull centipede and prevent it from reaching the trenches. She was holding the tyrant at bay, barely, for now. A dark grimace appeared on his face. It's all up to Kai, then. Chapter 1089, Falling Star. Effie was having a hard time standing her ground against the giant centipede. In fact, she was barely holding on. Even though a furious barrage of bullets, enchanted arrows, and magical projectiles was raining on the ghastly carapace of skulls, the abomination did not seem slowed down at all. Its massive body moved with dire speed, thousands of scythe-like legs tearing up the ground with each motion. The difference in size between the tyrant and the fearless huntress was just too big. Effie's only saving grace was that her body, despite being hundreds of times smaller than that of the ghastly centipede, seemed to contain truly astounding strength. She was incredibly swift and agile as well, dashing around with stunning speed to dodge the crushing blows of the monstrous creature. Above everything else, the huntress was all but invulnerable. Her innate resilience was reinforced by 2 aspect abilities and then strengthened by a transcendent armor on top of that. She had received several glancing blows from the abomination, which would have turned almost any other master into a broken corpse. Effie, however, was able to shake them off and continue to fight. Of course, there was no such thing as true invulnerability. The huntress was fine for now, but she was still dancing with death. The round shield she wielded possessed an enchantment called Indomitable, which functioned similar to Sunny's own Feather of Truth and allowed Effie to change its weight at will. Her spear was not able to deal serious wounds to the tyrant, but its strikes must have stung. Sunny saw the creature recoiling after the huntress managed to land a solid blow, all that allowed Raised by Wolves to tie down the skull centipede, at least for a short while. However, it did not mean that she would win. It took all Effie had to simply match the menace of the corrupted tyrant's massive body, all her abilities, all her skill, and all her powerful memories, while the abomination had not revealed any of its powers yet. Once it did, the situation would inevitably change, and that moment had already come. As Sunny watched, Effie managed to push the centipede back once again. The shockwave of the impact threw her back as well. The huntress slid through the dirt, leaving 2 grooves in it. Her spear shot down, piercing the ground and bringing her to a sudden stop. A moment later, she was already lunging forward, ready to deliver another strike. However, the tyrant seemed to be fed up with their furious clash. The skull centipede raised its appalling head, the branches of the dead trees growing from the carapace of skulls swinging in the wind. Sunny's eyes widened slightly as he felt a sudden chill run down his spine. It was as though the wind that brushed against the skeletal branches was full of tormented whispers. A small black dot appeared in the air between the 2 trees. The dot warped and twisted, collapsing in on itself, and then began to grow, devouring the fabric of reality itself. It seemed as if an abyssal gate was starting to open in the air above the creature's head. Crap. Sunny instantly knew that nothing good was going to happen if the circle of darkness was allowed to finish forming. He made a move to step forward, but at that moment a stream of light tore the sky asunder. Falling from somewhere high above with inconceivable speed, it streaked across the battlefield like a flaming comet and crossed paths with the centipede's head, exploding with blinding radiance. A low boom resounded, followed by the sound of shattering wood. Kai had arrived. The plan of the battle the 4 masters had come up with assigned each of them an important role. Sunny was responsible for luring the tyrant to the ambush site and creating an obstacle for the bone fiends crawling out of the river. Jet was meant to lead the defenders and make sure that the trenches were not overrun. Effie's role was to stall the centipede and, more importantly, distract it. But it was Kai who was the key to their success or failure. The whole plan depended on whether the tyrant would be able to unleash its harrowing powers to prevent it from happening and reduce the skull centipede to a mere giant beast. The trees growing from its head had to be destroyed. That was what Kai had to accomplish. Neats. Cack, he had hidden himself high in the sky and bid his time, waiting for an opportune moment. Then the archer plunged down, burning his essence and using gravity to reach truly astonishing speed. And now he delivered his attack, using that speed to close the trap they had set. The flaming comet was Kai himself, and he held a slender, shining saber in his hand. All of it happened in the blink of an eye. The streak of light crossed the creature's head, something flashed, and then a loud explosion boomed, washing over the battlefield. A split second later, Kai fell into the river. His speed was still so tremendous that he slid across the surface of the water without plunging into it, and only slowed down after being pushed 100 meters away from the shore. The head of the skull centipede, meanwhile, was flung to the side. One of the dead trees crowning it was completely shattered, its trunk exploding into thousands of sharp splinters. The circle of darkness collapsed and disappeared without a trace, never receiving the chance to fully form. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. It worked. The tyrant opened its maw, letting out a blood-chilling screech. The bone fiends trembled, becoming disorganized and somewhat sluggish. The soldiers roared with dark glee, invigorated by the sight of the giant creature losing one of its horns. Effie was already advancing. Her spear ready to strike, Kai had managed to regain his balance and pushed himself off the surface of the water, shooting back into the sky and summoning his bow. A black arrow suddenly shot out of the cloud of darkness surrounding the shadow lantern. Empowered by Saint's transcended strength and the death-dealer enchantment, the arrow struck the neck of the tyrant with harrowing force, annihilating layers of skulls and ripping a huge chunk of flesh out of it. However, Sunny did not pay any of it much attention, because right at that moment the spell whispered into his ear. You have slain a fallen monster, malignant roots sapling. Your shadow grows stronger. Sunny froze, his face turning deathly pale. Here we go again. The voice of the spell grew louder. Your shadow is overflowing with power. Chapter 1090. Tyrant, your shadow is overflowing with power. Your shadow is taking shape. Your shadow. Sunny did not have to summon the runes to know that he had finally accomplished his goal. After absorbing thousands of shadow fragments, his soul was ready to form a new shadow core, his fifth one. He was about to become a tyrant. A conflicting mess of emotions rose in his heart. Of course, Sunny felt a sense of joy and triumph. His power was about to take a significant jump. After all, the bleak, dreadful months he had spent in Antarctica, enduring hardships and grisly defeats, made this moment possible. In a sense, this was his reward, and so the invisible scars he had been left with were not for nothing. On the other hand, this boon came at a very unfortunate moment. In the past, Sunny had been mostly able to time his advancements in a way that allowed him to go through the process in relatively safe conditions. A battlefield where hundreds of awakened were fighting against an army of fallen nightmare creatures, and a corrupted tyrant, however, was in no way safe. And on top of that, he had already gone through this ordeal 3 times. He knew how much it was going to hurt. Hell yes, and also, damn it. Sunny glanced at the skull centipede, who was reeling from the dreadful blow dealt to it by Saint's arrow. A huge chunk of flesh was missing from its neck, with bone dust and rivers of fetid blood spilling into the river. Effie was moments away from reaching the wounded abomination, her sculpted steel body glistening in the sunlight, and Kai was preparing to draw his bow. One of the dead trees had been destroyed, which was supposed to rob the tyrant of its most terrible powers. However, the outcome of the fight was still far away from being set in stone. A corrupted tyrant was still a corrupted tyrant. Sonny felt that Effie, Kai, and Saint had a good chance of emerging victorious from that fight, but he couldn't be sure. Jet and the awakened soldiers were struggling to hold back the tide of bone fiends. Sadly, for now, there was nothing much Sonny could do to help them. The rest of the battle was up to others to win. As a hint of terrible pain appeared in his soul, Sonny hurriedly jumped backwards, hiding between two mounds of dug-up dirt. Two figures emerged from his shadow. One was a fearsome black stallion, the other a scrawny little imp. He gritted his teeth and looked at his shadows. "Protect me." Then Sonny lingered for a moment and threw a glance at Nightmare. A cold smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, and if the little bastard does something stupid, you have my permission to eat him, Nightmare." The dark destrier snorted in calm agreement, while the imp stared at him with shocked outrage and fear. Sonny grinned, then turned white as a sheet and swayed. His hand rose, grabbing at his chest. This is the worst. A familiar but no less dreadful agony overwhelmed his entire being. Sonny was momentarily blinded and deafened. Losing all sense of the world around him, something was rising from the depths of his soul, tearing at it with sharp edges. The torment of it was nothing short of exquisite. He had experienced this pain several times before, but it grew more and more unbearable with each time. Human souls were not supposed to possess many cores, neither were they able to sustain them. It was only because of Sonny's divine aspect that his soul had become stronger, growing vast and powerful enough to endure the strain. Nevertheless, this was not in its nature. Therefore, the birth of a new core brought with it immeasurable pain, with each successive one hurting more. The first time Sonny had gone through the process, he had been rendered absolutely helpless, thrashing on the ground and wailing like a dying beast. The second time had brought him to his knees, making his screams echo in the desolate halls of the ruined Chalice Temple. The third time, Sonny had managed to remain silent, up to the point when the body of the shadow spawn he had been occupying started to change, too. The pain had grown more intense with each new core, but Sonny had also grown more resilient. He had been through so much and had experienced so much. The journey through the endless procession of nightmares alone would have been enough to drive anyone mad, and so this time Sonny endured. I think you should take a look at. He did not fall down, remaining on his feet. He did not scream. He did, however, lose all track of time and of what was happening around him. All that remained was agonizing pain and the sensation of something being born within his soul. It lasted for an eternity, but then, eventually, the eternity had ended. Sonny realized that he could hear again. He knew that because he heard the voice of the spell whisper into his ear softly, "Your shadow is complete," and mercifully, the pain ended. He inhaled deeply, trembling. He felt stronger. His body had become stronger. His reserves of essence had grown the most by far. Most importantly, he was now in possession of the fifth shadow, and he was a tyrant. A tyrant? Sonny exhaled. A complicated emotion grasped his heart. Finally, after years of struggling and chasing after something that often seemed unreachable, he had caught up with Nephis. Sure, she was still ahead of him by a sizable amount of fragments, but they were of the same class now. They were both ascended tyrants, strangely enough. Sonny did not care too much. He had wanted desperately to be as strong as Changing Star once. There had been a lot of reasons for him to harbor that desire, some better, some worse. And now that he had reached that goal, Sonny knew that his former understanding of what real strength was had been terribly misguided. And so, he did not really care. Still, it felt nice to be equal to her on paper, even if what was written in shimmering runes was not that important. Now for the important stuff. Sonny shifted, turning his head to observe the battlefield. There was another tyrant nearby, and that tyrant posed a threat to his friends and the soldiers, so the creature had to be dealt with. Chapter 1091. Fifth Shadow. Sonny was still reeling from having his soul torn apart, then sewn back together. However, the battle was raging, so he had no time to recover in peace. That was fine. He was long used to fighting in the most dire conditions anyway. It took him only a moment to assess the situation. It seemed that he had been out of it for quite some time. The battlefield was ravaged and upturned, with the river itself slightly changing course. Its water, which had been clear once, now seemed muddy and noxious. Effie and Kai were still fighting the ghastly centipede in the shallows, with Saint supporting them from the darkness. The three seemed to be doing fine. The soldiers, however, were straining to hold their ground. The slope of the river shore was littered with shattered bones, and hundreds of the tyrant's abominable minions had already been destroyed. But there were hundreds more, and now that Saint was busy turning the skull centipede into a pincushion and weighing it down with the help of the burden of peace enchantment of Morgan's warbow, there was no one to serve as the wave breaker against their tide. There was only Jet Soul Reaper, moved like the beautiful visage of death among the bone fiends, erasing one after another from existence. But she was just one woman. No matter how fast and lethal, she couldn't be in several places at the same time. Sonny hesitated, trying to make a decision. His instinct was to go for the biggest threat, personally removing it from the equation. However, the tyrant was still strong and ferocious. Even without most of its powers, the centipede was putting up a dreadful fight. It was hard to say how long it would take to bring it down. The soldiers, meanwhile, would continue to suffer under the onslaught of the bone fiends until it did. So what was he supposed to do? Follow his habits and race to kill the tyrant, or act against instinct and put his trust in Effie and Kai, concentrating on reinforcing the ordinary soldiers instead? Sonny sighed. Instincts are great, but humans rose above beasts for and thanks to reason. In the end, no matter how unnatural it felt, he could do no better than to follow the plan. The role he had been assigned was to lure the tyrant to the ambush, and then put obstacles in the path of the Bone Army to make it easier on the awakened and the mundane soldiers, so Sonny was going to put himself between the abominations and the humans before lunging into the fray. He dismissed Nightmare and the little imp. They had already done their job by guarding him. Throwing the two into the mass of fallen enemies would do more harm than good. Then Sonny glanced down at the shadows gathered on the ground in front of him. The first four were his old companions, the gloomy, happy, creepy, and haughty fellows. The fifth one, however, was new. The fifth shadow seemed naive and good-natured, even though it was not as boisterous. The guy resembled the happy shadow. A little bit too much. So much, in fact, that Sonny couldn't help but feel that its amicable disposition was just a front, and behind that front he could sense a hint of boundless deviousness. The shadow was up to no good. It was clearly full of all kinds of mischief. He raised his eyebrow and sighed. "You're a naughty one, aren't you?" The naughty shadow stared at him, radiating nothing but innocent surprise. Eventually, the shadow shook its head with utter sincerity. It seemed a little hurt. It was as though the shadow was saying, "Who, me? Oh, no, of course not. I would never." Sonny squinted his eyes. Yeah, right. Well, let's go then. I don't know if you've noticed, but we're in the middle of a battle." The shadow looked at him, then scratched the back of its head and glanced at its siblings, as if unsure what to do. When the other four shadows moved forward to wrap themselves around his body, though it quickly followed, a feeling of overflowing strength permeated Sonny's body. He inhaled deeply, getting used to his new limits, then caught sight of Effie breaking a dozen of the tyrant's legs with her round shield. Instantly, his limits were expanded even further. Sonny smiled, summoned the cruel sight, and dashed forward at the same time. He used the blessing of dusk to establish a mental bond with Jet and coordinate their movements. She moved to her right. Soul Reaper was going to be responsible for the western half of the defensive line, while Devil was going to rampage in the eastern part. Shadows surged forward. In the next moment, the sound of breaking bones rolled over the battlefield. In the end, it was Kai who brought down the skull centipede. Saint had debilitated and slowed it down with her arrows, which gave Effie an opportunity to deliver a devastating blow to the creature's head, cracking its skull. Of course, that alone would have never killed a corrupted tyrant. However, it did give Kai a chance to deal a fatal strike to the ghastly abomination. Flying across the sky, he positioned himself above the centipede and drew his bow. This time, an arrow of incinerating flame appeared on its string. The heat of the arrow was so dreadful that it seemed as if the world itself was melting around it. Luckily, Kai was protected by the armor made from the scales of a dragon. Unaffected by the immolating heat, he let the fiery arrow loose. It flew down like a streak of light, entering the creature's skull through the thin crack. Then, a dreadful explosion illuminated the tyrant's head from the inside. Tongues of flames and streams of smoke shot from its mouth, from the pit where the broken tree had been, and from the empty eyes of the countless skulls. The centipede's own indestructible giant skull seemed as if it was going to burst open for a moment. But in the end, it didn't. Trailing smoke and fire from its head, the creature swayed and then heavily crashed to the ground. The skull centipede was dead. With the tyrant gone, its minions lost all remaining cohesion. Effie, Kai, and Saint were also freed to attack them from behind. Caught between them and the main body of the expedition force, the bone army swiftly dwindled. It wasn't long before it was completely annihilated. Looking at the battlefield, which was covered in broken bones, Sonny took a deep breath. I can't believe it. A plan actually worked. I think that's a first chapter 1092. Expeditious retreat. The battle was over, but the soldiers had no time to relax and celebrate their victory. They did not even have time to collect the soul shards and other spoils from the army of slain abominations. Instead, as soon as the fighting ended, everyone got busy preparing for an immediate retreat. That was the nature of the war in Antarctica. No matter what terrible foe you defeated, a dozen more were just beyond the horizon. They were in enemy territory. The ferocious battle against the skull centipede had not taken a lot of time, but it had created a lot of noise. Already, several hordes of nightmare creatures were flowing across the plain, converging on the location where the battle had taken place. Unless the expedition force wanted to drown in an endless flood of abominations, it needed to disappear as soon as possible. Sonny, Jet, Effie, and Kai were gathered in front of the skull centipede's massive corpse, careful to steer clear of the water. They did not know what the poison was exactly, but the river was visibly tainted. Even in death, the corrupted tyrant continued to spread death and destruction. They had just retrieved the 5 transcendent soul shards from the ghastly carcass. That was the extent of the trophies the expedition force was going to carry back with it. The huntress looked at the hundreds of dead abominations laying on the ground and sighed. Damn, what a pity. That would be enough for an entire cohort of sleepers to saturate their cores. Sonny felt a bit regretful, too. The monetary value of all these shards would have been astronomical. Granted, now that the chain of nightmare had flooded the waking world with abominations, the price of shards was not what it had been before. He knew it from his occasional correspondence with Aiko. He shook his head. That might be true, but what's the use of having all these shards if we die before reaching a siege capital? Kai nodded. Indeed, we have already reaped the main benefit, preventing the tyrant from growing stronger and reaching one of the human settlements. Our casualties were light, too. That's a win in my book. Anything else is irrelevant. Sonny knew that his friend was right, but nevertheless he could not help but sigh with regret. At least his luck had been good, granting him several ascended memories. None seemed particularly useful, so he promptly fed them to Nightmare. That was already a good result for one day. After a short pause, Sonny said, "In any case, good job, everyone. That went much smoother than I thought it would. Especially you, Kai. That was an insane shot." Sonny knew a thing or two about archery, shooting an arrow through a thin crack in the skull of a moving target while flying at high speed. That was one for the books. The charming archer had been the one to destroy the skeletal trees as well. Kai smiled shyly. "Thank you. To be honest, I can't quite believe it. I never thought that I would kill a corrupted tyrant one day." His green eyes turned slightly wistful, as if he was recalling the past. Sonny blinked a couple of times. "What on earth are you talking about? Can't believe it," says the guy who jumped into the mouth of a dragon to kill it. Kai coughed, while Jet glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. A dragon? What kind of a dragon are we talking about? The archer shook his head. It was just a transformed saint in the nightmare. This time, it was Soul Reaper's turn to blink. Ascended Nightingale killed a saint. Her voice sounded a little dull. Effie suddenly laughed. What about it? I killed one, too, a huge pain of a bastard. And that one, she pointed at Sunny. He actually killed the same saint twice. Speak about holding grudges. Jet rubbed the back of her neck with a neutral expression. Huh. And I thought my second nightmare was exciting. At that moment, Kai turned his head slightly, as if listening to something. He was most likely receiving a message through his comm, and indeed, a few moments later, he called out to them, "Everything is ready. We can depart in 3 minutes." Sunny let out a relieved sigh. The two companies had been quick to organize themselves for a rapid march, and so they would be able to leave before any of the migrating hordes arrived. Kai looked at Sunny and Jet, then at Effie. Then he asked hesitantly, "Oh, are we going to take my ride or yours?" Effie scoffed. "Does it matter?" She grinned and answered her own question. "Of course it matters. Do you think that I don't know how pampered you are by your soldiers, that guy? Ah, it's really unfair. He has a fan club even in the army. They bring him all kinds of little gifts, including snacks and sweets. So, I think we need to celebrate, and I think you're treating." Kai looked away in embarrassment. Those aren't gifts. People are just concerned about their commander. I can't really refuse either. They become sad if I do. Granted, Kai's APC was a little shabby when compared to the robust, beautiful Rhino. Still, it got the job done, and the charming archer really had some delicious stuff squirreled away in the nooks and crannies of the heavy machine. The expedition force left the ravaged river shore behind and rushed across the plain, escaping the approaching mass of nightmare creatures. They masterfully navigated the landscape, avoiding the wandering swarms and keeping out of sight as well as they could. The column had to fight off a few packs of abominations, but these skirmishes were too inconsequential to pay them any attention. Things like that were unavoidable when a large force traveled across Antarctica. Everything was going well, but of course it had not gone well for long. At some point, the loud sound of an emergency message rolled through the interior of the APC. Sunny looked up and turned to the communication terminal, frowning. As soon as the damned thing lit up, he knew that something had gone really, really wrong. Chapter 1093. Perfect moment. The APC was a little cramped, but the four masters were able to make themselves comfortable. They were sitting on empty ammunition crates, enjoying some of the snacks Kai had presented them with. The mood in the interior of the armored vehicle was surprisingly relaxed, and the awakened crew under the archer's command were respectfully giving them some space. Effie was talking. Wait, what? That is hilarious. The conversation had taken a random turn, leading to Kai sharing the details of how he and Sunny first met. At the time, one of them had been imprisoned in a deep well, while the other had gone more than a little feral after living alone in the dark city. The huntress knew what had happened in broad strokes, but this was her first time hearing the full story. She couldn't stop laughing. I can just imagine it. Effie wiped her eyes, then glanced at Jet and asked with curiosity, "What about you, Colonel? How did you become Sunny's fairy godmother?" Soul Reaper smiled, leaning back with a can of a refreshing beverage in her hand. "What's a fairy grandmother? Is it some kind of nightmare creature?" Effie stared at her for a few moments, then shook her head despondently. "What's a fairy go? Damn, they really are two peas in the same pod." Jet chuckled. "I guess not. Well, there's not much of a story. I've been assigned to hold vigil over an aspirant, and that aspirant turned out to be Sunny. It's rare for us kids from the outskirts to survive the first nightmare, so I kept in touch." Sunny let out a relieved sigh when he realized that she wasn't going to describe the exact moment he had woken up and what transpired right after. There was no need to give Effie more ammunition. If Jet spilled the beans, he would never hear the end of it. He opened his mouth to change the topic, but at that moment the sound of an urgent message resounded in the interior of the APC. Sonny did not like that sound at all. Looking up at the communication terminal, he frowned. Almost at the same time, his own comm vibrated, receiving a message as well. As Kai rose to access the terminal, the other three checked their comms. The messages Sonny and Jet had received were probably a little different, since the Special Reconnaissance Unit was privy to more information, but the gist of it was the same. Damnation, Sonny glanced at his friends, reading the same somber tension on their faces. The chain of nightmares had just gone into another period of rapid escalation. Dozens of gates had opened across East Antarctica at the same time, and the initial readings showed that most, if not all of them, were of the third category. Much worse, it had already been confirmed that several Titans had emerged, ready to wreak havoc across the continent. Even though the three saints had slain several such creatures in the past months, the situation was still eerily similar to what had happened in the Antarctic Center. Would the entirety of the evacuation army be able to handle the sudden crisis? Sonny was not sure. Their chances were much higher than what the Antarctic Center contingents had been, but still, things had just gone from bad to worse. Jet sighed. More Titans, huh? I wonder if any of them are corrupted. Effie continued to munch on her snack, seemingly unbothered by the dire news. She simply shrugged. We'll find out soon enough. There's no point in worrying about it now, is there? Soul Reaper grinned. True. Well, unless one of those Titans happened to appear right between us and the siege capital. The Huntress suddenly stopped chewing, which was very abnormal behavior in her case, and glared at Jet silently. Nee, Lou? Breb? Colonel Jet. You just had to go and say it, didn't you? At that moment, Kai returned from the terminal with a troubled face. He looked at them for a few moments, then sighed. There has been a change of plans. The path we were supposed to take back is no longer available, so Army Command sent orders to reroute the expedition force. We will be retreating to a different city to be stationed there until further notice. Effie sighed and shook her head despondently. See? Sonny and Jet glanced at each other. They had not received new orders, so the SRU still expected them to accompany the two companies. That was a relief. Kai turned to them and forced out a smile. Sonny ascended Jet. We will have to trouble you with helping us navigate the wilderness, as well as provide help to our scouts. I hope you don't mind. If everything goes well, we'll be behind walls in 3 days. Sonny looked around. Why would we mind? This is like a luxury hotel. I haven't been fed this much delicious stuff in a while. A small smile appeared on his face. Kai nodded. Great. Then please excuse me. I'll go arrange for the column to change course. He went back to the communication terminal, leaving the three of them alone. Sonny sighed, the smile disappearing from his face. This is it, then, a perfect moment. 2 days passed in a tense but manageable atmosphere. The expedition force was persisting in its march, traversing the Great Plains of East Antarctica with acceptable speed. The skirmishes they fought increased in frequency and ferocity, but with Sonny's shadows scouting out the way, they were able to escape major battles. The rest of the continent was not doing as well. East Antarctica was in turmoil, with the assaults on the siege capitals growing more dreadful every day. The evacuation army was holding for now, but the future seemed grim. At the same time, the Saints had united to face the rampaging Titans. Their battle had lasted for several ruinous hours and ended in a bitter draw. 2 of the Titans perished, but the Transcendents had to retreat, each sustaining heavy wounds. Several more creatures remained, including 1 confirmed corrupted Titan. For now, none of them was actively moving toward the siege capitals, but it was only a matter of time. Bad. This smells really bad. Sonny was at the back of Kai's APC, sitting on a crate with his eyes closed. His shadows were out scouting, and Jet was sleeping on a neighboring crate, using a military coat as a blanket. Suddenly, her communicator produced a melodic sound. Since it was not a notification from Army Command, Sonny paid it no attention. Soul Reaper, however, sat up, yawned, and glanced at the message with a sullen expression. She remained silent for a few moments, then grimaced and showed him the screen of the communicator. Sonny opened his eyes and read the title of a government propaganda article attached to the message. His eyes turned a little darker. The title read, "The Great Legacy Clans Announce Full Support for the Southern Quadrant Evacuation Effort. In humanity's hour of need, its greatest warriors are rising against the forces of the Nightmare Spell. The best of Bastion and Ravenheart are already en route to reinforce the valiant soldiers of the evacuation army." Chapter 1094, Wake of Ruin. Sonny remained silent for a long time, then leaned back with a sigh. His thoughts were dark and heavy. Deep in his heart, an ember of anger smoldered, divorced from all reason, pushing him to do dangerous and short-decided things. It was almost as if the sin of Solace was whispering into his ears. Kill them all. How hard would it be to simply kill them all? Probably not much easier than slaying the winter beast, and with much more dire consequences. Shaking his head, he looked at Jet. They had never spoken about it directly, but she definitely knew the real reason why the great clans were coming to Antarctica. After all, Soul Reaper had a much more extensive information network. She was deeply embedded into the hierarchy of the government and had a personal connection to some of its leaders. Of course, the government was only a second-rate player in the grand scheme of things. Still, they played an important role and as such had access to a lot of secrets. He lingered for a few moments. "What do you think will happen now?" Jet covered her mouth with a hand, yawned, and then smiled. "Right now? Well, let me think. I guess the first thing that will happen is that I am going to receive a message from the old man." Just as she finished the sentence, her communicator lit up, displaying a new notification. Soul Reaper chuckled quietly, then concentrated on the screen of the military-issue device. "See? It's a curse to always be right." "Give me a minute." Sonny waited for her to finish reading the important message. And it was important indeed. The old man Jet had mentioned was none other than St. Cor, the Wake of Ruin, one of the two government transcendents. Sonny had met him briefly after coming to East Antarctica, and the man definitely left an impression. Wake of Ruin was a tall, gaunt man in his late 50s. Although his skin was showing signs of aging, his hair still remained perfectly black, like the feathers of a raven. The saint had sharp features, a piercing gaze, and a stern demeanor, acting like a person who was used to both wielding power and bearing responsibility. Wherever he went, a slightly sweet, sickening scent followed. Sonny was intimately familiar with that scent. It reminded him of the smell of the battlefield, or rather, of what remained after the battle was over. St. Cor was not a likable person. However, it was hard not to feel respect toward him. The government transcendent was not as renowned and awesome as the saints of the legacy clans. In fact, for a saint, he was strangely low-key, but his age alone told volumes about what kind of man he was, and what ordeals he had lived through. Wake of Ruin was not quite in the same league as the legendary figures like Immortal Flame and Nightwalker, since he had been a young child when the spell first descended. However, he was still a member of the first generation, and as such, had watched and helped build the world order of today. Even if St. Cor had become transcendent later than the members of the second generation like Anvil and Ki Song, he was still, in a sense, their elder. Sonny did not know what the arrangement between the government and the great clans was exactly, but the mere fact that Wake of Ruin was allowed to be the exclusion from the rule and did not serve any of the sovereigns hinted that there was more to the old man than appeared on the surface. He was the field commander of the whole Antarctica operation, and Jet seemed to enjoy quite a close relationship with the veteran saint. She was one of his most trusted agents. So it wasn't a surprise that Soul Reaper would be one of the first people to be contacted by Wake of Ruin after the news of the legacy forces coming to the southern quadrant were made public. Lucky me. Sonny did not have close ties to the upper echelons of the government, but as Soul Reaper's confidant, he would be privy to the vital information almost as soon as she. I think you should take a look at. Come to think of it, he also had eyes and ears inside Valor, thanks to Nephis and Cassie, and enjoyed the friendship of one of the heirs of the House of Night. He even had a bond with Saint Bloodwave and was friendly with the White Feather clan. Huh? I guess I am better connected than I thought I was. And that was without even considering his venerated status in the evacuation army. Waiting for Jet to finish reading the message, Sonny grinned. Maybe I should seduce one of Seishan's sisters just to complete the trifecta. Those women from the great clan Song, Ki Song's adopted daughters, were all a bit scary, though. Well, there's Mordred as well. The naughty shadow gave him a sly glance, making Sonny blink a couple of times. What? What the hell are you on about? I didn't mean it that way. I was talking about befriending the bastard, not seducing him. The shadow tilted its head. If it had a face, there would have been an innocent smile on its lips and sparks of dubious sincerity in its eyes. Sonny gritted his teeth. Damnation? I've only known you for a couple of days, but I'm already starting to regret it. What is wrong with you, miscreant? Look at the other guys. None of them were ever problematic. To prove his point, Sonny gestured at the other shadows, who stared at him in response. The gloomy shadow crossed its arms as if trying to say, "Who are you pointing at, you idiot?" The happy shadow nodded energetically, expressing something like, "Of course. We would never cause problems for our master. Master, you're the best, with all its being." The creepy shadow was staring at him with its usual creepy inexpressiveness, but its thoughts were easy to guess. It had to be something like, "I wonder what it would feel like to slice the new guy open. What do his insides look like? What is the texture? Do shadows have insides? I want to know." The haughty shadows wore their usual arrogant look, radiating the keep me out of this plebeian conversation peasant feeling with their disdainful pose. The naughty shadow glanced at Sonny with amusement. Sonny sighed. Chapter 095, High Praise. Eventually, Jet put away her communicator and stared into the distance for a few moments, thinking. Then she turned to Sonny. He asked, "So, what's the word?" Soul Reaper had a contemplative look on her face. "The good news is that we're getting reinforcements. Both Valor and Song are sending strong contingents, 2 saints each, a handful of masters, and a supporting retinue of hundreds of awakened, all of them the absolute elites of the legacy clans. Of course, some direct descendants, some loyal retainers. You can imagine how powerful of a force that is." Sonny nodded. Despite his animosity toward the great clans and those legacies that served them, even he had to admit that these people had not ended up in the position of highest power by accident. Legacies were born and bred to be perfect warriors, and in that pursuit they were ruthless both to their enemies and to themselves. An awakened from a legacy clan was worth their weight in soul shards on the battlefield. It was only when compared to the survivors of the Forgotten Shore that they did not seem that exceptional. But the former dreamers of the Dark City were an abnormality themselves. Hundreds of legacy awakened could achieve a lot in East Antarctica, but whatever they could do paled in comparison to the arrival of 4 more saints. That was the real game changer, more than doubling the number of transcendents present in the southern quadrant in one swoop. With 7 saints leading the charge, the position of the evacuation army would be tremendously bolstered. That was if the newcomers had any intention of helping the evacuation effort along, and not just thwarting it. He looked at Jet with a gloomy expression. "What's the bad news, then?" Sonny remained silent for a while, then nodded slowly. "And what is the government going to do about it?" Chet laughed. "You really think they would send such information in a message? I mean, the military network is supposed to be protected, but come on." He thought about it, then shook his head. Soul Reaper chuckled. "In any case, we'll know more soon. I've been informed that the legacy forces will be arriving in 2 batches. The second one is already sailing across the ocean, carrying most of them, 2 separate naval convoys, of course. Otherwise, gods know what would happen." She lingered for a moment. "The second, smaller batch will be arriving much earlier, though. They'll be here in no more than a couple of days, coming through the dream realm. The vanguard consists of 2 saints and 4 masters, from what I've been told, and, what a coincidence, they'll be coming directly to the siege capital we're heading for." Sonny smiled slightly. "Is it really a coincidence?" Jet shook her head. "Of course not. Kor is actually already there, assembling a welcoming party. He kindly requested for me to participate. Oh, and he asked me to bring you along. Sonny looked at her with surprise, a frown appearing on his face. What? Wake of Ruin singled me out directly. He raised an eyebrow. Me? Why does he want me of all people to be there? I don't even work for the government, really. There are certainly better candidates. Soul Reaper smiled and shook her head. Because you're one of the deadliest masters on the planet, Sonny. And more importantly, you're not affiliated to any of the legacy clans. At this point, Kor would have to be crazy not to try and use you as an asset. Sonny felt pleased to receive her praise, but not at all happy with the contents of that praise. He leaned back and crossed his arms. And what if I don't want to be used? Jet laughed. Well, you can always go away and live as a hermit in the dream realm. Other than that, my advice is to get comfortable being used. She thought for a bit, and then added, but not too comfortable. Make sure to use the people using you in response, at least. Sonny blinked a couple of times. What the hell kind of perverse wisdom is that? He scoffed. That's either a very profound or an entirely shameless statement. Soul Reaper grinned. Ah, it's probably both, but anyway, that's for the future. We have to get to the siege capital first, and with how things are going, that might be a bit of a problem. Sonny grew serious. Jet was right for the past 2 days. Things went more or less well for the expedition force. But the last day was bound to be the most difficult, because they were leaving the wilderness and approaching the area surrounding a human settlement. By nature of the chain of nightmares, these areas were the most dangerous on the continent. A constant stream of abominations was flowing toward the siege capitals to lay assault their walls, and the closer one got to a city, the higher the concentration of nightmare creatures was. Fighting a pitched battle was inevitable if the expedition force wanted to reach the gates of the human stronghold. Yeah, let's make sure that everything goes smoothly first. We can worry about legacies later. The immediate task might now have been as grandiose, but it was a priority right now. Jet had given up on sleep, and Sonny felt sufficiently rested. They left their corner of the APC and joined Kai on its roof. The archer was alone, quietly studying a bow made of dark ashen wood. The weapon radiated an eerie aura of nebulous power, alienation, and lethality. What a dreadful thing. Sonny waved at him. New memory. Kai looked away from the bow and forced out a smile. Yeah, I received it for slaying the malignant graveroot. It's a daunting bow to use, to be honest. Sonny wanted to ask to take a look at the ashen bow, but at that moment a loud roar resounded from somewhere up ahead, and Effie's voice came in through their comms. Ah, damn it! That swarm Sonny scouted an hour ago? They're coming sooner than we expected. Get ready, Sonny, Jet. And Kai glanced at each other, then sighed, summoning their best memories. The last day, indeed, was promising to be really troublesome.